was getting a bit of a
I
trying
think
to
that me
what's the
now.
word?
I get NASA.
This is me just not being
Strangling.
able to find my words. I was trying to imitate the robot that we were receiving from your signal. That's all. We're not trying to interrupt you and not listen to you. We're just getting a lot of roboting. We're getting a lot of spotting.
Yeah, I got a bad satellite.
10-4, we'll have to check out the old freaking Space Force. Maybe they'll give us correct the heading of the satellite's gone out of whack or something. For real though, they admit that 99% of all communications come from undersea cables. Nothing that we're dealing with here is satellite related. You know what I mean? Your cell phones, undersea cables, and
no
towers,
shit.
baby.
Yeah, no shit.
Dive, darling.
It's all of it in court.
Yeah. We have evidence that there is in fact a arc being produced by the celestial body that we do preside on.
Good. It must have worked better in rehearsal, Atlas.
There's no rehearsal.
Rehearsal? Rehearsal?
There's no rehearsal.
Rehearsal? So where did you get this idea that you're residing on a celestial body, as you say?
Isaac Newton.
Oh, thank you for your vagity.
Isaac Newton.
Nice try.
There's some jams going on in the background, bro.
Was it really?
The door to the
I
microwave?
feel like it can't have been Isaac Newton, though.
Gravity.
Was Isaac Newton
How do you
really
knew
the
that
one
Isaac
gave
Newton
you
was
the
even real,
idea
dude? Like, if you've never met Isaac Newton, how do you know if he was even real?
What? Who are you asking?
Whoever said that they believe that Earth is round because of Isaac Newton, you know? It's like, I don't think they've ever met him, you know, because he supposedly lived, I mean, according to NASA, he lived like a really long time ago, you know, so...
Yeah, you might as well have said Napoleon.
There's incredible amount of...
You might as well have said Napoleon, because Napoleon was also a physicist who lived a long time ago, so it's
Not
totally
real.
relevant.
Yeah, stop the cat.
It's how relevant.
No, but if you wanted to pretend like Newton's not real, you could still use the story. Because the story is about a guy who drank mercury because he thought he would shit gold, played with dolls, never had any relationships with any women.
Yeah, dude, and everyone knows if you play with dolls.
He was basically an incel, and he eventually got hit on the head by an apple and saw stars. This story can still ring true today. You could see people win Darwin Awards. You could see that head trauma causes people to cause hallucinations. You know that mercury is a toxic chemical. It absorbs, drinking mercury is not a good idea. So even if you could say, yeah, this guy was never around, he never existed, you could still use it. You could still use the story for something important, like don't be weird. Don't drink mercury. Don't live like this. Don't be uber religious. So religious that you think you've unlocked the nature of creation through the sphere. Okay, Jar, what's happening now?
Wait. Right now, I decided that I didn't want to orbit the sun.
So if I fly north,
I'm going to.
And then I continue flying north.
Hey,
And then I
Atlas,
continue
you
flying
hear
north.
Jar talking?
Yes.
Okay, then don't talk.
Yeah, I want to go to Minmus instead of, which is the second moon.
So if I fly north, and I continue flying north, and I continue flying north, and then I continue flying north, where will I end up?
Well, eventually you start going south.
Well, eventually you have to stop flying north.
Okay.
And then
You're at the North Pole. I feel like everybody
Oh,
agrees
Jar,
with that
you're
here,
so
right?
funny. Is Santa Claus there? Did you see the Elven Workshop?
Is that?
And then you started heading south?
Do people not agree? Do people here disagree with that? I thought flat earthers agreed with that too.
what about
Maybe
the
I'm
ice
wrong.
wall?
Yeah, good luck with that.
What about the ice wall?
Where do you think you end up if you keep going north?
The ice wall.
That's if you keep going south. At least if you're a flat earther.
You
It's
can
all
find
around
ice.
us.
You guys can find ice north as well. There's professional sport ice wall climbers.
And then if you go
Go
to
to
the
your local
center,
outfitting store and you'll find the gear if you need to go climb a ice wall.
and then if you go to the center of the earth, you find the hole that leads
Hey,
to the hollow
Atlas,
earth.
Atlas, your troll is played out, homeboy. It's
You
not as
guys don't
clever as
believe
you
in
thought.
you don't believe in hollow earth?
I believe
pretty
in your hollow
suggestive.
skull.
You don't believe in hollow. You don't think
Your skull is hollow, bro.
like Zuckerberg? Zuckerberg's
Yeah, you're confusing your skull for hollow earth.
So what? I thought that was a
Empty shell.
thing.
Empty shell.
So what? You guys disproved hollow earth?
What shape is this hollow earth, Atlas?
So it's flat on top, and then it goes down.
Spit it out.
Here, shall I show an image?
You're a goofball, bro.
You're a goofball, dude.
Oh, why didn't you say so? You had to let me give you the idea?
No, I'm talking to this other guy. This hollow earther. What a goofball, dude. That's crazy.
Well,
Hollow earth.
he
That's
has
crazy,
a
dude.
hollow skull, so
You guys don't believe in hollow earth theory?
No, dude. Obviously, the Earth is flat, dude. Are you kidding me? Hollow Earth, crazy.
It could be flat
Completely.
and hollow.
That's completely unfounded, dude. There's
Okay,
absolutely
well,
no
welcome to
model
Flat Earth.
that proves it.
It could be flat and hollow.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, there are caves. Have you ever been to a cave?
Yes. So it could be
Okay.
hollow flat earth.
Okay, well, now you know
that's
that you're
actually
not
based.
living. Now you know you're not living on a,
That's
as
based.
you
I've
called
changed
it,
my
an
whole view.
arc
I'm a.
celestial sphere.
It's a
Here you
hollow
thought you
flat
were
earth.
living on an arcing celestial body, and now you're acknowledging that it's flat with caves and caverns.
We have a hollow flat earth. And inside
my
of the
whole world view.
reptilian,
Hey,
I'm a
Atlas,
hollow
it's
flat earther
striking
now.
that someone ever told you that you were clever.
all the reptilians meet at the Bohemian Grove twice a year.
And
this is where they decide the fate of the human race.
not working out too well, is it?
No, we need to get rid of them damn reptilians.
Their little water ball that they worship has all unraveled, hasn't it?
Yeah, them
Now,
damn
now it's just
reptilians.
left with little simpletons who believe the textbooks.
We gotta get rid of them damn reptilians.
You tried, Atlas. Not as clever as you thought.
Got that.
I'm pretty sure
That's kind of interesting.
the only reason they push the round Earth model is because it encourages people to have more babies, so that the Dems can get more adrenochrome, so they can stay young forever.
Yeah, the reptilians are drinking all
Well,
the
yeah,
adrenochrome.
hold on. Then explain the one-child policy in China.
Well, they've got enough kids so that they still have like sufficient adrenochrome, and now I think that they're trying to reduce the amount of kids because if they have too,
Yeah, you guys are coping hard today, aren't you?
Yeah, that adrenochrome.
Who's the next coper? Come on, Atlas, get it out.
The adrenochrome.
Yeah, you guys must have watched Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas over the weekend, quoting the movie. I think that was a film.
no, but think about it. If they get too many kids in one place,
real life.
if there's too many kids in one place,
Classic copes. Atlas gave up. How
I
about
think
you, Real Green?
He came in with Real Green. I'm thinking that they both came in to disrupt the conversation and make a bunch of noise, get attention, and
Yeah, hollow cranium earthers.
that's good. If you think we're rude, just leave. Shit, easy day. Bye. You've been disrupted since you first started talking. That's getting pretty close to the surface there, Jar. Are you trying to land on it? Or
No,
guys, I
just
thought
wanna
I'd
get
found
really
my people.
close.
That's why I'm here. Like, you know, I just want to be accepted by people who have similar views to me. And you
Well,
guys
you're
just
off
like keep
topic,
muting me.
bro. You're
Well, I was talking
you're
about why the
like
Earth is.
off topic.
I was literally talking about like why the Earth is flat. What isn't that on topic?
No, that's not what you were just saying.
Yeah, I was saying
You have
that
amnesia.
if you have too many
Yeah, don't
people
repeat
in one place, then it'll tilt the Earth, right? Because it's flat. So like, if there's too much weight on one side, then the Earth will be like tilted.
Yeah, and islands do the same thing, right? Just like that congressman. Are you that congressman that thought that the island was going to tip after overpopulation?
Hey, Jar,
The
do you have
islands are
any
attached to the
evidence of
seafloor,
tilting?
so like they you know.
no, he was here. Here's a video. Okay, these are the people who are telling you the Earth is a globe. Congressman, who was it?
Harry something.
Yeah, he thought Guam was going to tip over if all the Marines left the island.
I mean, it might have.
So here,
Yeah,
watch
Yeah,
this
and here,
video.
real
Have you ever been to
Real Life
Guam?
Green doesn't understand. Hold on, Real Life Green. Do you not understand that the land you stand upon is also attached to the seabed?
Yeah.
So how the hell is it going to tip over, Einstein?
I don't know, have you ever been to Guam?
A spot of
Have you ever
tea.
Have you ever been to China? Exactly.
Is China tilt?
I've been halfway there.
Bro, you give me one piece of information that says that it won't tip over. Go. See if you can find one source that says it won't tip over.
Now, how about you go have a spot of tea?
Can you prove it? Can you prove that it won't tip over? No, exactly.
You're a goofball, bro.
Why am I a goofball? Why are you so mean to me?
Why? That's probably just the way God made you. That's why.
What do you mean? Elaborate.
What do you mean? What do I mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
You were
What do mean?
confused as to why you're a goofball, and I explained that it's just probably the way you were made.
I think it's because I'm still coming
That's
to
your
grips
special
with the fact
skill.
that everything I learned throughout my life was wrong, you know? And now I'm confused about everything. And that's why I've turned to people like you and Crit, who are just so smart and you can explain the world to me.
Okay, well,
You guys will be my flat earth daddies.
No, thank you.
no thanks.
Yeah.
I thought this was a community. Come on, help me out.
You are deprived and empty.
I am. But
Obviously.
the flat earth will
Obviously.
fill me up with knowledge.
I don't want a flat Earth daddy.
Well, the globe certainly hasn't done much for you, has it?
No, that's why I've abandoned it, dude. That's why
It
I've
has you
completely
calling grown
abandoned
men
it.
daddies.
That's why I've completely abandoned it. Show me the ways.
Yeah, but you're so sure that the Earth can't be flat because it would have tipped over, right, son?
Well, is that wrong?
Has it tipped over?
I mean, not yet, but there's more people every day.
Not yet. Well, not yet.
Yeah, not yet. But if people keep getting born, then
so an
maybe it
appeal
will.
to the future for something that's absurd. Once you start having islands tip over, then get back to me.
Okay, I will. I'll keep a lookout.
Okay, son.
I'll keep a lookout, dude.
Thanks, Daddy.
Thanks, Daddy.
Don't mention it. Not very proud of you, son.
So this is something that I'm still confused about with flat Earth stuff. I'm still trying to figure it out. So if the Earth is flat, are planets like other planets still globes?
They're
not-
flat as well.
Okay, try this out really simple, right? So if the Earth is flat, is it not flat if it's flat, or is it flat if it's flat?
It's flat.
Okay,
Sure,
so
have
does
you
it
been to
matter
the
then?
moon
Does
before?
anything else matter?
Yeah,
Would
like
you be
think
able to walk
other.
your okay? Hold on. Would you walk yourself into a contradiction? Be like, hey, you know you're a person, and if you're a person, you're also a person. If you're a person, would you walk into a forest, see a bunch of trees, and then suddenly decide that you're not a person? You're actually a tree.
A tree. That's right.
All the other people are trees. The pines, you see, isn't it? Yeah, real life green. Do you not hear yourself adding that qualifier of other? Do you hear yourself doing that? Hello?
He gone.
No, he's still there.
He's muted.
He's mentally gone.
Bro, I'm muted, you dumbass. I can look at the red icon. Also, why do you keep doing a British accent? I'm Australian. Like, can you not figure that out?
Isn't that the same thing?
No, not for
I don't know, son.
200 years at least.
No idea, son.
Thanks, Dad.
So did you hear yourself use the qualifier other?
Stop
Or
trying
do
to
you
like
not
talk
even
to me
hear
like I
yourself
don't.
doing it?
Why do you keep trying to argue with me? I'm literally asking you. I'm literally asking you for information. So are you saying that? Are you saying that the Earth is flat and it's not a planet, so that other planets can be round, but then the Earth can be flat? Is that what you're saying?
Dude, do you want to figure this out, or do you want to remain stupid?
Oh, dude, I'm so stupid. That's you know why I'm talking to you. So smart.
Okay, so think about your own words.
Okay, I'm thinking. I'm really thinking really hard.
Okay,
Really,
and what
I'm applying
words
all
are
my
you
brain
thinking
power.
of? And what words are you thinking of that I've asked you to think of?
Or just all the words? I'll NASA.
No. Other
Democrats.
planets.
Fake news. Alex Jones. What else am I thinking? These are all the things on my mind right now.
Other planets.
I'm a roboto. I'm a
He's got that flat
roboto.
Earth internet.
Yeah, it's satellites.
Yeah, satellites, man.
Am I roboting now?
No, you're good now. You're good.
Okay, so other planets. Think about that real life. Can you? Is that a possibility?
Yeah. But I'm just. This is my question, right? This is my
Okay,
question. Can
hold
I ask?
on. Listen, dude.
Holding
You
on.
start
Holding on.
yapping before you think.
Holding on. Thinking.
You don't. Yeah, you don't listen. You just yap.
Yeah. I'm ready. I'm ready. Hit me with your knowledge.
Okay, you don't
Okay,
need
so
anyone. I think the problem is you're needing other
You don't
people.
you don't need anyone. You need other people.
Bro.
Okay, you don't need anyone other
fuck?
than you and your Earth to explain what you observe. Trying to use me or Old Haas as a filter to gain some sort of insight into what you observe is what you need to do. You don't need anything else. You're walking yourselves into constant contradictions because you don't understand what's being presented to you. You don't understand even if you make your own observations. So try again, but this time factor out any uncontrolled variable that you don't either understand or you can't account for.
That's right.
and try not to turn into Mr. Bean this time. Wolverine.
Hello, I am Mr. Roboto.
Okay, I just told you not to ask, to use you in your own observations, not ask somebody to make your observation for you. So there isn't any reason to unmute you until you get that part first, until you're able to understand how to make an observation. It's literally pointless. Hear Jar talk about what he's doing. We've missed quite a bit of the game because of your derp.
Chirp. An observation, real life. Help me. Can you post the observation though? We need to see an image. Any shots taken?
Make it a real image, not that CGI.
The CGI in space. I made it with my own two eyes. What?
So the orange line there is your path that you'll take.
Hmm?
What's the orange line represent?
Are you talking?
Oh, that's the orbit. Why was it bouncing back and forth there for a second? Oh, I see. It was just kind of like a rendering thing. It wasn't really moving around.
E-Mark. Mark. E-Mark, you hot micing.
Yeah, he keeps coming off mute. It's time. He times up back in.
Mark. Yeah. I don't think he can hear us. What's up, Leaf? Duck Leaf? Leaf? Leaf hour?
Hmm?
Hmm?
It's like these dudes, if they want to like take the piss of the flat Earth, they should at least try to learn what it is. That way, they can be over the target when they think they start dropping their truth bombs. But they're too triggered. They're too worked up over just even the concept of a flat Earth that they never even figured it out what it is to start with. Then when they start talking about all these weird globalist conspiracy theories, they're mocking their own idea. All these things he blurted off about adrenochrome, that's all Alex Jones shit. Alex Jones hates flat earthers. Like literally, he's so angry at flat Earth that he almost picked a fight with a prize fighter, Eddie Bravo, because Eddie Bravo was making fun of NASA. He was that triggered that someone would make fun of NASA.
Well, him and his daddy used to take out his telescope in his backyard and look at Mars.
Yeah, that's right. That's what he blurted. My dad used to sit on his knee and we'd look at Mars. You go, you lying piece of shit.
You serious?
That was quite the impression there. Oh,
My daddy and I. Yeah, it's crazy. He's just another one of these other planet guys.
I'm just doing my job, you know. So say, uncle, and we'll take you to the mental health zoo. Force feed you mind-melting chemicals till even the outside world looks great.
What is that from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, or is that Gene Wilder?
That is the dead Kennedys. It's known as soup is
Ah.
good food.
Nice.
Freaking really, really, it's a jam, bro. What a jam.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, you're going to have the suede denim secret police knocking at your door.
Old police truck. Oh crap! I gotta look up the lyrics to remember that.
No, that was from California Uber Alles. Yeah, that's crazy.
California, Uber Alice. Sorry,
But yeah, they were right. The Jello was correct about them. They will make you meditate and go. Oh.
Yeah, like the you know what I mean? The stuff, it's crazy when you look back at the stuff that these dudes were writing about. And you just go, man, how did they know? It's like, was this all this was really going on back then? You know what I mean? This is just all a repeat.
Yeah, it just seems more now that the internet is in everyone's hands. But yeah, they were laying out their dictates, mellow out or you will pay. And now it's basically believe in the outer space mythology or else.
Does anybody want to go to Antarctica with me?
Yeah.
You'd have to pay for yourself.
Yeah.
Wait,
What are you, a
really?
travel agent?
Isn't it ironic how cops will tell you to grow up, but they're the ones still playing cops and robbers?
Or is it legal to lie to them, but they lie to you constantly?
Right?
You can lie to a cop, right?
No, it's called obstruction of justice if you lie to a police officer.
Well, yeah, like that's if they're doing their their policeman duties. Right?
But they can lie to you.
If there's an active
They could be a
investigation.
bold-faced lie. They could walk in and bold-faced lie to you, and their question could be a bold-faced lie. And if you lie back, you just broke the law. You obstructed justice. You could play their fantasy game with them, and you'd be breaking the law. This is why I do not trust the executive branch. They
right.
are paid liars. And anything I say to them can only be used against me. No problem. Anything you say to me will only be used against you also.
Can't trust the government.
Dispatch calls. Are you doing something wicked? No, siree, Jack. We're just giving tickets. Let's ride. Ooh, how we ride.
That was beautiful.
Trying to catch you riding dirty.
Yeah.
That's my favorite line from that song by the Dead Kennedys, Police Truck. It's pretty funny.
I'll tell you what. I do know if you are committing a crime and you give them a different name than what your name is, your life will be altered for the next several years. I had a friend who spent the next 3 years in a court thing because she was drunk and told cops that her name was, whatever.
Yeah.
And it wasn't her name. And she was she was breaking the law at the time. Yeah, that didn't go well for her.
What a shame.
Okay.
Yeah, people get this
I don't know
idea
if
that
it's okay.
a lot of the globalists get themselves into trouble and get convicted of crimes they didn't do because they thought they could trust the authorities, that the authorities are there to help them and take care of them.
Right.
So when they inadvertently they confessed to a crime or they gave states evidence out of their own mouth because they thought they were talking to somebody who was there to help them. And that's what kind of breaks this cognitive dissonance. It works all the way up to NASA. Like some of them don't even know.
Yeah.
Like NASA has done such a good job at a propaganda that people think they're not part of the executive branch. Like there'll be people be like,
Part of the government.
You're right. I don't trust the government. I'm like, well, NASA's government also. And they're like,
That's
no,
right.
it's not. It's like, how many links does it take to get somebody to understand just basic 5th grade civics? Like, it could take days, like literally days. Like, I've still to this day, there's people like on GEM server who don't understand that NASA is the executive branch is part of the executive branch of federal government. They see it as just government funded. It's a private entity. The only thing about it is it gets money from government. And you're like, what is that called? Okay.
Government.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought what was going on is that like Congress or whatever the hell, Congress is the same thing as the legislative branch, right?
Yeah, Congress is legislative.
Yeah.
I thought that like in the Constitution it said that they can make any institution reasonable and necessary for like fulfilling whatever's in the Constitution, right?
I mean, not in so many words, yeah, but the general welfare clause.
Yeah.
Mhm.
General welfare clause? That's what it's
Yeah,
called?
yeah, the general welfare clause.
And well, so isn't Congress the one that passes the law that says NASA has to be or is made, and then the executive branch is the one that executes that
Enforces
and
it, yeah.
and funds and gives the funds for okay. Allocates the funds basically.
Yeah, what they set the budget, and then it's non-binding. You know, they pass like over the years like different rules that these spending bills are they can be signed with conditions and waivers and signing declarations. At this point, the spending is so out of this world that I think someone had done the math on it. That if you were to stack dollar to dollar, government spending, you could put money all the way to the moon in the heliocentric model. Just stack it up. Just make a large stack of bills all the way to the moon.
Like $1 bills. Wow.
Yeah. It's been a while since I looked at it, but it's out there.
I feel like I've heard something similar. What do you guys think about like
Great.
the
Can you tell me more about?
astronauts that are supposed to be in space right now that are like stranded?
Hold on, the dude tried to blurt while you were talking. Go again.
What do you guys think about the 6 astronauts that are stranded apparently?
Or two.
It's a
TV show.
fairy tale.
There's two.
It's a
Yeah,
fairy tale.
Oh, 2?
two of them. Yeah.
2 of them. But it's for like 6 months.
Yeah, stop the
Something
gap.
like that,
Can you
that
prove
they're
it?
supposed to be out there.
Yeah, now they're getting sounds up there.
What do you mean?
Well, that was yesterday's story. Is these trapped astronauts are receiving sounds?
Yeah, I
Sounds?
stopped
What
reading. I do like the
do you
daily
mean
news.
sounds?
I post news every day with like a GIF that kind of pairs with it. And people had said they're sick. Like I got feedback. I'm sick of hearing about the trapped astronauts. This story is so stupid. It's so dumb. It's so boring. Like move on to something better. And I'm like, well, yeah, it's kind of difficult for me to move on because it shows the hubris, the blind hubris of these space programs that they think they can go to Mars or the moon and they can't even safely get to low orbit. And they're like, yeah, we get that. That's a bunch of bullshit. It's all horseshit. You know, like no one's going anywhere. You're trapped on Earth. Okay, report on some other things. I'm like, all right, no problem. I'll move on.
Hey, Crit, how's it going? What are you talking about, babe? But to be fair,
Boeing is not exactly the greatest aerospace company out there. You know, like they've been doing a bad job.
Yeah, the same thing with the Boeing components from the large launch system. It's defective. They got to ground it. This moon rocket is scrap metal at this point.
Wait, is Boeing the one who's in charge of?
Yeah, but they made
What?
large portions of it, there's I could show the article for that too. That NASA Inspector General said multiple defective components and parts that Boeing put into the SLS are going to have to be recalled and rebuilt, and they're talking 8
Wow.
years now. Like it's going to be 8 years to finally figure out which parts and which components are defective before they even start over. So you're talking about right now, we just rolled the clock back 8 years. So my take is this, right? Let the globalists step up where government fell. Okay, government dropped the ball. They fumbled. pick the ball up and carry it across the goal line. But they won't, because a lot of these guys are overly worked up. They have a very low education. They're on a low nutrient, high caloric diet. They're just in a constant freak out. They really don't know anything about space travel or really care about it at all. What they care in that somebody else disagrees with it, when more and more people are disagreeing with it, who also think the Earth is a globe. You've got people who think the Earth is a globe who also think that NASA's been faking the whole time, ever since the beginning. So what they could do is go talk to those people.
The globalists that don't know what they're talking about should talk to those people.
Yeah, they could do that.
And wait, who did you say they should talk to again?
People who disagree with them.
Oh yeah. I mean, a lot of people who think the globe is, or the Earth is round, just don't really have time. Like they're busy, working. But I could see where I could see where it's wise to say, I don't know if you don't know, So I could see where you're if like it seems like that's where some of you guys are coming from. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, we don't believe the TV drama, the outer space sitcom.
Right.
Yeah, you suffer from vast naivety and willing gullibility, apparently.
Me?
Well, you brought up the space disaster TV show, didn't you?
I was just trying to get what you guys thought about it.
Yeah, generally the same thought that other people have. It's really just a bunch of weird shit that government's doing without any explanation or behind any idea behind it. Like, it wasn't that long ago that people thought Boeing was somehow using. If you talk to the globalists, these people who think the Earth is a globe, that Boeing has secret alien technology, and now they can't keep their planes in the air. So I would ask the globalists, well, which one is it? Okay, do they have secret alien technology that the government gave them, or they can't even keep their planes in the air? Okay, which those to me sound like a big time contradiction.
Do any of you guys remember that whole thing of people trying to raid Area 51?
Oh yeah, that had nothing to do with flat Earth either. See, there's a lot of these things going on. People want to say, we attribute that to flat earther. Well, you probably shouldn't, because all those people think there's a globe. They think there's aliens there. They wanted to go rescue the aliens from space.
No, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like what you were saying kind of like corresponds with that. Like, I remember I was in high school when it happened. Like, some of my friends were thinking about going. It was funny.
Yeah, but Jar, the story you brought up of the outer space disaster, they've added. You're echoing through your mic, but
yeah.
Well, I'm echoing through your mic. That's all right. But yesterday they added the sound. Have you ever seen the Jodie Foster film Contact? No. Well, they start hearing some cha-chunk, cha-chunk, cha-chunk from outer space, some noise, and that's what they started. They added that to the space travel disaster TV show yesterday. So it's turning into a Jodie Foster film. Yeah. How did you not hear about that? I think what's funny is it seems I'm not downgrading you, but what's funny is I get all these. I know that's not a word, but I get all these stories of the space disaster thrillers first thing in my feed every day. They're sending them to the wrong people, I think.
Yeah, I think the algorithm just likes to send you what makes you angry.
Well, it makes me laugh. So the algorithm's off.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't make me angry that people are simpleton and naive and, you know, basically adult Santa Claus believers. That doesn't make me angry.
That makes me a little angry.
What?
Like, what the hell are you guys
Well,
doing?
you're the one that's being duped.
Well, no, I'm just talking in general.
You're just angry because you don't know the truth.
Yeah, what is it about what about it? Well, you don't even know the story. Does the sound make you angry because you haven't even heard the sound?
No, what I'm just saying, it makes me angry that there's people out there who believe in stupid shit. That's all I'm saying. I'm relating with you on that level.
You can't let that anger you. A sucker's born every minute.
Okay. I mean, doesn't mean that I shouldn't care about it, you know?
Well, yeah, well, Nirvana is not for this world.
What does that mean?
Well, many people are going to spend their whole life with the inability to read between the lines.
Okay.
It should make you relieved that you're not the simpleton that they are. Just pity the fool. No need to be angry about them. Fools will always exist.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't mean like I just don't think that means that I shouldn't care about that person and hope that they can.
Well, yeah, but you said anger.
And
Yeah, I care about my fellow man too, but I don't get angry at them for being stupid.
Well, and a little bit
Maybe
of anger comes with
disbelief.
that, does it not?
Not for me. You said that they send these stories to me because you think it would make me angry. It makes me laugh. There's no anger in my laughter of these outer space TV shows. Like when Growing Pains started getting boring and they added Leonardo DiCaprio, that didn't make me angry, just made me laugh.
Okay.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. I get it. It sounds like you're in a little bit of disbelief.
No, I mean, I'm perfectly willing to accept that we have two different experiences of the world.
What experience are you speaking of? That we have that are different. Are you talking about you thinking you're on a globe? That difference?
No.
Oh, go ahead.
We were talking about like being a little bit angry whenever like people online or anywhere really believe something that doesn't really make sense.
No, that's them. You know, you can't be angry about someone.
Who's them?
The gullible, the ones that buy the tail hook, line, and sinker. No, yeah, I get it. Yeah, I get it that there are people that are preying on people's will and gullibility. But those people are making they're not making any effort to alleviate this mind vice. So it's on them. It's just what they're doing. It's their trip.
I think that's true on some level, but I think that there's also some people who have been duped, you know.
Yeah, but a lot of people are duped by people who are also duped.
Sure. But who's the first duper?
Well, they're no longer around to be angry at. They're gone.
Well, do you think that there's some people who realize now what is going on, and
Probably.
and yeah,
Yeah, probably. But maybe they think they're
that are
doing.
acting maliciously.
Well, hold on. Maybe they think they're not acting maliciously. Maybe they think they're being benevolent. Have you ever seen the movie The Village?
It's not ringing any bells.
M. Night Shyamalan. It's almost 20 years old now, but watch that movie because that movie kind of gives, if there are people out there, which I'm sure there are, who know that they are lying, well, who knows, maybe they think in their intellectual superiority that they have achieved, or academic, or whatever you want to call it, think that that's the best option for humanity. So they're not, in their mind, they're not even being malicious.
How could a lie be the best option for humanity?
Well, like I said, from the outside looking in, it's not. But from the person who's creating the village, watch that movie sometime, because there's an instance of some doctor, who thinks it's in the best interest of his family and his people to create, I don't know, I guess a simulation or to create something outside of the mad world. And he does that with benevolence in mind. But anyways, yeah, I get it that you're kind of.
I'd have to.
There's no reason to have. Listen, there's no reason to have just a general anger towards it. It's better just to laugh at the absurdity of it.
It's okay to be lost.
Yeah, life isn't fair. I mean, someone somewhere is starving right now. That sucks. You know, probably not as many people as we've been led to believe are starving right now, but someone somewhere right now is hungry and hasn't had a meal in days. I mean, is there any reason to be angry about that? I mean, that's kind of the way the world is.
Even if that is because of ignorance, I feel like, yeah, like a person, somebody's starving because of ignorance.
Well, hey, there used to be a saying. There used to be there used to be a saying in the old world. It said, "Why curse the darkness when you can light a candle," or something like that. It does no good to curse. It does no good to curse the darkness, to be angry at the darkness. All you can do is turn a light on or light a candle. We don't have these old adages from the old world anymore. Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I mean, if what you're saying is like, don't worry about it, don't worry over the people who are.
I didn't say don't worry about it, but don't just. There's no need for it to manifest into anger over it. Yeah, it's like it's just the way it is.
I think there's a certain point where it's a wise thing to be angry. No?
Well, it's not very productive just to be angry.
When you accidentally spill your milk, just don't be mad when the milk turns to flat.
Well, yeah, when you spill milk, you might be mad about it, but don't let it like sit on the floor and become crusty. Is that what you're saying?
No, it'll become cheese. That's how we got cheese. But
yeah, cheese is flat unless you grate it.
Yeah, don't cry over spilt milk, I think that's what he's saying. Yeah, I get it, man. Like, also they used to say I'm treading on thin ice bringing this up, but I think it was Churchill who they credited it with, and I think he's a maniac, but it kind of does make sense. They said if you're not a conservative when you're young, you have no heart, and if you're a conservative when you're old, you have no brain. Or a liberal, or if you're basically if you're not realizing the injustice of this world, you have no heart. So you're lucky to see that there are people getting taken advantage of. What was it? If you're conservative, if you're conservative when you're young, you have no heart. And if you're not a conservative when you're old, you have no brain or something. I don't know. But yeah, some people aren't blessed with seeing injustice. And yeah, there's that song, that Rage Against the Machine song, where he says, anger is a gift. Yeah, momentary anger will let you see the injustice. Seeing the injustice of the world could make you pissed, but there's no need to dwell in it.
Sure.
Be happy you can be angry.
I think we can agree on that.
Yeah, don't worry, be happy. Bobby McFerrin. What it is though, you have people who come in here who arrogantly tell you they're on a water ball, and then you might hear some anger in the conversation, but it's more like frustration. Or when I get like that, I'm in disbelief that someone could be so dug in on something that has no, I get it, there's a story that backs it up, but the story only goes so far, yet these people remain dug in. So yeah, there's disbelief, and it might come off as sounding like anger, but it's more just like, what the hell?
Yeah, genuine surprise.
Yeah, but check out The Village sometime, Jar. I always bring that movie up in here, but check if you get a chance, check it out.
Okay. I generally like to only bring stuff up that you can actually go out and see for yourself, because I do understand like why, like the idea that you can't, it's hard to go outside of your perception and believe anything outside of what you can yourself. So I think I understand where you're coming from on that.
Ball lies stick. Ballistic.
And you'll hear a lot of people, Jar. You'll hear that what they thought was evidence of being on a ball in outer space, if they have this conversation and not spaz out about it, they'll find out that what their whole story is built upon is leaps of logic and conjecture and just so stories and all that rolled up into one. And then they'll leave and say, yeah, but that's good enough for me. It's good enough for the 8 billion people. I'll take the under on that number. So they just carry on. So you can't be angry at someone who's decided to carry on with a lie.
Who's chosen their poison, I guess, whatever.
Yeah, they can embrace their lie and just go with that. So you can't be angry at someone.
But
what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Be Mussolini and sit outside the church and throw rocks?
Well, I mean, I guess you never really know if you're close to someone, you never really know when to stop trying. You never, unless they say like, "Hey, I don't want to talk about this right now," you know. But fans that, or like, I don't want to talk about this anymore at all, ever, or whatever it might be.
Yeah, they can't handle the truth, so you can't. I've had friends. It sounds like you're talking about things IRL, because I've had those experiences in real life. I don't bring it up to people in real life. I have a couple times in the past, but not boisterously or get a load of this, everyone. It's just come up in conversation. But I've had people who they don't want anything to do with the conversation. It's too much for them. I had a friend who we were having this conversation. He brought it up, and I can't remember what we were talking about, but I could see a light. I could see a glimmer in his eyes where he saw what I was saying wasn't absurd, that it was just the way of the world. It was just nature. And then he just clicked back because he knew it's a bridge too far for some people. So yeah, you can't get, I'm not telling you what you can or can't do, but there's no need to get angry about it. It's not going away. People running away from the truth will not be going away anytime soon. Yeah, but going back to the stories that are given to me in my feed about all these outer space travel sitcoms, it's funny that the algorithm delivers it to me and not you. And I guess the algorithm's main problem is it sees me looking at these stories thinking that I'm watching them to formulate my thoughts or to add to the outer space, another chapter to the outer space story. Little do they know. And here I am telling you about this story. It's crazy. Well, what's going on, Jar? Do you think you're living on a ball?
I think that's probably what's happening, yeah.
You think that's what's your go-to? If someone walks up to you and says, "Hey, it turns out the Earth has no measurable curvature to match this 3959 ball, and water seeks its level. So it turns out maybe this story that they told us is all wet." What's your best evidence to tell them that no, we're on a ball, and here's how I know? What do you tell people?
Things disappear over the horizon from bottom up.
Well, that can happen at a very short distance.
Like how?
Like how? Like how short? I don't know, 50 yards,
no, like
40 feet.
An example of.
Well, you can sit. Do you want me to tell you how you can see this happening for yourself? Are you by water?
Yeah,
Do you live by a beach? Okay. So find a harbor that has a lot of boats. You know how like you'll find a harbor where the boats they're anchored out 20 yards, 30 yards, 50 yards, 200 yards. As far as the harbor is full of boats. You can sit down in the sea next to the ocean and then stand up and then sit down and look at these boats out in the distance. Look at the ones right in front of your face. You'll see bottom up obstruction when you sit down. And when you raise up, that's not the Earth curve at play.
That's the dock.
What?
That's the dock covering the bottoms of the boat.
I'm not. No, not the dock. The boats are just on their moorings, out in the water.
Moorings?
Yeah,
I don't know what that is.
like little permanent anchors that boats hook up to.
Okay.
But you can see this bottom up. You can see this bottom up obstruction at short distances.
So what's covering it?
Well, it's an angle thing. It's the angle that you're looking at it with your eyes, because when you stand up, you can see the stand up and sit down. You can see this change where it's bottom up obstruction at short distances.
Well, there's something obstructing it, right?
Yeah, it's just your angle. It's the angle that you're looking at it.
The angle obstructing it? I understand.
Yeah. So if you had say if someone put a brick on the ground a mile away from you, would you expect to see that? A brick on the ground from a mile away.
It was all flat.
But you're telling me you don't see the bottoms of boats, but you would see this brick a mile away.
Well, the bottoms of the boats.
Okay, how about a penny? How about a penny?
You'd have to bring up like a video example because it's kind of theoretical, or it's kind of hypothetical right now.
Yeah, sure. So would you see a penny from a mile away sitting on the ground?
Probably not.
Okay, say someone built a 20-story bank on top of that penny.
Okay.
Would you see that?
Yes.
Okay. It's all in your imagination that it has anything to do with the Earth curve. Because if it were the Earth curve that's blocking the bottoms of the boats, there would be a location. Yeah, there would be a location that this would occur as the Earth starts curving away from you. But that's not the case.
Explains bottom up obstruction. Because
well, go out and
go out and be able to see the penny anymore.
Yeah, go out and witness this bottom up obstruction at short distances, and then you'll know that it has nothing to do with Earth curve.
Could you provide a video example?
No, you can go do it yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, I will find a video of an RC boat on a little park pond.
I think I've
lake.
seen this video before.
Okay. And what happens? Does it disappear bottom up?
Yeah, there's the
okay, is that the Earth curve at play?
It could be.
Okay, well that's what you're left with. It could be. So that was your best evidence. Now it could be. So what's your second best evidence?
Well, no, I was just saying, is there any other explanation for this bottom up obstruction? That's all I was asking.
Yeah.
That's why I said it could. That's why I said it could be, instead of it definitely is there.
That's what you said it was. But that was your number one evidence that we're on the ball.
Because I don't have any other explanation.
And now it could be?
Yeah, because I don't have any other explanation for it. And I'm at.
Well, you do have other explanations because you have it occurring at short distances.
What?
You do have an explanation because you have the same thing occurring at distances.
Are you talking about this video?
Well, the RC boat.
Yeah. What about it?
Well, that RC boat is at a distance. It's at a distance.
Over a short distance?
Yeah, it's at a short distance. So it would have nothing to do with the Earth curve.
I don't recall it being measured in the video.
Oh. Well, go out and do it yourself. Get an RC boat and watch it disappear. Bottom up at a short distance.
All right.
See, you're now doing the very same thing that you claim to be claim to have been angry about. I'm not angry at you just hand waving it. Oh, I don't remember the distance. Oh, it could be. Well, you told me it was.
What? When did I tell you it was?
I asked you what your best evidence for Earth being a ball, and you said bottom-up obstruction of boats.
Yeah, and I gave.
And
I
now,
gave
and
it
now
to
we
you,
have
and I'm not.
examples at this. Now we have examples that are short, that are near, and you're saying, well, it could be.
Do you recall the lake being measured in the video?
No, but it's I have to watch it again what the actual numbers are. But I've seen this in real life. I mean, I've seen this within like 100 feet.
I don't think it was that short.
Well, I'm just telling you what I've seen in real life. Like I said, you have the opportunity to go recreate this.
Well, sure. I mean, but I have to leave the conversation. Come back.
Yeah. So since this one's since this is in limbo.
I wasn't claiming that I absolutely know that the Earth is round.
Okay. So you found out that you found out.
Best I got.
Yeah. And do you realize that fell short?
Of proving that the Earth was round?
Well, do you still think it's your best? Time out. I'll ask you this. Do you still? I asked you what your best evidence was. You gave that. So is that still your best evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you've got some work to do to confirm that what you're thinking is correct.
You're right.
Do you want to go on to your second best, or?
Well, I mean, if my best wasn't good enough for you, what?
Well, it's not even good enough for. It's not even good enough for you.
It's not good enough for anybody.
Yeah, you said it could be.
I never claimed to have proof. I didn't say that my best.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Relax.
I'm relaxed.
Okay, so all we're pointing out, all that's become clear now is that your best, whatever you want to call it, your best idea that you're on a ball can be replicated at very short distances, having nothing to do with the Earth curve. I did.
Okay. Well, that's what you're saying. I don't know if that's true.
Well, you said maybe. You don't know that bottom-up obstruction is caused by Earth curve either.
I'm not gonna deny.
You said it could be.
Without having, I'm not gonna deny what you've said that you've experienced without going out and testing it myself. That would be. Well,
that's good.
There would be no reason to do that.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, you'll find though, if I'm guessing you're around 6 foot tall, you'll find that these things are not occurring at the prescribed distance that the 3959 ball would have them occurring at. This bottom-up obstruction happens close. It happens far. Have you ever done a drawing 101 course?
I'm sort of in one right now. It's the fundamentals of studio art.
Yeah.
Do some drawing.
Yeah, some perspective drawings, maybe. That's the no. You know what I've noticed is in academia they've replaced what did you call them? The fundamentals of whatever. They've replaced a lot of these fundamentals with abstract expressionism. That's art. The fact that they have 4-year-olds doing abstract expressionism is insane.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, Picasso said it took him his entire life to learn how to draw like a child.
And giving him awards for it.
Yeah, acting like it's something when what they're doing is stripping them of the true fundamentals. I mean, they're bastardizing the entire history of art. Yeah, when they start with a baseline of abstract expressionism, I mean, now I'm starting to sound angry. But no, it's more disbelief. But yeah, it just blows my mind. Let the people draw what they see, for God's sake. Do not tell a 4-year-old to express themselves with paint. I mean, come on. Give them the paint, give them the brush, give them the canvas, period.
Well, y'all have a good one. I gotta go.
Yeah, check out, like I said, I'm not telling you what to do, but yeah, check out that movie, The Village, and that might explain to you why it is that some people think that it's in people's best interest to be sold a lie.
Okay.
Without giving spoilers of the movie. M. Night Shyamalan, The Village.
What's is it on like Netflix?
Yeah, probably. It's probably somewhere for free.
I'll have a good one.
You too, Jar. See you next time.
See ya.
Poop Earther is here, as is Lords Now. Great name, Poop Earther.
What's up?
Not too much.
What's he saying?
You just got here.
Oh,
You're
okay.
Poop Earther. He's a
Yeah, I mean it's true. That's the true earther. Like everything's turns to manure. You know, manure earther. Is it poop earth globe or poop earth flat? Is it a poopy ball or a poopy flat cow chip?
be a pile, I think. What brings you here today, Earther? How'd you stumble upon us?
Gay dating server.
What's that?
A gay dating server.
That's what you're trying to find? It's that way.
Oh no,
Yeah.
Poop Earther. Don't tell us you're here to troll.
No.
Oh, good.
No, there's nothing to troll. The Earth just isn't a globe. You know, it's a fact. Just plain fact.
I see what you did there. Plain.
Yeah. But honestly, let me tell you guys, all right, the gay community, most of them are flat earthers.
Yeah, a lot of
Gay day.
Major League Baseball players are too, and professional golfers. Yeah, usually people who congregate around each other and talk a lot, they figured shit out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that 100% of flat earthers are flat earthers? Just an amazing fact. What about the straight community? Are they all flat earthers?
No.
They're stationary.
The straight community, oof. You know, they just don't see things horizontal, despite being straight. You know, like it's crazy.
Yeah.
They just it's really silly. You'd think the straight would know about the horizon, right?
Are you here all week? Because I'd really like to buy tickets for tomorrow's show.
Anyway, I think the globe Earth is racist. Yeah. I really think about it.
Yeah, it's a blue marble. Yeah.
Exactly.
Blue.
Why
I think it's anti.
Blue.
I heard that all globe earthers are massive racists.
This is actually true, yeah. All of them. Every single one.
Yeah. Well, you need to become a flat earther then. Otherwise, you wouldn't want to be a massive racist, so you'll have to be a flat earther.
What if I'm just massive and just not racist?
No, yeah.
Go play rugby then.
Massive and racist to be a globe earther. That's the rules.
So I have a question about the dome. Is there actually a dome? Does it have to be a dome? Because like, couldn't the container be any shape?
Well, think about it this way, right? If there was
Roboting crypto.
Huh?
He's roboting right now, sorting that out. Yeah, to answer your Trollus question, who knows what the containment is?
Well, no, it's actually not a troll question at all. Like, I'm genuinely just wondering.
Then unknown. Whatever the container is, unknown.
But I also have another question, which is technically, right? The container can't be an infinite shape, right? It needs to have like boundaries, right, in order to contain, right? Or a boundary.
Okay.
So the Earth can't be infinite either, right?
Well, I don't know. They say that the universe is infinitely expanding. So what's containing that?
I'm talking about the Earth. Like, I'm just
No,
wondering
and
what you guys.
I'm talking about the universe. So what's containing that? The infinitely expanding.
NASA is probably containing it. To be quite honest.
You are trolling then. Yeah, if you don't like, if you don't like being faced with this, then maybe this conversation isn't for you.
Bro, I don't know what's containing the infinite expansion. The hell?
Oh, okay. But you're certain of its infinite expanse quality.
No, I'm not. I'm not sure of that. I don't quite understand that right now, so I don't bring it up. You know, it's like, for example, I don't know exactly how fucking I don't know how Japanese works, so I ain't gonna speak on it.
How Japanese works?
Yeah, the language. But if there's something I do know about Japanese, then I'll speak about it. You know, but
okay.
Yeah, you just say what you know, and then
and I already told you. I have no idea about the container. I'm not omniscient.
Of course, I personally, right? I was just thinking about it, and if the Earth was infinite, like in expanse, then you'd have to have an infinite amount of container to contain that infinite Earth, right? And then you couldn't form a proper boundary with that. That's what I'm saying. So I think that the Earth should have to be finite, and if it's finite, then eventually you can reach its edge, right? There would actually have to be like a boundary of some kind. Maybe you can't cross over the edge because there'll be nothing beyond the edge. So I'm not saying you could go to the edge and fall off. But there should be an edge somewhere. There should be an expedition done for that. Don't you think?
Who's to say they haven't?
You know what?
Sorry, I can't fund an expedition to the edge of the Earth right now. Sorry. Can you?
Yeah, that sucks.
Or is it all Japanese to you?
I can't fund an expedition right now.
Yeah, so why speak of it?
I'm just saying they should. I'm not saying that they will.
Well, like I said, who's to say they haven't?
Well, maybe flat earthers should like gang up, get some cash, do an expedition. Yeah.
Well, it was your idea.
Well, you know, flat earthers can join.
Why don't you report back to us? Fill up your piggy bank.
I mean, flat earthers want to know all about the truth. You guys are truthers, right? So don't you want to know about the truth of the edge of the earth?
Well, mysteries abound.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I don't know if it's being lost on other people, but the whole sarcastic tone is really getting old.
I'm actually not being sarcastic. I'm just British.
You are. Come on. I know you are.
I'm not being sarcastic. I'm actually not.
Are, dude.
This is
the classic thing to do when you're being sarcastic is deny being sarcastic. Just have a normal conversation.
Hold on a second. That right there is undefeatable because no matter what I say, you will just say I'm being sarcastic. I can't win that.
No, I'm not saying you're being sarcastic because I'm saying you're being sarcastic. I'm saying you're being sarcastic because you are being sarcastic. You obviously have a sarcastic tone, and it's just getting kind of boring. So just have a proper conversation.
I'm literally speaking normally.
I don't believe you.
Well, I mean, of course you wouldn't. You consider me an opponent.
Hey, poop earther. Why don't you and your
I don't care if you're an opponent, dude. I care that you're taking this seriously.
Oh my god, dude! I pointed out why we should believe that there should be an edge or not,
He's
and why
praying now.
others should think
Now you're
about having an expedition.
Now I can hear your non-sarcastic tone in your voice. Keep it like that. Thank you.
Well, no, because I felt a bit annoyed because it felt like I was not being listened to because I was explaining myself thoroughly.
Poop Earther, why don't you and your lads gather your funds together and take a expedition to the edge of the universe?
I mean, but you know, we'll all do it at the same time, right? We'll go to different points of the edge of the universe. It'll take us a billion trillion years. You know, we'll I mean, here's the thing. What if I'm not a truther? What if I don't care about the truth? Don't you guys care about the truth, though?
What truth are you speaking of?
Oh,
I already know the truth about the matter of the Blue Marble story.
Okay.
I don't know why you wouldn't care about the truth, though. Why would you put yourself in that position?
Oh no, I'm just saying. What if? What if I don't care? But you guys do care, right?
Are you saying you don't care about the truth?
I mean, I do care about the truth. I'm just saying, what if I don't?
Well, then there's no point talking to you.
Then you're talking out of school.
If you don't like truth, you might as well leave the room, dude. Like, we're not here to talk about not truth.
So, you guys,
we can tell by your PFP and your screen name that you're utterly lost.
Wait, what do you mean utterly lost? What's wrong with my PFP?
Well, you're bragging about not caring about the truth.
No, but what's wrong?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
You said my PFP. What's wrong with my PFP, bro?
Well, your PFP combined with your screen name, it doesn't seem like a truth seeker, more of a poop seeker.
Bro, like, what is your beef with my profile picture? Hello?
No, I have no beef.
No, but like, you obviously use that.
It all adds up. You say, what if I don't care about the truth? Well, no shit. Take a look at your screen name and PFP. Chances are you don't.
Wait, bro, why? Why does my PFP indicate that? You're being weird. Like, just explain it.
Well, it's the encompassing the triad of you telling us, what if I don't care about the truth? Your PFP and your screen name. It's all three combined.
Okay, yeah. So what don't you like about my PFP? What
I didn't say I didn't like it. It's just hard to take you seriously.
Why? Why is it hard to take somebody seriously when they have a PFP
You're a
like
poop
mine?
Earther.
Okay. So how does my profile picture indicate that I shouldn't be taken seriously?
It's all three combined, bro.
Well, obviously, it's a component.
It's like if you had a small car, I wouldn't say that's a clown car. If you had a red car, I wouldn't say it's a clown car. I would say it's a red car. It's a small car. But if your small red car pulled up and 100 clowns filed out of it, I would say clown car. It's the three things combined.
Okay, but
you telling us you don't care about the truth. Your PFP is some fairy, and your screen name is Poop Earther.
Okay, there we go. So a fairy. So when it comes to the clown car, part of what makes clown car is being small, right? So what about my profile picture being a
fairy? Bro, your listening comprehension skills are low, aren't they?
No.
I said when I see a small car, I don't say clown car.
I know.
Okay.
I heard that.
I wait until the clowns start piling out of it. And when you said, what if I don't care about the truth in it? Then I know you're a clown.
Damn, you're really nice. That was lovely, that little impression.
In it.
Yo, the Brits in the channel, you gonna take this? You gonna take this from your fellow American brothers?
Try, Poop Earther.
Oh, I don't give a fuck.
Bro, he doesn't even like our voices, I guess. Okay.
Just keep being a victim.
I've studied your. I like your voices. I wish I could study them more.
So, like, here's the thing. A component of the clown cart is it being a small cart. Why is my profile picture being a fairy a component of not being someone that should be taken seriously?
I'm bored of this conversation. Can we move on to something that matters?
It's the worst conversation ever. You've told us that what here. Let's just forget about it. You told us, what if I don't care about the truth? Do you care about the truth?
Yep.
Okay, well then we can move on, because that's all that matters. We're all here discussing truth, right? So you care about the truth, we care about the truth. Okay. So, what's at the edge of the earth? Was roughly your question, yeah?
No, that wasn't my question. What my question was is, do you guys think there should be an edge of the earth? Because the implication otherwise is that, you know, it goes on infinitely, and that would cause a problem when it comes to containment.
No, not necessarily.
Can you explain that? Because I have trouble envisioning how that would work.
Well, like, you know, as Hoss said earlier, the globe has a similar issue with the size of the universe. So if we are to say that, and the way they solve it is mathematically, right? So they say the volume of the universe is increasing, but they don't know what it's increasing into, right? So they'll just say, oh, but the volume's increasing, so it must be increasing. Okay, cool. But again, what's it increasing into? So we always ask these questions, and we just get told maths. Well, the volume is increasing, so it must be expanding. So if it's good enough for the globe, then it's good enough for flat Earth as well. I can just say the same nonsense.
I mean, to be honest, I don't necessarily agree that it's expanding into nothing. You know, I just want to know what you guys think about the potential of an infinite. It
doesn't really matter what you think about the globe. What matters is that you've got a philosophical issue of where does reality end?
I am happy to.
Oh, someone mute Saudi man. For fuck's sake. Someone mute this dickhead. I'm trying to have a proper conversation with someone else. Can you go away? Right. So, yeah, so you've got this philosophical issue of what happens at the edge of existence, right? And that applies to both the flat Earth and the globe. And there's not really a good answer. The answers are all philosophical or mathematical in nature. They're not. You can't really give like a concrete answer as to what happens.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, that's not a flat Earth problem, right?
Sure.
Okay. So what don't you understand about this?
I just, you know, you guys need the Earth to obviously have a containment, and
not necessarily.
You don't necessarily need containment?
No, not necessarily. I think that it's likely that there is one. But
please explain your container.
The container explainer.
Wait, hold on.
Please show evidence of a container.
If there isn't...
I didn't make the claim there was one. No point.
But isn't it necessary that there should be one? Isn't that like a big part of proving the Earth is flat?
No, yeah, that's a gas pressure issue, bro.
Yeah, that's got nothing to do with the shape. The shape of the Earth is determined by the shape.
Okay, well, we know there's gas pressure, so there must be a container, right?
Maybe.
Well, you brought it up.
But that's still got nothing to do with the shape of the ground, does it?
Okay. I'm asking you, like, you said there might be a container, like there must be a container, according to you guys, right?
Do you have an example? Yeah, do you have an example of air pressure without?
Dude, okay. I'm going to tell you a smell, and you have to tell me the shape of the ground below you based on that smell. Does that make any sense?
No.
Over to Parfum fucking Creed Aventis. What's the shape of the ground?
The what?
Smells pretty flat.
Creed Aventis. What's the shape of the ground?
That's a smell?
It's a perfume, right? It's a cologne. So if I say Creed Aventis, what's the shape of the ground underneath the Creed Aventis?
The shape of the ground underneath it? Well, it's brown.
Are you on a hill, or are you in are you in a valley, or is it flat? Like, what's the shape of the ground? Just tell me that based on the gas.
What does round smell like?
Right. So it's got fuck all to do with the shape of the ground. You're talking about.
Sure.
I don't know why we're talking about gas.
Okay, fine. We'll just ignore gas then. Okay, sure.
Well, we know what you smell.
Not going to be ignoring my gas when I rip one.
You smell poop and think glow poop Arthur. Explain that. Oh no, old horses.
Oh yeah, you said you said earlier about a dome, right? How do you have evidence for a dome?
No, I didn't ask if there was evidence for a dome. That was somebody else. I just asked that you guys think there must be a dome. That's what I asked.
Well, I know that there's a dome because otherwise, how does freestyle rap exist?
Okay.
But I get what you're doing, Hooper. Even though it has nothing to do with whether or not you're on a ball, it's much easier to attack, isn't it? This idea of glass dome. What does this thing have? Who fixes it when it gets a crack?
No,
I get it. I get it. It's easy. It's easy to attack. That's why you bring it up.
I never ever implied it was glass. I just said container.
Okay, dude. I know, but let me go back to the whole. If you acknowledge that your lack of ability to know that there's something containing the universe, does that cancel out this whole solar system story that you have?
Huh?
Well, you just acknowledged that you have no way, unless you and your lads pile your money together and go out to the edge of the universe to see what's containing that ever expansion. Does that cancel out your water ball belief?
No, because the Earth is still.
Okay, so then why expect the edge of Earth? Where's the container end? Why would you think that has anything to do with canceling out flat Earth?
So
how's that work?
So because containment is integral to the flat Earth understanding of how gas pressure works, but it isn't for a globe Earth.
Well, sure it is. No one. How have you given us an example of gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, it's all around us. It's called the atmosphere.
Okay, so circular reasoning bullshit. Just go ahead and show us gas pressure.
Well, technically, it's
without a container in the first place, and you'll be fine.
We have pictures of the atmosphere.
Win a Nobel Prize.
We have pictures of the atmosphere. Plus, we also have like the pressure column of the atmosphere, and then the thing is, when I present that, y'all just will say, "Nuh-uh."
These pictures provided by NASA.
Pardon me. Hmm. Unfortunately, the people able to take these pictures usually have to have lots of money and equipment for it. So, most of the time.
So you're talking
it's gonna
about the
have to be-
government.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but usually, you can't collect money together like a government can.
I don't think the government collects it. I think they take.
You're talking about the elitists that got the
Yeah,
money.
crowdfund it, or pool your time, your energy, and your resources together with like-minded individuals, and make it happen.
What to go take a photo of the atmosphere that you guys will say isn't real?
Yeah, it doesn't matter what I say. This would be your endeavor, like your life, your hands. This is what you would do for you, not for me. You like for
Yeah.
if you're planning on doing something for me, I just hard counter that with no thank you. I do not wish to contract with you. I don't care what you do. I don't care what you don't do. You are completely irrelevant in my worldview. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you spin on your head and whistle Dixie. It doesn't matter if you don't do that. Anything you say and do is completely irrelevant. And simply put, in terms of science, you would be an uncontrolled variable that I simply factor out.
We're trying to help you find the truth.
Well, help yourself. You don't need to help me. You can help yourself.
No, we're trying to help Poop.
Oh, Poop, yeah.
Yeah, we need to help him. He needs to help himself find gravity. We can find air, we can find temperature, we can find electricity, we can find magnetism, we can find containment, dirt, earth, and water. Where can we find gravity in time and space? Those are the three things you need to like get a hold of and put in a lab.
Get a sample. Go up there and take a sample and bring it back. Let's see it.
Wait, a sample of what?
Space.
Gravity, time, or space. We'll take a cup of each. We want to compare them next to each other.
Take a look at it. Do some science on it.
You can't take samples of that. This is facetious.
So your whole model's facetious then? Just a bunch of dog shit, irrelevancy?
You're saying you can't go to space?
He's saying he can't even touch space. He can't even touch time or gravity.
I mean, that's like saying history. Go get me a piece of history or I won't believe it. Huh?
But space is real today, ain't it?
No, we didn't ask about history. We asked about a physical attribute of something you think is doing stuff
Space
called
is not
space,
history.
time, or right. We're looking for space, time, or gravity. I don't know what history's got to do with that, son.
I said I was comparing. I don't know if you were listening.
He compares space to an abstract thing of like the time that it takes to get from point A to point B.
Space isn't abstract. We all exist in some form of, system where things are separate from each other and there can be traversal. I mean, that's space, right?
We don't know unless you bring us some. That's what we would like to take a look at. Your globe space. Who fixes it when it cracks?
Measuring anything measuring anything requires space anyway.
That's a cool story without space, isn't it? Can you measure space itself, brother?
Are you talking about outer space or just space?
Brother, I'm talking about anything that you think you have a claim of. Space, time, and gravity. We want one of those things. Like, the globe makes so many fucking claims. Protons, electrons, it's like all this stuff, and they're all supposed to be balls. And you're supposed to have balls of gas and balls of water just sitting there, just holding themselves because of time and space. So time and space is supposed to make the shape of something. Have you ever seen that from scratch?
We actually did isolate gravity several times in like demonstrations, but they just get denied, like vacuum chambers. You know, that's
So you see
isolating
a
gravity
ball
because
form
you're
itself?
removing the confounding variables. You're
No, I'm
removing air.
asking you to
Define
have gravity do
gravity.
its job. We're looking for
Huh?
gravity to do its job. Hold on, brother. Listen. Gravity has to do its job from scratch. That means no ball of material. See material, then it makes itself a ball. Where can we see that? Stupid.
We see that on the large scale. Oh, unfortunately,
Who
DMOC,
sees that? Where do you see
unfortunately,
gravity
the
from scratch
universe
from
does not
start?
allow for everything to be nice and small and visible to you. Like, for example, do you think germs exist?
So
Do
you
you think
don't
bacteria
have
exist?
gravity
You don't see
making
them.
stuff into balls ever nowhere on any scale.
We do. We do.
Has zero evidence.
Where? Where can I see sand do it?
The sun, the moon, the earth, the
What's-
planets, the
So you're just saying a
stars.
bunch of shit that you can't touch or prove, right? So
Exactly.
nothing, La La Land.
Sir, have
Bunch
you
of
been
no
to the moon,
nothing.
sir?
Bunch of unobtainium. Hey, Demont, guess what proves it? A bunch of nothing. A bunch of this nothing stuff you can nothingly touch, nothingly. We know so much about this nothing.
Hey,
You don't even know what the moon is.
Hey, D-Mock.
What's the
Hey,
moon
D-Mock,
made out of?
have you been to Antarctica? How do you know it's real?
What's the moon made out of?
You haven't been to Antarctica. You haven't touched
The
any of its ice.
moon. You said the moon, brother.
I don't
Slow
know if
down.
that's
One
real.
thing at a time. One thing at a
Yeah,
time,
but
cute
like
girl.
you're just being a
The
child. You're
moon,
being
bro. No,
silly.
you're trying to jump around like a fucking
Like,
rabbit.
why
Slow
do
down
they
there,
let you
rabbit.
out of daycare when you behave like this? Then someone, your carer needs to pick you up. You are talking like a child.
Stop talking to your mom. She's okay. Let her stay there with you. She's fine.
You,
What we need to find out is
Have you been to
what the moon is made out of.
Pooper, you're the one that's convinced that Antarctica is an island.
Right. Go show us that island.
Yeah, you can't
Go
go there.
cruise around it real quick.
Yeah, you're the one who thinks it's on the bottom of a spinning ball, an ice island.
It's actually not on the bottom or the top.
Oh,
There is
it's
no
no,
bottom
it's
or
not.
top.
Oh.
So
No.
where's the South Pole then?
He
South
doesn't
Pole is
know.
in the
It's
south.
every direction.
The south
The
is in the bottom.
goofball.
South is
So
in the
you're
bottom. North.
so you're telling me within your outer space paradigm, the South Pole is not in Antarctica?
That's not what I said.
Yeah, it
I
is.
just
It
said
is what you said, bro.
No, I just said that south and
Oh,
bottom. aren't the
listen,
same thing.
listen. You're the one bitching about Antarctica when you're the one who thinks that it's a polar cap ice island on the bottom of a ball.
It's not on the bottom.
Okay.
You just think it's on the bottom because you're in the northern hemisphere. You're just, I don't know.
Where's the
being
South Pole?
in the south?
Is it one of the axes of this spinning ball?
Is it below your feet or forward,
It's
Dumbo?
not on axis, no. Huh?
Is it below your feet, down, or forward, stupid?
Is it below
All
my
I'm pointing
feet?
out,
No.
Poop,
Not
all
below
I'm
my
pointing
feet.
out is that you have some sort of idea about what Antarctica is that somehow substantiates the water ball in your brain. Check yourself.
You're the one who thinks we literally are on a ball with a top and a bottom.
Literally what? I know we're not on a ball.
Yeah, you do. You know we're on a ball.
Oh, bro.
Not possible. I wouldn't even
You
be able to
sound
get
desperate.
to point out a ball in nature. You couldn't even make us a ball like this ball. You couldn't make us a mud, earth, water, dirt, air ball. What do you mean a ball?
Okay, well,
They don't even
you know what? You know what?
Okay, where's the surface curving to create this ball, Poop?
It's curving everywhere in every direction.
Well,
Okay,
where?
cool story.
Show
Yeah,
us.
let's see it.
Show us where it starts.
You can't
Get
you
your
can't really see
horizontal.
The
the naked eye.
sun, the moon, Jupiter.
You can't observe it. You have to infer. You have to make an inductive inference. Do you guys know what that means?
Yeah,
No, they're
guess
not
and make
smart
shit
enough.
up.
They're not smart enough.
Yeah,
Be a
leap of
liar.
logic.
Inferring means being a fucking liar. Don't
You don't know what the
infer.
word inference means. Oh my god.
Being a liar, bro. You guys are like a fucking daycare.
How humiliating.
Here he goes.
You know what the
Here
word
comes
infer.
the spiral.
I infer you both owe me money.
Induction.
Is that true?
Inference.
I have evidence, and I infer you both owe me $1 million.
There's this
Are you
really
ready to
cool
pay
book.
up?
There's this
Are you
really
ready
cool
to-
book called Logic for Dummies.
Yeah,
You guys
logic
can
for
read
your $1
it.
million you owe me.
Projection noted, Poop Earther. You
Paying
stink.
bills for dummies. Let's give you that book. Paying $1 million to Demok for dummies because you owe it because I infer. I'll put
Bro,
that
you're
in the
so
book too.
funny.
I'll put it in the
Bro,
book.
that's
You
like
owe me $1
guys,
million.
people.
Let's read it out of the book. You owe me $1 million. I'll put it to Wikipedia. You two goofballs owe me $1 million. Then every human can Wikipedia it. What do they owe Demok? $1 million? Huh? And they're not paying? What losers? He inferred
Why,
it.
why
The
can't
South Pole isn't at the bottom.
I
why can't
inferred.
you make me gravity in a test tube?
Antarctica ain't at the
Because
bottom.
gravity don't exist. You can't make gravity. It should be making itself, dumb fuck. Why does it stop when you look at it, magical boy? You must have magic eyes that stop gravity everywheres. Huh? Dumb fuck. Gravity won't work for me anywhere in my lab, boys. You just
Yeah, come
stopped
on,
all
Poop
gravity.
Earther.
Hey, old horse Radborn, whatever your name, like that. Old Hoss Radborn. What a weird
Yeah,
name.
call me what you wish. Just don't call me late to dinner.
Okay, I'll call you Old. There
Just
we
don't
go.
call us
Old.
gravity in a bucket.
That's fine.
Old. Can you actually make me a society in a test tube?
Oh my lord. Are you okay?
Why would we do that?
I mean,
What are you retarded?
here's the thing. If I need to
You
go
live
make
in a
gravity
test
in the
tube?
lab,
Now you live in a test tube. Now you're not on a
He's
ball. Now
asking
you're
me to make a
gravity in the lab,
society in a
you gotta
test
go
tube.
make a fucking language in the
This
lab.
guy lives in a
Make a
fucking
language in a
beaker.
test
That's
tube.
what you're trying to prove a beaker? Brother, only talk about what you're going to prove to us. Wouldn't that
Physical
make
things. Physical natural world. We're looking for science here. Not
Okay.
metaphysical, not concepts, not abstract things. We're concrete
Okay, I got you.
physical reality.
Okay, I'll show you something in physical reality.
Yeah, get a sample of space,
Check chat.
gravity, or time.
Check chat. There we go. Vacuum chamber showing that when you remove air resistance, we have gravity.
Okay, go in there and get a
Vacuum chamber.
sample. Go over there. Yeah, just jump up in there, get your bucket.
Take a pocket of air with you so you can breathe in there too, because you want that little sphere of air in there that gravity's supposed to produce in that vacuum chamber.
Are you guys gonna watch the video or?
Brother, are you going to put
It's
a
Brian
sphere of
Cox,
gas
you
in there?
moron.
I only want a spherical gas inside. That's what we want to look for.
I mean, he's got a cock in his name. I ain't gonna watch it.
Well, he's
Brother,
as
we're
big a
looking
clown
for-
as you are.
We're
I ain't
looking
gonna
for
watch
a sphere to hold a shape or water to
His
hold a shape in a vacuum.
His website's really telling. It's called the Children of Apollo. That he thought the moon mission was going to change something. We're all going to become children of the Apollo. That we're going to. It's going to be a magical spacefaring society. So he's pissed right now. He's pissed because you guys are all worked up and triggered over people disagreeing with you. In his worldview, he has baked in explanations for disagreement that you're ignoring. If you're going to use Brian Cox, as my advice, okay, don't on the backswing then deny what Brian Cox is saying at exactly the same time. If he's your guru, use it. Use what he's saying.
He's not my guru. He's not my guru. He's not my
then
guru.
why'd you post a video of it and then get upset when people question you?
Okay, well, ignore Brian Cox. Him as the person doesn't matter. What matters is the
You're
gas
the one who
chamber.
brought it up. You was like, hey, here's
The
Brian
gas
Cox
chamber.
for you guys.
Yeah, I brought up his name because it's funny because it's got cock in it. Okay, jeez.
No,
Anyway,
it's not Cox.
You
It's
posted
Cox.
his video.
C-O-X. It's Brian Cox.
Watch the video with the gas chamber. And
yeah,
the
and your
bowling ball
feedback given.
and the
Jump
feather.
up in that motherfucker and get me a sample of gravity. If you've isolated all the other variables, the only thing left in that chamber is gravity. Give me a sample. Let's do it.
You can't give a sample of
can't
gravity
do
the
it.
same way.
You're right, you can't do
you can't give a sample of electromagnetism.
That's
It
the
just
point.
occurs.
That's the point, dude. The point is that you're talking
to
about
Flat Earth.
abstract concepts that do not function in reality. These are
But they exist.
mathematical.
We
Hold
witness
on.
them.
Poop Earther, dude. Are you this dense?
No.
If you were to give us a sample from that, what would you be giving us a sample of? Mass attracting mass or space time?
So is science only where you take
Oh,
samples of
yeah.
things?
It says this. I'm asking you, if you were to be able to give me a sample of that, what would you be giving me? A sample of mass attracting mass? Or
Give
a
you a
sample of space time?
I can't give you a sample of a phenomenon, dude. You know this.
Of
Stop
what?
being
Which phenomenon? Space time or mass attracting mass?
They produce the same results anyway, so.
A needle pulling thread. So.
You're just being facetious. You guys are just setting me
No,
up
I'm
to
just
where I have
asking
to
you. I'm asking you what it is. You're the one. Listen, you're the one pulling shit out of your arse. So, what would you be giving a hypothetically? What would you be giving me a sample of? Mass attracting mass or space time? Same
it's
thing.
hypothetically impossible. It doesn't make logical sense.
Well, that should tell you something. Then that should tell you something, pal.
Nope.
All we're doing is asking for evidence, and you're the one that can't provide it.
There is evidence. There is evidence of gravity being a thing that affects things, and then you guys say, "Well, I can't put that in a test tube."
Please
so,
Are you talking about space time? Is that what you're talking about?
It's like, for example, electromagnetism. I can't give you a sample of electromagnetism happening, but we know it happens. We see it happening.
What?
You see electromagnetism happening. You see electronic stuff happening. You see magnetism. You're not.
Yeah, you can create that. Yeah, you can't create space time. You can't create mass attracting mass.
We don't need to create it. We can show it.
You just chant it.
I've seen a ghost, and people don't believe me.
In a gas chamber, and we show it in, like observations of space, and you guys just deny them both.
What are you showing? Space time?
We don't need to show space time. We can show the effects.
What is it you're showing? What is it you're showing then?
We show planetary orbits. We show.
Oh my lord, dude! With your feather and the bowling ball, what are you showing? Don't go into La La Land again. I get it.
Okay.
It's embedded in your psyche.
What we're showing is when you have air in the chamber,
So
air
space
resistant. What?
Or what are you showing? What are you demonstrating? Space time or mass attracting mass?
We're showing the phenomenon of gravitation.
Space time.
You're just not listening, are you?
I'm asking.
We're not showing like.
Do you have a mouse in your pocket?
We're not showing space time. We're showing gravitation.
Gravity.
I said
you don't have
gravitation.
evidence for.
We do. I literally sent a video. Like, scientific demonstrations like this are the basis for science. It's like if I said, for example, that cesium is very reactive with water, and then I drop cesium in the water, and then it explodes. There you go. What more do you need? Like, if I say gravity is the thing that is pulling everything down to the Earth, perpendicular to the ground, at the same rate.
So you are talking about. So you, without saying it, you are talking about mass attracting mass, not space time.
They're synonymous.
Oh, are they?
Yep. You realize that Einstein didn't.
Things are pulling. It's all relative. Yeah, same thing.
Yeah, they are synonymous. Yeah, because in both cases, it's gravitation. They are, in terms of their consequences, the identical. Yeah, I don't know if that's too difficult for you to understand. Like, the the rule of transitivity.
No, I hear your tap dance. It's clear. You're no Gregory Hines, but you are tapping a lot.
Hilarious. So,
it's like,
and this has to do. What? Bring this back to the shape of the Earth again.
That's what I was going to go with. Because come up with a claim. Let's follow it to a full conclusion. Okay, no teleporting, tap dancing, hopping like a rabbit. Say your argument. Present when ready.
Earth is a really big ball that has the shape it does because it has lots of mass, and that huge amount of mass doesn't allow for the Earth to be something other than ball-shaped. because of it has to have radial symmetry in 3 dimensions in terms of how everything is falling towards the center, and obviously there are still going to be intermolecular forces and intramolecular forces and so on, and obviously inter and intra atomic forces that are gonna basically resist being completely crushed towards the center of gravity, which is why we still have a physical object.
Here, let me get you something. You do not know what you're talking about.
Okay.
All right?
What are you gonna
Here-
get for me?
Right here. Even inside your own space lore, you are so far off the reservation.
Yeah, it formed from a flat disc-shaped cloud of dust and gas that was really
debunks
wide and big.
what you just said. You said they had to start as a ball and just keep getting to be a bigger and bigger and bigger ball.
What I said.
That's exactly what you just said.
That's not what I said. I said the
It
Earth
started
is.
off as a small ball.
No,
and got bigger.
I never said it started off as a ball. I just said it currently is a ball. Like, you guys just don't listen.
You really don't know what you're talking about. It's
I
embarrassing.
do.
You can't even repeat
And
back.
this is getting boring anyway, so I'm gonna go. I'm gonna actually study some of the science you guys say that isn't real.
Yeah, go study. Study and come back when you're smarter, kid. It's like when they tell you their space lore says all things must be balls, and it tells you actually they start off as flat discs. Oh, that's a dude. He was triggering hardcore yesterday. We're not even in text chat. I said, dude, and they got so upset. They said, you've misgendered me. I'm like, how? How did I misgender you? Because I used the word dude. Dude means city dweller. It's also pretty gender neutral when used on internet jargon. So which gender did I insult of yours? Was it man or woman? Because like it's a gender neutral pronoun. And I linked like ChatGPT agreed with me. Basic, Google it agreed. Still, the idea, the concept of the victim status. So now all of Google is in on it. And all of ChatGPT. All of it. They're all there because dude is really masculine for some reason she can't explain or take questions on. Masculine because it just is. Just wave a magic wand. Well, if you can wave that magic wand, simply unwave it. Do both.
Good morning, Vietnam. Hey guys, when we gonna store NASA? Come on, guys.
Don't need to do nothing. Math alone, okay? Like their spending, NASA spending is so outside of any functional level that math alone is going to fix it. The house of cards is going to fall. That level of spending is not sustainable. and cannot be sustainable.
All right, bro. That's good with me. We're not anarchists. We're
Yeah,
civilized. We're
just let them-
civilized.
Oh, go ahead.
We're civilized people. No, I get your point. No. Violence is not the solution. Be back. Okay, I'm back. Yo, great.
Yeah.
Listen, man. Here's the truth, man. Here's the truth. We're living in alien disclosure. It's imminent. It won't go past October, the end of October. And we all gonna be happy. It's relocation. It's relocation, man. Can you take that? Do you feel it? Did you feel it? Are you feeling this?
Yeah, I feel you, dude.
You feel it?
Yeah, I'm feeling you.
It's really happening. It really happens, bro. It's over.
Is it ogre?
You just gotta hold up. You gotta hold up. You gotta just hold 2 more months, man. The big goddamn spaceship.
Is it ogre or is it
Oh,
over?
it's over.
When's the last time you moved, Big Dumps?
What you say, bunker? What?
Ogre. This is Ogre.
No, it's over. It's really over. It's alien disclosure, 100%. I guarantee you that, man. It's imminent.
When was the
What do you
last
say?
time you went outside?
I'm outside right now.
I'm in my house. I'm in Latin
Talking about
America.
Big Dumps.
I'm in the jungle.
Okay.
I live off grid.
With internet?
Yeah.
The most
I'm near Costa
on-grid,
Rica.
off-grid.
Aliens are real, man. It's real.
Hey, Big Dumps.
What?
Big Dumps.
Yeah, I'm here.
Is that why they've added the sound effects to the Starlink, Star whatever Boeing TV show? Because of what you're saying?
No, man. Yeah, space is space is fake. We.
Are you okay,
It's,
bro?
no. Yeah. It's all fake, but the aliens
What?
are not fake. They're from other dimensions. We're in a realm, bro. We're in a realm. It's dimensional. It works. Space is dimensional. It's like when you're playing a game and you teleport somewhere else. That's exactly how it works. That's how the universe and reality works. You understand? Space is completely fake. They fake it because they don't know how to explain people how the universe actually works. But that's how it works. There's no space. It's fake. We're in some kind of alien experiment, man. Did you get that? Did you get all that?
Hold on. Yeah, it's funny because 5 minutes ago you were happy about it. Now you seem kind of like you're fretting.
No, I'm not happy. That's the way. It's a process. It probably happens in millions and millions of billions of
You said relocation. Everyone's going to be happy. Relocation. Everyone's going to be happy. And now you're fretting about it.
No, it's a colony, a copy of millions of different words like this. That it's a process that they one day they come and we go to
The process was what the Philadelphia 76ers. That's what that was the process.
What happened?
That failed. It failed. The process failed miserably. Yeah.
What process? I don't know that. What is that?
It was the Philadelphia 76ers rebuild plan. They called it the process. Joel Embiid, Ben Simmons. Now they're stuck with this Tobias Harris contract. Now they added old ass PG. Their best player, Maxey. He's not part of the he's not part of the process. But they won't give them the ball. Oh.
We have reached the point, the singularity where it's contact, man. Believe me.
Believe you, bro.
I'm telling you. Take it or leave it. Yeah, space is fake. It might be it's plasma. It's a hologram. It's a projection of the actual universe. It's a TV screen, man.
Just don't call the cartel on us.
Yeah, the sound effects that they're adding to the Boeing space TV show. Does this have anything to do with what you're saying? Because it's quite a coincidence, if not.
It's just space space is we're living in a realm, and then space is completely fake. It's not. To be able to leave these places, you need alien technology that we cannot even understand and comprehend. It's beyond our understanding. You understand? It's aliens.
When you say
But you
alien,
understand
you mean
this.
the government?
I understand it because I'm a fucking.
He understands. He's telling us about something he understands that he doesn't understand. This is good.
I'm a critical thinker, man. I'm an analytical, critical thinker.
Good. You might be thinking too much, my friend.
No, I do. Well, that's how it is. How else it will be?
Yeah,
We get.
we're aware that Earth isn't a ball hurtling through outer space. We get it.
I believe it's flat, but it's flat because
Sir, have you thought about getting sober?
I don't do drugs, sir. I'm not a druggie. Maybe at 10 midnight with a bottle of vodka, I might do smoke some weed, man.
The most intoxicated sober person, the most off the grid, on the grid.
But listen, man. No, you know what it is. I want to know my base reality. That's what I search for. What is base reality, man? That is the answer. What is base reality? I mean, we live in a slave system. There is no doubt about it. We have to go to work. You're a slave. There's no that's about. I mean, what is the base reality? We're some kind of alien experiment, and there. What is it? What is the point? And everything you see, everything is a mystery. Every single thing in the world is a mystery. We don't know where the fuck we are. Why everything a mystery? Like a game? It's a game. Everything is drama and mystery. But I really believe it will reach to the point that okay, yeah, finally, this generation are the ones that are gonna be happy. They go to paradise. I really believe it because everybody. I mean, it's certain that everybody's gonna die, but for some reason, somehow, we are the generation that's gonna make it. We're the lucky ones that are gonna go to the happy paradise. I believe it because it doesn't get any worse. What about that video, man? The guy goes in a boat and he ends up like in paradise. Have you seen that video?
This guy's out in the middle of the jungle, and he tells us it couldn't get any worse. Well, yeah, go to the city. You see this? It's sand. It's going to be in 100 years from now. It's going to be sand. Anyways,
Why does it have to get any worse? Why? I mean, we have the world.
You're out in the middle of the jungle, bro.
We jump from. I used to live in Florida. Listen, we moved from
jungles.
We go from COVID to World War III. It's impossible. It doesn't make any sense. And you know what's the crazy thing? The crazy thing about COVID that it was a miracle, and that's why I'm a big believer. We at the end because there's no way we go from COVID to like Ukraine and Middle East is all fucked up, right? It's impossible, man. It's like, and not just that, they could have put any system in place. While I mean, the world was completely submitted. We were submitted. They could have implemented any system, universal income. They could have even put Jesus Christ. They could have put any fucking system in place.
Yeah, and look what they've done. And look what they've done to you out in the middle of nowhere, crying about alien invasion.
I live here. It's cool. I'm from Latin. I was born in Latin America. I'm from Colombia.
What are you talking about, bro?
I'm talking about they could have.
Yeah, and look what they've done to you.
No, man,
they have you crying about aliens, an alien invasion. You're crying about it.
I believe at the end that's what it is. We're some alien experiment, man.
Yeah, you said everyone will be happy. So what are you crying about it for?
No, I'm not crying about it. I'm just saying. We have 2 months to cry about it because when it happens, we'll be happy. Yeah, I don't go on Discord. I mean, you never come on voice. I don't know. I guess I felt like speaking my mind.
Yeah, that's fine. Are you a fan of sci-fi literature?
Have you thought about getting a therapist?
I look into like Bob Lazar, and all this kind of shit. And Bolasar, like, it's 100% legit. A real scientist, man.
Yeah, you've listened to a lot of Coast to Coast AM, haven't you?
I listen to everything. I go to sleep and I
Yeah.
listen to all. But it's a science. That's a real scientist, man. He worked with the alien. But
Linda Moulton
these are
Howe.
nah.
It's on the same show that you're quoting, and that doesn't seem too pleasant. What she's always babbling about.
In fact, there's some people that are in for the money, but Bob Lazar never made a penny from all of this. Dude, he used to work for the Alamos lab. That alone, just because of that fact that he used to work for, you know what? You know how you need top secret clearances to work for in a laboratory like that. I mean, he's a
Whoa,
scientist. Before that,
whoa, bro.
he's not that he's a scientist. He's a hacker. He used to work for a computer company back in the 1970s that is called Fur something. The guy's a real fucking computer hacker scientist genius. You understand? And he saw that it was wrong that they're keeping this secret from the human race. But they do it because of religion implications. Because some people are gonna flip out. Bon Lazar is a so legit damn man. I listen to everything he said many times. They have antimatter reactors, man. Nah. I really believe it won't pass October, man. No way. Something will happen. What? Breaking up. I guess I like to give people hope. Maybe Jesus Christ is coming. Who knows? I'm not religious. Who is this? You know what I believe? Yo, come here. What?
Yo, someone unmute Soshi.
Why, does he have globe proof?
Someone that's a mod, just do it.
Hi guys, my name is Blake Pontchartrain.
You
Nice
need
to
to
meet all of you.
you need to say, my name is Blake and I'm a glober.
My name's Blake Pontchartrain. I'm a glober. I'm LARPing as a glober.
Welcome, Blake. It's a safe space.
Hey, thank you guys. I appreciate you letting me come by. Have you seen the pictures of Lake Pontchartrain?
We
Or
have.
Soundly? Oh
We
my
have.
god, Tis Globe, right? Tis Globe, right, everybody? Tis Globe.
Don't worry, everybody says that. We're gonna cure you.
I mean, I just couldn't believe it that you could just simply zoom into the curve with the big old telescope from a hotel window, you know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah,
bam, it's right there.
The curve is very measurable.
You could see it with your own eyes. Why did the bridge curve? You know what I mean? Why would the bridge curve at all? If there wasn't a curve of Earth, you know what I mean?
Due to the curvature. That's simple. Welcome to the globe.
Tis Globe, everybody.
Hey, don't be trying to shut down the server. Okay.
Oh my god, are they starting to censor that too? It's funny how you see people on YouTube.
No,
they're like,
no, I'm just saying, this VC is about the shape of the Earth. If you're gonna just clearly demonstrate that this globe.
oh, I
we're
gotcha.
gonna have
Yeah.
to- yeah, that's what I meant.
Let's shove that one under the rug.
Yeah, but hopefully some people are gonna disagree with you, so maybe we can keep the discussion alive.
Does anybody have any kind of actual evidence for their flat Earth claims? I mean, God.
I have some.
All right, my friend. Please go ahead.
If you think about, and I mean this seriously, I'm not just LARPing. If you think about it, for thousands of years, billions of people have lived and died thinking the Earth was flat, and they were not stupid people. They were smarter than you and I, some of them. And this only happened because when you go outside, the Earth seems flat, it looks flat, and it feels stationary as well. When you look at it with your just human, senses without any precision tooling, that's the conclusion you reach, and billions of people have reached that conclusion. So that's my flat Earth argument.
My response to that would be, first of all, have you seen Mr. Not a Professor Dave say and totally prove that people have known for thousands of years since antiquity that the Earth was a globe?
Yes, I am aware of that. But before that, there were thousands of years when they didn't, right?
No, we know since recorded history, everybody says tis globe.
No.
Also,
No.
I mean,
No, that's not true. So prior to around 2,000 years ago, that wasn't the case. And yeah.
And also, I mean, you talk about the movement. I mean, do you feel movement on an airplane? I mean, we all know that the Earth is just moving so perfectly, like
Dude, you're spiraling
inertially
right now.
or non-inertially. That
You're spiraling.
you know that you just can't even feel that movement.
You're spiraling. You asked me what the evidence was for flat Earth. I gave you one piece of evidence. Just accept it. It's good evidence. It was convincing for billions of people for thousands of years. it doesn't mean the Earth is flat. It's just a piece of evidence. The conclusion may be wrong, so just accept it and stop spiraling.
Okay, you're right. I'll try to stop spiraling. But seriously, we can't just tell people to accept things, right? They should go out and confirm things that people say for themselves.
I didn't tell you to accept the conclusion. I told you to accept a piece of evidence, which is actually quite decent.
Do you have any kind of citations for me to peruse this evidence?
A citation that people thought the Earth was flat for thousands of years.
Yeah, because like I said, I have not a Professor Dave claiming everybody's known since antiquity.
Okay, what about before antiquity? What about before antiquity?
I mean, they're just kind of running around. They didn't really document anything, record anything. You know what I mean? So like, we don't really know what they thought. You know what I mean?
What about the Babylonians, the Sumerians, all those guys? Do you think the Earth started 2,000 years ago?
I don't read Sumerian. You know what I mean? So people, it's kind of like when they would show like what was that guy's name? Osama bin Laden. You know what I mean? And they'd be saying he would say a lot of crazy stuff, but I don't speak, Arabic, so they could just be lying to me about what they say.
Dude, you're model afflicted. Okay, I'm gonna go on mute for a bit, but I'll talk to you later.
This is why nobody appreciated Arwen on the Nathan Oakley show. You know what I mean? It's being the devil's advocate, right? Sharpening the steel against steel, right? Told you I'm LARPing as a Glober, right? But this is the crap hole arguments that we get from them, isn't it? You know what I mean? Yeah, but it does take a lot of patience and because like I try to explain to people outside of this debate, right? Like once you start hitting on good points, right? You feel the heat, you feel them all descend upon you to attack you personally, right? They want to discredit anything that you have to say so that nobody will listen to you. And I figured out that usually that's because what you're saying is pretty accurate, right? And they don't want people just going around calmly saying that stuff. So if you're saying a bunch of nonsense, right, they won't get all upset and be like, "Oh my God," whatever. They'll gladly let that pass. But once you start hitting stuff, once you start like DMOC, for example, you know what I mean? They give DMOC so much crap. It's because a lot of times he's speaking facts, and they're like, "Oh my God, DMOC, so stupid." Because they just want to discredit people personally instead of actually addressing the information that they're bringing to the table. So I don't mean to upset anybody, you know what I mean? I do like to I'm trying to have a little fun or whatever, like trying to figure out, like, it's frustrating. Like, how do we move forward from this, right? Because, yeah, you sit here and we talk about it and we debate it and whatever, but I do feel more needs to be done. Very interesting. We got a lot of people listening somewhat. We need to come together. United we stand, divided we fall, gentlemen. Just remember that.
This is all true what you're saying, by the way. So, that's when you lend a good set of arguments or a good logical kind of sequence of arguments, you get attacked very quickly. The only reason why you and I are not muted right now is because it's kind of slow.
Oh, they would mute us for talking like this?
Oh yeah, we're like 30 seconds into our conversation.
That's another thing I find very, very disheartening. You know what I mean? Like, why are we censoring ourselves?
Blake Pontchartrain. It's a good one, dude. I like that.
Yeah,
Thanks, brother.
creative.
It's very creative. I like it.
Well, Glover's asked me if I lived near the lake. That's where I got my name from. Or is it like Louisiana or something like that?
So, like, when did you realize that the Earth was a globe?
You want my honest answer, or do you want me to troll like a Glover?
Honest.
So I mean, basically, you know, kind of like everybody, like you grow up just knowing that the Earth is a globe, right? Because you're told it all your life. In fact, I remember one of like when we were in elementary school, very young, dude. Like we had to make passwords for like this little reading program that we would all do on the computer. Like I remember like making my password globe, right? My password was globe. Isn't that funny? So like, you know, it's odd, like from a very young age, like we're just, you know, fed this information and just told, yeah, that's what is what it is. And then really it was, you know, me always diving into alternative theories to try and see like what's going on with them. Like, I mean, for me personally, it was cannabis, right? There's all this shit talking about cannabis, and yet we allow alcohol freely. You know what I mean? Budweiser commercials all over freaking the Super Bowl, and country music. Every single country music song that was on the radio was freaking advertising alcohol, right? But here we have this cannabis that like this plant that everybody's talking crap about, so bad, all this stuff. And you know, through my use of it and whatever, coming to find out, yeah, a lot of the crap that they're talking is just crap. I don't know if that, I'm not saying weed openly, I don't know if it was the weed specifically using it or just like using it and finding out, seeing the hypocrisy between the two that, you know, opened my mind to seeing other different, seeing the other side of things, right? You watch documentaries all the time about things that they'll show you the other side of. They'll give you like the human perspective of things, when a lot of times people stereotype people as just this or that. They're lazy, they're this.
You're telling me about. I asked you about the globe, and you went off the rails. I
was getting to it. You know what I mean? I was getting.
Yeah.
To it.
Well, did you consider that maybe it's affecting your vision, and that's why you see the Earth curving?
Could be, right? Could be, but I mean, as the cannabis smoker, I've come, you know, to the. I mean, I'm trying to be real with you right now. Like, I, you know, truly know that the Earth is not round. You know what I mean? So
yeah. So tell me this: when in your adult life did you actually internalize that knowledge, other than, you know, just repeat what you were taught at school, which we all do? When did you make that knowledge your own and actually confirmed that it was?
It was probably right around, I want to say like 2019-ish, right? Is when I first actually stepped out to you know, talk about it with other people and like feel, I can confirm this, hold on. And feel confident in the, you know, the information that I was digesting and discerning, and you know what I mean? Like, let's find this thing. Shouldn't be quiet there. Search for Flurf bingo. Because I went on Soundly's. Here you go. This is from 6 years ago, so that will make it maybe like 2018. Oh, sorry, that's the YouTube video talking. It says actually this says December 27th, 2017 is when I was on Soundly show talking to him about it. It was like before I was aware of Discord. They were doing like Google Hangout chats and stuff. But they had already had all that, like, you know, this guy had already been talking about it for a while, you know what I mean? So I think I was kind of late to the game a little bit, but man, that's been going on forever and ever, I guess. Eternal debate of the shape of the earth.
If that's eternal, it's more of an internet meme from like early 2010s, I would think.
Yeah, but when you go back, like you see freaking, you know, the Little House on the Prairie show where they're talking about, you know, that's kind of when they were trying to, you know. Yeah, they got some lady that's like teaching the kids about the globe, and then the evil farmer, old school guy's like, no, we know the Earth is flat. You know what I mean? They try to make it look.
Oh, really? I didn't know
like
that was the show.
And I mean, even with some of the stuff that Witsit talks about, you know what I mean? It seems that this, you know, this whole body of scientific knowledge that was trying to push one thing, but there was always people on the other side trying to say, hey, wait a minute, no, you know what I mean? We know this and that. Like, this is all just theory you guys are pushing. You know what I mean?
That's always true about anything, really. People always do that.
I mean, you think about it, like, I can definitely remember times, you know, not specifically, but I'm sure there was times where, like, it got brought up, like, oh, people still think the Earth is flat, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? And then this time, you know, when you had the people that were given the information or whatever, and you actually look at it and not just laugh at it. I mean, even though, like I said, I think everybody kind of laughs at it because that's what we're taught to do, right? But if you take the time to look at it, it's, you know, a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, man. You know,
So you saw it.
Someone was saying here the other day that when people started using balloons in Europe, you know, got serious about ballooning, some people were resisting that and saying, hey, humans are not meant to fly. You know, this is ungodly to go and fly in the air. So people always resist change, I guess, and they resist. Yeah, that's it. They just resist.
Daz, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was gonna say. So you got the, you know, the flat Earth video just like appear in your suggestion box. Is that right? And you're like, what the hell's this?
Pretty much, yeah. It's kind of fuzzy, to be honest with you. I think the Eric Dubé thing might have been one of the first things that the 100 proofs or whatever. You know what I mean? Looked at it.
But you're already into conspiracy and stuff.
Right. Yeah. I was already into like looking at alternative theories and stuff.
Yeah, me too.
Seeing the full picture. Or trying to understand the other side, right? I was hoping, honestly, that it would be false and that it would kind of help to correct my brain, like set my brain on balance. Because I'm like, you know, all these conspiracies that we talk that you look into, and you're like, man, this is nuts. It's like maybe this one will set me back on track to be normal or something like that.
When it hit me, I just sort of, you know, put my head in my hands and just went, oh, you know, this can't be true. Sort of things like, you know, it's almost like, oh, great, thanks a lot, you know, Just when you think things are getting normal.
The rabbit hole
So
does
I
get
wasn't,
a lot deeper.
I wasn't happy
Sorry.
about it, sort of thing. But yeah.
It's crazy, right? Because you mentioned that about how and I get this thrown at me a lot by like my brother and my friend the other day, like, oh, everything can't be fake, right? But then they're perfectly willing to accept the idea that this is all just a simulation, right? What? So everything can't be fake, but this may all be a simulation where everything is fake. Somebody explain that
Yeah.
logic to me.
Because the simulation concept talks about something else. It doesn't talk about individual things. It talks about the underlying mechanism of the world being some kind of computer program.
It's still fake.
Yeah, sure, but it's I'm just explaining the logic.
But also, everything can be fake. It's pretty funny.
It's kind of like every movie that you watch is fake. Like those things are not actual events. When you watch a Marvel movie, it's all fake. But it's not strange. You accept that it's fake end to end.
Just like, and in the same way, it's like when you watch the news and it's been cut to the agenda of whoever owns the broadcasting company, and it's fake. It's not what actually happened. It's not 100% true. It's a bit, and then they move on to the next.
Yeah, little parts of
that. But Peter, that to me is one of the key parts about this conversation, about the ground. Because they've always hid land, dude. Like, you've seen so many maps, and I know that you see continents bigger or large, like larger, smaller, depending on what king decided that they wanted the map to look like. They've always done this.
Quite to the contrary, when Europeans were discovering new land, they were mapping it and publishing those maps like crazy.
But you understand that Africa was like resized multiple times, right? And it has nothing to do with like, the thing that you're trying to say. There's no innocence behind it. It has to do with hiding land.
Yeah. So how did Europeans know the true? How did Europeans know the true shape of Africa? Walk me through it.
Kings and cannonballs.
Kings and cannonballs. Mm-hmm. Have Europeans?
You circumnavigate it and you draw a cartoon. You circumnavigate an area and you draw a cartoon. You pay somebody to do it.
And then you immediately open source that cartoon.
Yeah, but for your people though, specifically, even though others may see it, it's specifically for the people of
the library.
What I'm saying is for the people of the culture, of the nation, the country, whatever, the empire, for that person's people.
Yes, there was no Wikipedia back then, so you would put it in the library, and whoever could come to the library and could read, which was very few people, could look at the map. Yeah.
So it is an approved form of government propaganda, then, to orchestrate the faith of the population. When I use the word propaganda, I specifically mean the orchestration of faith, which is the etymological meaning of it. So I'm saying to orchestrate the faith of the population. They gave something that has certain connotations on it that even connect from government, church, and state, because they combined both together, the crown and their beliefs. So this is all very much controlled political propaganda distributed. They distribute it to the people, man.
So the maps of the new land being discovered were propaganda.
The age of exploration encouragement is really the goal of that specific propaganda. Like, we need people to go out and go find some stuff.
Yeah, we did. We went, we found a lot of stuff, we stole a lot of stuff, we enslaved some people, it was profitable.
And that was the reason for the propaganda. Profits. It's always about the money.
Of course, don't you think the Vikings had propaganda to encourage people to go to Greenland? Why do you think they called it Greenland?
Yeah, so my point, I just want to get to my point before it derails. My point is just that it is under control for a specific reason, because these people who do run the nations don't want to lose that control. They want to enhance it. Well, if you want to streamline something in order to make it more efficient, then you need to have all the control that you can.
Yeah, but what is under control right now?
Everything everyone knows. Like, they at least attempt to control it, obviously. So then it is up to everyone knows. Well, for everything that exists, there also is a psyop for that thing. So then one must be wary and actually separate, divide righteously the truth from the pseudo bullshit. We got a lot to filter through. You know how things are, and it's not always lies. Sometimes people are just simply mistaken.
Who did this to you, man?
Life existing within this place.
Somehow I feel like someone played a role in you spiraling down this ridiculous well of absurdity.
It's not a spiral. I guess when you leave the propaganda aspects of things, people do tend to. It's more like this. I understand history. It repeats itself. For those who don't know it, they're doomed to repeat it. And there's nothing new under the sun. It's the same old bullshit with a different flavor. And if you look through history, it really is.
Well, that's not very surprising, is it? Since it's the same Earth and the same human beings living on it.
And the same goals and aspirations. Harness the energy of people in order to acquire A, B, and C.
Of course. Why would it be any different? It'd be creepy if it were not the case.
It's exhausting to have hope that it can be different.
Well, we gotta do our best at individual level and for the betterment of ourselves and the people around us. That's all we can do.
Peter, you can be a little snarky and cheeky sometimes, but I do actually like hearing you speak to people sometimes because of the way you do. And Matthew learns as well. Like, there's other people who come in defending the globe and they act like complete and utter assholes, and you guys are pleasant to be around.
Thank you, thank you.
I act pretty pleasantly,
I
don't
know I'm an asshole. I know I'm an asshole, but like I really do.
You have less of a filter than Matthew does.
Well,
Did you
yeah.
summon Matthew, or did you just see that he was in here? Is that what
I just noticed he jumped in right as I was saying that, and I'm like, there's a perfect example as well.
Hey, Matthew. Apparently, you and I are the nice Glovers.
Okay, well, that's good to hear.
Oh, actually, I consider the word nice to be a bit offensive. I would say that both of y'all know how to be kind. Nice is ignorant, reserved, scrupulous, fastidious, etc. Kind is the innate order of things. So, y'all know how to be kind.
God damn, bro! Like, there's so much.
Branch.
Oh, hey, Branch. Welcome.
Bro, like, there's so much like outside noise when you talk.
I'm sorry. I'll turn my AC off and just be hot.
Your AC makes that much noise?
Yeah, we can understand you, okay?
We get it, but that's like some AC system and stuff.
My microphone's too good. I'm sorry. I can smash the microphone and make it worse, I guess.
You have noise suppression on?
I don't know. Let's just talk. Who gives a fuck?
Okay.
Problem solved.
What do you think, bro? I think like what matters the most about people is love. Do you love people?
If you love, then you'll also hate, because for the people that you love, you're going to hate anything that could hurt them. So true love hates that which could take away the thing that you love. Or the person, place, or thing you love. Because love is a very broad spectrum.
I mean, you're completely right. Like, sometimes I think that the best thing to do for people is just kill them all.
Well, I'm going to have to mute you now, Branch.
Mute him. Yeah, mute him.
And I think that you should probably go have a nap.
Why would you say something like that, Branch?
Honestly, I'm
welcome you in. Sorry, buddy.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, John. What were you gonna say?
I'm gonna say I gotta grab his ID now. You can't say shit like that, dude.
So Matthew, apparently there's new photos. Blake has new photos of Lake. I can't say that name. Pontchartrain. Apparently they proved the globe.
I'm a big fan of like freedom of speech and all, but like I can definitely see like instigating violence. You know what I mean? We shouldn't tolerate that.
Can we get back to the ground, please? It was all non sequitur anyway.
Yeah. Word. Yep.
Hey Blake, did you put those photos in the chat when we were talking earlier? The ones that prove the globe, Tis globe.
I can put them in there for you if you want.
Well, if they prove the globe, yeah, that'd be useful.
We get some in my globe file here. Here we go. This is a pretty one. That's a pretty good one. Right here. Boom. Bam. Globe. Here's another one.
Oh man. What a...
Bam. That's globe, definitely.
It is.
Let me see what else.
Look at Greenland. Look at Greenland being so tiny. I'm sure Greenland is upset when you show it on the globe. It experiences shrinkage in relation to its representation on the Mercator projection map.
Is the actual wink wink picture of the globe, you know what I mean? When those guys went to that moon, you know, how many years ago now, and we haven't been back with the technology that couldn't, you know, calculate better than like a desk calculator nowadays. Yeah, they did that though with all the aluminum foil on the moon lander. And somehow they, you know, carried that golf cart to build. Like, where was that thing sitting?
Yeah, is that the 1972 blue marble? Looks like it. Just treated up a little bit. Yeah. You know, in the original negative, Africa is upside down.
Is that how negatives work?
Oh yeah, you orient your camera somehow, and it captures whichever orientation it was.
This negative's an inversion of the color, though, and it has to be reverted back to the original form of the color.
No.
Are you talking about negatives with photography, anyway?
And negative is
like the way that
not. It's not called a negative because it's upside down.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a negative because the colors are inverted, and you have to then revert them back to the original colors.
Yeah. But if you look, if you Google 1972 blue marble, whatever original frame, you'll see that Africa is upside down.
And I'd say it is photoshopped because it has to be.
You guys always ask for a ship upside down, and I'm giving you the whole continent upside down. How awesome is that?
Well, you see, we lost that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back. So, you know,
what do you mean? Seven nations have landed on the moon.
7 nations did a shitty job at making a moon landing video.
I'm gonna fight them off. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back, baby.
Damn right. In fact, can you please list me all 7 of those, and I'll investigate all 7 of those nations, because a 7-nation army can't hold me back.
I volunteer my time.
United States, Russia, China, India, European Space Agency, I think that's 5, Japan, and your favorite, Israel.
Okay, what was the date that Russia landed on the moon?
Probably.
I see here in August 2023, Russia's Luna 25 probe supposedly crashed into the moon surface, marking the end of the mission. This failure raises questions about the future of Russia's space program.
Yeah, the first one was basically they claimed that they shot the moon accidentally.
That was really that was hilarious when they crashed. But their first landing was in '66.
You know what I find really ironic about that, though, is like if you compare Russian aviation to American aviation, they are so far ahead of us. They had thrust vectoring way before we ever put. You can laugh about it. They had thrust vectoring way before we ever put that on the F-22, and they build their fighter jets like tanks, right? So they can land like a MiG or an Su-27 on the runway without the landing gear, with the landing gear stuck up, right? That they can take out some cranes, jack it up, Get the landing gear out and take that plane back off. Try that with an F-16, an F-22, an F-18, anything that we have. I guarantee you. No.
But you could
And
try
in
that
fact,
with
an
a-
F-16 pilot was quoted when after seeing these guys. This was like back in the 80s or something. After seeing how these guys fly and the stuff that they can do, there was a reporter that said, "Hey, if you ever came up against these guys, what would you do?" His response: eject.
Dude, my father is a retired Air Force pilot who flew on MiGs. Okay, so I know a little bit about that.
Oh, you know, because your father, who worked for the government and clearly would have a bias about, saying that American airplanes are way better than Russia, when clearly you can see the technology and who's
He
advanced.
flew Commie MiGs, brother. He flew with the Russians. He trained with the Russians. And then he trained with the Americans.
Would you like me to give you a little dum-dum lollipop like freaking they give you at the bank? What does that mean?
Yes.
That means everything that
I'll
I
look
said is
into-
not true?
Yeah, you're just spouting like BS, like I Google it type of knowledge about military aviation.
Absolutely not. I've known way before Google was in existence that thrust vectoring came from Russia before it was ever put on the F-22. Would you like to prove me wrong?
No, would you like to list all the stealth fighters currently in the service of the
That's because
Russian
America
Air Force?
realized they couldn't go head to head against the more advanced fighter craft. So they said, we have to figure out how to hide our planes and shoot people from way far away, because we can never take these guys on head to head, because they knew
Yes.
how far advanced they were.
That's true. And guess what that means?
That means we're pussies.
Yes, it means we're gonna shoot them before they even get to see us and deploy their thrust vectoring.
So we're basically
You know,
like, like we
do you know
complained
that if
about the
you combine-
Iraqis during the Iraqi invasion. Like, they're all hiding. Like, they're not actually out there in freaking uniform fighting. You know what I mean? So we have to go and knock everybody's house in to, for freedom. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So we basically deployed that whole tactic in the air. Like, like we talk shit
that's
about
smart.
other people.
You know that today, if you combined the French Air Force, the British Air Force, and maybe gave them one more country like Denmark or the Netherlands or Sweden, that would be enough to overwhelm Russian Air Force without U.S. involvement.
I was doing some research on thrust vectoring. What did you say?
If France, Great Britain, and let's say Sweden decided to go and destroy the Russian Air Force, they would be able to do that on their own without the American
I
involvement.
highly doubt that. I mean,
I
you
know,
can
I'm
make
not-
that claim
I'm
all
not
you want.
convinced.
Why don't they do it
Yeah,
then? You know,
Because they don't want a war.
you seem very deeply involved in these, political ideology conflicts. You got a lot of knowledge there, sir.
I know we're on politics server, but the real form of this conversation should lead us back to the ground at some point.
Okay, let's go back. So my dad said when he flew the airplane, he didn't have to dip every few miles. He didn't have to dip the nose. But he also believed the Earth was round. So I don't know what to make out of that. What do you guys think? Why do airplanes not dip their noses when they fly?
Well, it'd be hard to tell, wouldn't it? Because the largest airplane on Earth, flying at Mach 1, would need to dip its nose 0.02 inches.
Yeah, that's not much.
I don't make nose dipping claims.
And an aircraft does dip its nose when it flies. I don't know if you guys know this. They have an artificial horizon, and they can go below and above it. You know what I mean?
I was gonna say the only nose dipping type stuff that's happening is to orient the vehicle itself and keep it level while it's moving. But that's to correct for shit like the Atmos, the fucking wind. You hit wind going fast enough, that shit will knock you out if you're not like flying right.
Actually, it's turbulence is lower at high speeds.
That's my point. Is it's like the corrections that are done are usually for local shit that's happening right there around the plane.
That's true. Hey, what's the correction, Matthew, at 2 Mach? Because my dad used to fly at 2 Mach.
Yeah, it depends on the length of the airplane. So, it's still the same angle down.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't depend on the speed.
He also explained to me that to maintain level flight, basically you just had to balance out all the forces acting on the airplane, and it would follow that the same what's the word? Altitude, the same altitude because of the air pressure there.
To me, a more compelling argument is all of the PDFs, like all the files for documents from NASA and other agencies that treat the Earth as a flat stationary plane while flying. So all these pilot documents that exist that refer to that, that's a better discussion than plain dip nose down. You can get a lot more done talking about the actual documents than imagining what could or couldn't be.
What do you think they mean by saying that it's an assumption, a simplifying assumption for making the math easier?
I think that when one goes to make math for anything, they have certain assumptions they must make in order to form their calculations, estimates and stuff.
So when they include things like we assume a flat Earth and a rigid airframe and a constant mass for the airplane, which of those?
Observation.
Yeah, which of those things are actually true?
It's based on like the status quo observations, like what one deems to be normal.
No, I'm saying in that example there were 3 assumptions. Which of those
measurements? I would say the measurements become true because then you can go from assumption to we know this based off of these data points.
Well, Matthew, if we could address them one by one, and we can skip over the flat, assuming the flat stationary Earth for a second. When they say we assume it's a rigid aircraft, right? What's your issue with it?
No aircraft is rigid.
Right. Aluminum.
Of course,
bends.
right. But of course, it's not, bending to a point of extreme,
Yeah,
breakage.
but it's bending a lot. But the frame is bending a lot under G's. In a commercial airplane, if you look through the window, you'll see how much the wings can bend. No aircraft is a rigid frame, and it's
whole
actually
plane or the wings.
Whole plane too. Depends on the G's. You can brake. It's calling brake. You can brake an F-16.
Yeah,
if you
I know
overheat.
there's a stress limit, right? There's a max. What's the freaking term? But
for an F-16,
whatever.
it's 9 G's. But if you go like 10 G's, you're gonna physically damage the aircraft.
So, for all intents and purposes, it's
And
remaining
clearly,
pretty much the same shape, right? You know what I mean? Until it
Clearly,
gets
a mass
that
of an airplane,
stress
mass of an
limit of
airplane
the
is not
airframe
constant.
to where it is going to crack, right?
Every pilot knows that the mass of their airplane does not remain constant.
Oh, but the metals are flexing. Oh, it's not
Guys,
fixed. Oh, yes, it is fixed because it's not a fucking rotary wing.
It is not a rigid airframe, and all aircraft designers account for it in the final design. The mass of a plane changes through flight significantly. An airliner, for example, cannot land with its original mass at takeoff if it's fully fueled and needs to dump fuel. And the properties of the airplane change through flight as its mass changes. And pilots constantly manage, for example, fuel distribution so their center of gravity doesn't go out of whack. All of these are basic facts about aviation that any nerd
regardless of the flexibility of the plane, it's still going to fly towards a flat and level horizon.
The point about the rigid thing is that's an assumption. It's an untrue assumption that makes the math easier. The constant mass is also an untrue assumption that makes the math easier. So we say, well, the fact that they say we assume a flat Earth is also an untrue assumption that makes the math easier.
But that right there is the problem, right? And that's why I said let's address each one at one time instead of you just rattling off, right? Because no, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
So number one, I'm sorry. Am I speaking, Peter? You need to learn some manners, sir.
You're spiraling.
Do you mind going on mute while I'm speaking, please? Because clearly you can't hold your tongue.
Please carry on.
So that's why I said let's go through all of them point by point and discuss them before we just rattle them all off and compare them as all being, well. So we just assume it to make the math easier. Like I can give you right the rigidity, right? But I mean that's because hey, guess what? That plane is basically staying the same shape as it's flying, right?
Bingo.
So it would make the math easier, right? But to get to just right to the point, so I'm not waffling on here, right? The Earth being flat or round would definitely affect how that plane needs to operate in the air, and therefore you can't just simplify that math and say, well, it's just good enough, right? To to just write it off. That's basically.
And you never do in the final design. You never do. You just make those simplifications to study certain isolated aspects of the design.
I can promise you that all planes, right, up until very recently, only used a mechanical gyro to orient itself on the surface of the Earth before it took off. And once that mechanical gyro was disengaged from the surface, once that plane was off, it had no way to know what the surface was doing as that plane was flying, right? It was just maintaining orientation from when it was on the ground.
That's how the gyro works.
Yep, and that's why we know it's
gyro
flat.
doesn't have little eyeballs to look at the Earth and figure out where it is. And gyro just spins. It does not know where it is. It doesn't even know it is on Earth. It doesn't even know what Earth is.
Well, that's why they orient it on the ground, sir. That's why when you
have
turn
to
on
orient
your
it.
little plane and you hear that winding going on, that's your gyro orienting itself,
Yeah.
right?
You said you wanted to go through those things one by one. Then you gave us like a really lengthy rant, and now you're talking about
So
gyros.
you tried to tell me that you already had, right? And you constantly wanted to interrupt me, and I tried to, just summarize my point very simply for people who can discern as I'm still talking, and you want to interrupt me. For people who can discern
Say
for
you will
themselves,
persevere.
and
persevere.
as you still continue to want to talk through me. Isn't that funny? That's why I love
think-
Nathan Ugly,
I
bro.
think you're
That
styling
funding you too.
yourself after
And remember
Muggery.
what I said before? When you're on point and saying things that are actually true, they're going to come and attack you as much as they can to try and get you off, to try and make you think that, oh, this guy's wrong, this guy's crazy, he doesn't know what he's
Blake,
talking
you're going
about.
meta.
This
Make a
guy's
point.
stupid."
Get it over with.
Sorry, buddy, go.
Hey, hey Blake, does the mass of an airplane change during flight?
That's
Did
a
he
good
spiral?
question. Again, that's something that's been contested. We've been talking about like the math when it comes to how much that fuel weighs and how long these distances, the plane and all that, where it's being loaded, all that. You know what I mean? I never loaded an airplane up
What a
with fuel.
long
So
answer. What a
I don't
long
know.
answer.
Yeah, I mean,
an airliner.
sorry, things aren't really, yes and no like you'd like them to
Yeah.
be. It's
Oh, they're
really,
not. So when
black and
they
white. There's plenty of colors in the world.
a fully fueled 747 as it flies from LA to Tokyo, does it change its mass during flight?
I have a suspicion, very little, right? I have a
Very little.
suspicion that very little mass is changed, right?
How many gallons of fuel do you think a 747 carries?
From what I'm told, turbine engines feed off of air, right? Like,
I knew
the
it, I knew
F-14 had a freaking
Jet fuel hoax. Here we go, people.
Oh,
this is an aviation expert who believes in the jet fuel hoax. For those of you who don't know,
in it.
that's
Look
a
at him
certain
trying to
hoax on Twitter.
straw man me, right? And now you're gonna try to explain. This is what I'm talking about. You're doing exactly what I'm talking about.
We're going to talk about anything but flat Earth. Cool.
Jet fuel
all right.
hoax.
I mean,
nice.
all
You guys are dumb. Every flat earther is dumb.
I love all you guys, but this is why I don't participate, man. Because you guys cater to this compartmentalization BS, censor ourselves. Like, this is all a game, bro, and you guys are just playing into it. Have a great day. Love you.
Oh, 1 second. It's not like that. He already left. It's because I see rabbits being chased all fucking day, and it's circling around the conversation instead of getting to the point about anything, and this room has a purpose. Sorry, go ahead, Tactical Droid. I think you were trying to say something, bro.
Yeah, no, dude, shut up, because he's just running his mouth.
Who else here believes in the jet fuel hoax?
Your mom.
She does not. Don't be shy. It's a safe space. Just tell us.
It's weird you think you've accomplished something just by knowing that fuel, as it runs out, changes the weight on the plane. Like, why do you think you've done something here? Who cares? Talk
I've
about something
exposed one
interesting.
jet fuel hoaxer.
Talk about something more interesting. Or are you just not
Let's talk
interesting?
about the shape of the Earth.
Maybe it's because you're not interesting. Why do people like
That's
you get a
why.
platform to speak? You're so dumb.
That's why I like to hang out with people that are smarter than me, like you.
Yeah, they say that you should try to hang out with smarter people than yourself, right? Is that what you're doing
That's
today?
what I'm doing. Yeah.
All right, then. You probably think Earth is flat, low key, deep in your heart somewhere. Like, that's why you have so much interest, right?
I woke up today thinking it could be flat.
That happens every once in a while. It's okay, man.
Yeah, that's why first thing, I got a cup of coffee and I jumped onto this VC.
Why do you think you question the globe? Like, what do you think isn't truly validating the globe that is supposed to be evidence of it?
I'm a free thinker, so I constantly think freely and I question myself.
For me, it's the fact that they promote their ISS videos and they're using fisheye on the ISS. And they claim that they're looking at Earth curve.
Yeah.
That's a kicker for me. Yeah. It's not cool.
Yeah, for me, it's Neil deGrasse Tyson. I think he's a psyop.
That's true. He definitely is. Hold on.
Hey, Rich, do you have any globe proof?
You guys didn't even catch what I did there. I'm kind of disappointed. Did anybody catch what I just did? Yes or no? Tactical droid, did you hear what I said to Peter? What you say? Hey, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah, tactical droid. Can you hear me? Man, did anybody hear what I said to Peter and had him saying that the Earth is flat? Did anybody hear that? What the fuck, man?
Yeah, Peter's been trending flat.
That dude's really a flat earther.
We'll see.
So you suspect he's a flat earther? Sorry. Go ahead, bro.
He was pinned in February.
Go ahead, bro.
This was going to turn into a globe, and here he is, a flat earther.
Let's see if the same thing works on Matthew. Yo, Matthew.
What's up?
Hey, do you ever feel like, like these images from space, they're not entirely giving us the 100% truth, and that they could be putting in more effort towards the truth and they don't?
No, I've never thought that.
I think about like fisheye lenses on the ISS and like the live feed constantly showing too much curvature, curved arms on the space station. Where's like the hard effort to show the Earth?
It doesn't exist. They put those cameras there to see certain things like the ISS or the work that the astronauts are doing. They don't put those cameras there to prove the shape of the Earth. NASA is like 0% interested in trying to convince anybody that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah.
Damn.
I mean, why doesn't your cell phone have a little EM meter on it so you can tell that the signals coming out of it are actually Wi-Fi signals to prove that to disprove all of those radio wave deniers that that your cell phone is actually using radio waves. Well, because nobody cares, right? I don't need proof that my cell phone is using Wi-Fi or cell phone signals.
The same thing. Different frequency. That's it.
What about the moon landing? What about like the space race against Russia? When Russia claimed they landed on the moon first with a rover? That felt like not 100%, right?
I don't think it was a rover. I think it was just sort of they wanted to soft land and take some pictures. It wasn't for a while that before people made rovers. So again, none of that seems. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. During the Cold War, there was kind of like this war of like propaganda back and forth, but I don't think that the moon landing was part of it.
They had to get a leg up on Russia because they claimed to have landed on the moon. Okay, let's put a man on the moon and do something even more spectacular. But
right. We wanted to win this. Yeah. We wanted to win the space race. That's for sure. Because Russia was the first to put an artificial satellite with Sputnik.
Sorry, what? I'm on the side of the road. My bad.
Say it again.
Yeah, just thinking about, cold, hard evidence from space of the Earth being a globe. It's like, you're right, man. They're not trying to do that, but I don't know. I'm thinking, why not?
Because sufficient evidence exists for that, so they don't need any more. So, for example, most Americans use GPS fairly often, at least once a week. Since the 80s, people have been using satellite TV that depends on geosynchronous or geostationary satellites broadcasting a satellite TV signal. So, there's been sufficient evidence for a long time.
Because my TV has a channel, therefore Earth.
No, I'm talking about the 1980s, where those 6-foot diameter parabolic directional antennas, the satellite TV antennas. Remember those? If you have to aim those at a very specific spot in the sky where the satellite is in order to get a signal. I mean, obviously now most people get their TV through the internet.
But there would be no way that was a radio signal similar to how your car gets a radio signal. You just got to get it from a specific source because it's not projecting from all directions, right?
No, it is like it is a car signal. It is like your car.
Yeah. My car tells me sound. My TV tells me images and sounds.
Your car antenna for getting FM and AM is a omnidirectional antenna because it can receive from any direction. Satellite signals are so weak that you need to amplify them with parabolic directional antennas. Especially in the 80s, they had these 6-foot diameter antennas. That's what I'm talking about. And you had to aim those very precisely, or else you wouldn't get a signal.
But that came from space, not from something on the ground for sure, right?
Right, because they're aimed into space, not on the ground.
So my bunny ears are pointing into space.
Your bunny ears are not directional, so they're not pointing anywhere.
But my bunny ears gave me TV channels too, right?
They can give you local broadcast channels, that's right.
Shit. But suddenly I need a dish to point into a specific direction.
Not suddenly, just you've always needed a directional antenna for receiving satellite signals, like the ones I posted at 5 past the hour.
So if I want my bunny ears to pick up a local channel, I've got to orient my bunny ears in order to get the local channel. But whenever I get a satellite dish, I got to point it in a specific direction to get the specific channel, right? Because they're not a local station.
Satellite needs to be pointed at a specific satellite, which broadcasts many channels. Your bunny ears do change how much they pick up as you rotate them slightly, but basically they're designed as omnidirectional antennas. But the satellite has to be pointed at a specific place where the broadcast is coming from. And you can see in the image that I posted, they're pointed straight up into the sky at that location.
Okay. Because a signal being sent horizontally would have to come down
No, these are receiving signals. They're concentrating a signal. These are parabolic antennas concentrating a signal coming from above, and so the signal is coming from above, up in the sky somewhere.
So signal from above, meaning it's coming from a flying object?
Not flying, but in orbit. Geostationary satellite broadcast transmitters are on geostationary satellites, 25,000 miles above the equator.
Okay. So how does AM work? Does it not send up to come back down?
AM signals are, local broadcasts, and they're non-directional. You can kind of like get them from anywhere. That's why they're used in for air traffic control, because the closer you are, the stronger the signal.
But they're all coming from electromagnetic waves, right?
Yeah, that's what radio
Different
waves are.
frequencies. They're all
Right.
coming from different frequencies.
Right, exactly. I mean, even
Okay.
light is in that same spectrum. Light, radio waves, AM, FM, satellite, 5G, cell phone towers, Wi-Fi, all that.
So then, when people put up balloons to try and give you internet for your phones or your house, balloons float away. You got to wait for another balloon to come around to give you your internet again. Is it not the case that they're just sending electromagnetic waves off to flying objects in order for the flying objects to give you that same signal down on the ground?
There were some early experiments with, putting metal balloons up in the atmosphere to see how much radio signal could be bounced off that. Problem is that the balloons, if they're in the atmosphere, they don't stay put because of the jet stream and all that type of thing. And then Google Loon also did some experiments like that. But all of that's beside the point. I'm talking about satellite TV transmitters that stay stationary for years and decades at a time since the 80s.
Yeah. Why would it not be the case that it's a stationary tower transmitting the frequency into the air, and you point your dish into the direction of where the receiver, where
Like it's bouncing off the air up there somewhere, off of the firmament or something?
sure, but you would emit your signal, but then you'd have to point it in a direction so that you could receive the signal because it's specific. It's not just like permeating through the air.
Yeah,
Like
there are
radio.
some. No, you're right. There are some radio waves that bounce off the ionosphere. The ionosphere is stronger, and those bounces are stronger at nighttime. It's a little bit harder to do during the daytime. But those are unreliable because they're based on what the atmosphere is doing, and so it's not super reliable. Not reliable enough to like have broadcast satellite TV.
Well, I remember we would be watching TV. We would get some mean rain come around, and then the TV wouldn't be able to give us any signal. So are you telling me that the air is causing my signal to come in and out?
Right. If there's too much water in the atmosphere between you and the TV transmitter, then that could degrade the signal. So it
And then
depends on how far you
also,
are too.
whenever I was working radios for the Army, whenever they would give us a manual, they would also tell us to be mindful of the weather conditions because the water in the air would also affect our radio signals.
Right.
So I don't know how you're isolating that it's specifically the satellite floating in a thermodynamics violation.
Oh, it's not.
Rather than
It's not a
it could just,
violation.
some alternate method, and they're just claiming it's this metal can floating in a vacuum.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So let's look at the two possibilities. Either it's a geostationary satellite working exactly as described by the people who designed it and launched it, and it matches exactly where they say it is. Or there's some other kind of like mysterious bouncing off of atmosphere that we don't really understand. Some kind of transmitters that don't work. That I'm just reluctant to make up a whole bunch of crap to try and describe how satellite TV works when we have a good explanation from the designers who made it.
To say that you got to make up some shit. I'm saying we've already
Yeah,
got.
no, I'm saying you're making up a whole bunch of
this happen using ground-based or balloons. You're
balloons
saying
move.
it's not balloons. You're saying it's not ground-based towers working in this way. You're saying it's specifically metal cans flying around in a vacuum of outer space around a big ball.
Right. That's exactly what it is. That's how it's designed. That's how it works, and that's why they're aimed at a specific spot in the sky. And if you move them even 1 degree, the signal degrades.
Yeah, and if you had to point into the direction of something that was ground based and you moved it by 1 degree, you would also lose signal from it because you're not allowing it to function the way it was designed.
Right. Now these aren't ground based because we're pointing into the sky.
I'm saying also could be balloons. I'm saying it doesn't necessarily mean that it's big can in vacuum of outer space. You
Well, what
say
is the
no,
purpose of the
necessarily the
ground
case,
base?
big can vacuum outer space.
Okay, yeah, no, so you're right. The only thing that these satellite antennas show is that there's some signal coming from a specific spot in the sky. It doesn't say what causes that signal. It could be bouncing off of some firmament, or it could be some metal can in geostationary orbit, or it could be some balloon that somehow doesn't move in the jet stream. It's just always hanging out there for decades on end. So you're right. It merely says, hey, we're receiving signals from this specific direction for years at a time, and if we move it 1 degree, it doesn't work.
Yeah. That's why I say if you're looking in a direction to pick up a signal, then you're picking up a signal from something that doesn't move for decades on end. It's not balloon because balloon doesn't stay stationary. So then it's ground-based tower putting out signal and you're picking up the signal, right? If it is the case that you lose signal based on satellite, moving object in the sky going away from you, then could be balloon, right?
Yeah, so there are 3 possibilities. It's either bouncing off of something, the firmament, or bouncing off a balloon, or coming from space somehow. And you're saying if it's not ground-based, then it has to be a balloon, but I say forgetting the third one.
I'm saying if outer space vacuum thermodynamics violation, then no possible way can in space is cause of TV.
Oh, yeah, you're right. If space were a thermodynamics violation, then there wouldn't be any way for that to exist. However, the existence of outer space is not a second law of thermodynamics violation. It's very clearly possible and plausible.
Why?
Because the weight of air is sufficient to describe atmospheric pressure without a container.
What is weight?
Weight is the description of something having a tendency to go towards the ground.
Why does it tend to go towards the ground?
Oh, that's a separate question. Why is this a complicated question? I'm talking about the existence of weight. You and I both agree that weight exists. Now, we might argue about where it comes from, but I'm saying that the mere fact that weight exists is sufficient.
Yes. So then, what is your cause of weight?
So you want to change the question and ask about why weight exists?
Yes.
Weight exists because of gravity.
What is gravity?
Gravity.
Wait, okay, hold on, Matthew. You're getting away from the idea that there's a violation here. So
right. Yeah, but
so what is the violation that prevents this?
Oh, I thought no. He wanted to change the subject about why weight exists instead of
right. Well, if he agrees that if there's weight that's not a violation, then you can move on. But I don't think he's agreed to that.
No, I don't have a problem with weight. I'm asking about cause of weight. You're now saying,
but you agree that if air has weight, you agree that if air has weight, that's not a violation of any thermodynamics, right?
Your necessary cause would have to tell me if it is or is not. If you're going to say that, well, oxygen is a little bit lighter than carbon dioxide, therefore the carbon dioxide can sit underneath the oxygen and still oxygen doesn't run off into space because oxygen has weight. You're just making a baseless claim and asserting that it's not a thermodynamics violation when you're not actually giving me an example as to why it's not.
Does oxygen have weight? Air, which is mostly nitrogen, but let's say oxygen or
and if oxygen has weight, if carbon dioxide has weight, if the air that you're breathing has weight, how does that equal Earth is globe?
Okay, so so Matthew, that was my point. He's moving the topic to gravity, but he hasn't agreed that there's not a thermodynamics violation. So he's just throwing a red herring in here.
No, I'm asking how. Not red herring. We was having a long conversation until Duckface decided to speak.
No, you're moving the
Yes,
conversation
you
to a different
moving the
topic without
conversation.
having resolved the first topic.
He asked me, "Do you want to change?" I said yes, and then now Duckface has opinion.
Duckface
Does
has
Duckface
facts.
want to talk to Matthew?
I'll let Matt. I will agree. It was sort of rude to jump in the middle there. I just I don't like when people move on, try and gish gallop.
We're not trying to gish gallop. We're trying to get to the bottom of this. And I'm having a conversation, and Duckface wants to speak.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about whatever. What topic would you like to talk about?
Why wait? What is wait?
The tendency for
We
things to fall
already
down.
said that weight is like its tendency to push down. What is the cause of tendency to push down? We're going to say gravity.
Right.
What is gravity? What is cause?
That's the name we give that tendency.
Yes. What is the cause?
Why does gravity exist? I don't know.
No, the cause. Because if you know the cause, then you can say, well, this is the reason why we don't have a thermodynamics violation. But if you're just going to assert that it's not,
Oh no,
you
yeah,
know?
I'm saying I don't know the cause. I'm saying, but that doesn't prevent us from like understanding the effect very well. I mean, it's 9.8 meters per second squared. That's easy to measure the effect.
Yeah, and if you was underwater, what would the rate of fall be? Would it change? Would the average change?
Yeah, a basketball or a cannonball underwater still has a pull of 9.8 meters per second squared in the downward direction.
The basketball underwater would fall 9.8 meters per second squared.
Oh no, it wouldn't fall that much because buoyancy would overwhelm it. And same thing with the cannonball, the buoyancy actually would affect it underwater too.
Oh, well, that's why I asked. What if we change the medium? And now you're saying, well, we have the medium change, but the ball is not going to act the same as the other object.
Yeah, because
Cannonball.
you're adding more forces, like buoyant force will affect.
Oh, well, we're trying to isolate cause, right? If
Oh,
you were just,
I don't know what the cause is.
oh, well, then how do you know that this cause is not causing?
I was saying that we know the weight exists and we can measure the weight really carefully and accurately. So we know that weight exists. That's the effect. Even if we don't know the cause, we can still understand the effect very, very precisely.
Need 10 minutes to conduct business.
Sounds good.
The effect of what?
The effect of things falling down. So we observe things falling down, and what things have weight, and so we typically call that gravity. And so the question is, where does gravity come from? Well, it's a good question, but we know what it does, even if we don't know where it comes from or why it exists. I mean, there are several competing stories, right? Like mass attracting mass is one of them, that sort of Newtonian idea. Curved space-time with all these complicated equations that I don't understand from general relativity and Einstein. So, yeah, those are things I don't know much about.
What about just relative density?
That's
like
insufficient.
Things fall because they're just heavy. They're heavy in the air, so they just fall.
Yeah, but that's insufficient to explain why a wooden block on a steel table still pushes on the table, because the wooden block is less dense than the steel table, but it still has weight.
Yeah, some things are more dense than others. Heavier, have more weight or whatever. I mean, there's no need for mass attracting mass or any of this sort of magical nonsense. Like, if mass, then mass attracts mass. It's not science. Or space-time. But yeah, what's wrong with just relative density? To explain it.
You don't need gravity on a flat Earth because all of your gases are contained by the dome. But on a globe, there is no dome, and there's gravity.
Gravity doesn't contain
I wanted to
gas,
ask Matthew.
dude.
Ask Matthew. Matthew.
Gravity doesn't contain gas, dude.
I'm asking Matthew a question, dude. The gases are produced in the Earth, right?
Some of them are like oxygen from the rainforest and stuff like that.
All right, one sec.
Oxygen may be produced, but it's only exchanged, right, for carbon dioxide, and carbon dioxide is only about 2% of the atmosphere.
Yeah.
I have a funny argument, but I'm trying to like make it at the moment.
You know what I find amusing, Matthew, is that the pressure gradient follows an inverse square law. It's always really, really find amusing.
Yep. I mean, I think the pressure gradient is clear evidence that air has weight and has a downward bias. So I think there's that. I mean, even in the room
No,
you're
it
sitting
doesn't.
in.
Air gas expands in all directions. It doesn't have a downward
doesn't.
bias. How does it get up into the air?
So if you
If
take
it has a downward bias, it's just double speak.
If you take a sensitive barometer and measure the air pressure at the top of the room you're sitting in versus the floor of the room you're sitting in, there is a pressure gradient, and that's due to the slight downward bias of the molecules in the air.
That's just not correct.
It is correct. Try it with a barometer. I promise you it'll be true.
Gas doesn't have weight. It expands in all directions.
No, it doesn't. That's why the
Anything
pressure at the
gets to the
ceiling
top
is
of
less
an
than the
airframe.
pressure at the floor.
So how does the gas get up to the ceiling in the first instance?
It expands in all
Just
directions
doublespeak.
with a
It expands in all
slight downward bias.
Hold on, Matthew. Let me. He just said something. He said so. You would say the gas doesn't have weight.
It doesn't appear to have weight. It doesn't behave like it has weight.
What is the weight?
Expands in
And this is an example from Peter.
But it
Can you
expands
tell
in
me
all directions?
Hold on. Can you tell me the weight of a full scuba tank versus an empty scuba tank? It should be the same, right?
I've gone through this, dude. But gas expands in all directions.
What is the weight of a full scuba tank? Does a full scuba tank weigh more or the same as an empty scuba tank?
So, as I was saying, when you cut me off, so gas expands in all directions. It doesn't have a downward vector. It expands in all directions. And will fill available volume.
But not equally. There's a slight downward bias.
Yeah, because Earth's a dynamic system. And the gas is created at the ground. So there's more at the ground.
I'm talking even in a closed container. This is true. Even in a closed container, there's a gradient.
That's right. You can have a gradient because the gas is produced at the ground.
I'm talking about a sealed container where it's not being produced. A sealed container with no gas.
Well, how about a
produced.
bottle garden? A bottle garden has pressure gradient.
I don't know what a bottle garden is.
But just a single gas in a empty container, yeah, it's probably going to equalize. But
no, it won't. It will have
it's a dynamic system.
It will have a gradient. Even in a single gas in a closed container has a gradient. Question is why? The answer is because there's a slight downward bias.
No, it doesn't.
So you're denying
There's
that
no
pressure
downward bias in
gradients
gas.
exist?
Now you're denying gas law.
No, I'm asking a question. I'm asking you a question.
But
Is there a pressure gradient in a closed container?
So pressure gradient. So you need pressure. So you need a container to have a pressure gradient.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. In the container, a sealed container, is there a pressure gradient? Yes or no?
Well, in a dynamic system, yeah, you can have a pressure gradient.
I'm talking about a non-dynamic system with just a single gas inside of a sealed container. Is there a
Yeah,
pressure
single
gradient?
gas will just fill the container.
Equally, or with a gradient?
No, it should fill it equally. Gas doesn't
And
have
yet,
weight, so it wouldn't
and yet,
have a gradient.
and yet it
But
doesn't.
if it's a gradient, that means
Experimentally, we
it's
know
some
that it
gas.
doesn't.
So some gas goes down and some doesn't.
I mean, it fills the
Selective-
container, but it has a
selective
slight
gravity.
downward bias, like I've been saying.
Hey, Matthew.
But if a gas had a downward bias, it would all go down and fill the
No.
bottom of the container.
No, that's not
yeah,
true. It's a slight downward bias, not a complete. It's not falling to the
no,
ground.
a slight downward bias. No.
Hey, Matthew.
Yeah.
I put a link in the side chat where a video where I actually measured the weight of air in a big stainless steel pot, and then I pumped the air out, and you can see that the weight of the pot went down when I pumped the air out, and it went back up when I let the air in.
Yeah, so the gas, when you fill the container, the gas is pressing out on all directions inside the container. So when you put it on the scale, it's going to register because it's pressing out on all the walls of the container, like a balloon. So yeah, so that'll appear to have more weight, but it doesn't have actual weight. It's just you're just getting a reading from the gas pressing on the container. That's it. Some gas doesn't have weight.
But it's pressing on all sides equally.
Yeah, it's pressing on all sides equally.
So it should be pressing up as much as it's pressing. It should be pressing up as much as it's pressing down. Why does it weigh more?
That's right. It pressure's out in all directions, including down. So it's pressing
Including
down.
up. So the up should the
pressing
pressure
up.
up.
That's
The up,
down.
The pressure up, which is equal to the down, should cancel out. So, but a full gas container weighs more than an empty one. Yeah, sorry, there's a square circle there somewhere.
No, the gas at the bottom is pressing against the container, so the bottom is pressing against the scales.
Yes, and is the gas pressing against the top too in equal force?
Yeah, it's pressing at the bottom as well.
Right.
Yes,
where the scales
I will grant
are.
you it's
That's why it's
pressing at the
getting
bottom.
a reading.
I will.
So it's
I will
getting a
grant you
reading
the gas is pressing at the bottom, but it's also pressing at the top with equal force.
Yes, pressing all over. Yeah.
Right. So why does it weigh more with a full container than an empty one?
So it's pressing at the bottom as well, where the scales are.
So let's look at the.
You can't be this stupid.
No, you're right. It's pressing on the.
Scales
It's
are on
pressing
the
on the
ground.
bottom.
Oh, I can totally be this stupid.
Oh man, so the gas molecules are pressing on the bottom of the container as well. So it's going to register on the scales.
Yeah, so it presses on the bottom of the scale some, and it presses on the top of the scale some. So would you say it presses more on the bottom, or more on the top, or the
Presses equally
equal
all
amount?
over. Like a balloon, it just presses out, it just expands out equally.
So it
all
equals
directions.
out. The pressure, the amount it presses on the top container of the container equals to the bottom of the container.
Yeah, but the scales are at the bottom. You put it on top of the scales.
It's a ball, he said.
So we should be able to put a scale on the top and get the same reading. So if we turn the scale over, put it on the top.
If it's pressing, it's pressing up. So yeah, it should get a reading.
Okay. So if I put
But I don't know
one
if you're
scale on
going to
the
put
bottom,
a
one scale
scale
on the top, it
upside
should be
down.
the same.
That's gonna. Well, I know if you're going to just put a scale upside down on a gas bottle, good luck. But that's the explanation. It's just pressing out in all directions, including the bottom, which is touching the scale. But you need to be showing me gas without the container. So you're showing me with gas in a container.
I'm
You gotta
standing
show me
outside.
one without containment.
I've been walking for miles. There's no container. I ain't walking to a glass wall, dude.
So
Breathing.
So that's solved for you. That does the gas container getting heavier? Finally solved.
Think about this. What if I blow smoke into a vacuum? Like, does the gas have weight there? You know, everything accelerates downward on Earth. Is the gas going to expand in the vacuum, or what do you think is going to happen there?
So what happens if you open the vacuum chamber? What happens to the vacuum? Does it just sit there? Or does the gas just fill the vacuum instantly?
Imagine I blow smoke into a box and seal it, or whatever. It's like
So it just
smoking
fills space.
very on Earth, right? The vacuum on
No
the
space.
surface.
So
You
gas
just
fills space. Gas fills the vacuum. If you open the vacuum chamber, gas
Yeah.
just
What if you
rushes
had
into it.
like helium balloons in a vacuum chamber? What would happen? Would they float or would they sink?
Helium balloons in a vacuum
Yeah,
chamber.
that's better. Oh, yeah. Helium balloon
Well,
in a
that's
vacuum. Not going to rise or
That's
fall.
it at the
Which is it?
bottom. That's it at the bottom. Because if it's a vacuum chamber,
Because there is no gas
then the rubber
density.
of the balloon is going to be heavier than
force.
the vacuum.
Oh, man.
So it'll sit at the bottom.
Oh, man.
But the helium inside the balloon will still be pressing out in all directions.
So hold on. I want to go back to something you said there. The weight of the helium is greater than that of the vacuum. That's true. Are you saying vacuum has weight?
Well, the balloon itself is heavier than the
Right, but
vacuum.
for buoyancy to work,
And the air in the vacuum,
there has to be a weight
to the vacuum.
No, I mean,
But
for
yeah,
buoyancy to
helium.
work,
I don't know. I don't know if helium is actually lighter than a vacuum, but nevertheless, it would probably sink. But the gas still expands in all directions inside the balloon.
It sinks because of gravity.
No, it just sinks because of relative density. The balloon is just
okay.
Denser than the air in the
Because of
vacuum.
gravity.
No, you haven't got any. That's just you haven't got any evidence of gravity. But, relative density is gravity. You can call relative density gravity if you like. It's called specific gravity. So it's not quite true that we don't believe in gravity. We do. I would agree with you.
Yeah, you just don't
Specific
understand gravity.
Which is not magical rocks and magical moon dust magnetizing seawater. You nutcase.
Bro, why are so many
Heavier than
Australians
the area
fucking
around.
flat earthers, dude? It makes us look so retarded on the international stage.
It's funny when it all boils down to space time. Everyone starts chuckling.
I'm not chuckling. Is that Larry? I'm not chuckling.
No,
yeah, don't worry. Listen, dude. Leighton Hewitt has made Aussies legendary forever. So just relax. Your standing in the world is just fine.
I mean, you've been listening.
Thanks, Leighton.
Now
Thanks for reminding us of Leighton.
Not working.
Hey, Daz, do you believe in God?
Well, Leighton's a legend.
I'd just forgotten him, dude. Now you reminded me of him. Oh, God, I have to relive all this embarrassment.
So you don't
Yeah, I
believe in
believe in
God?
God.
You're an atheist? Oh.
No, I
So
believe
why
in
do you
God.
believe in the magic of God, but not the magic of gravity?
Is evidence of God?
What if
Is evidence of a creator?
What
Is
if
evidence of
gravity is just
creator?
a miracle from God?
I don't think so. I don't think moon
That's
rock
possible. It's possible,
is
though.
magnetized. I don't think seawater is magnetized to moon rock. Okay?
Why not?
That's
God can make that
crazy.
happen, no?
That's nutty.
Yeah, but God
Rocks
can make it
aren't
happen.
attracted to other rocks.
It's
Yeah.
also nutty for Jesus to be rose from the dead. But nutty things
Yeah,
happen.
but it's even nutty is that people were there to see it and document it.
Yeah,
That's the nuttiest
we're able
part.
to see and document gravity. We know exactly
Where?
the effects
Gravity?
that gravity
No.
has on objects. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, get some moon rock and then put a drop of some seawater next to it. And I want to see the seawater crawling along the bench towards the moon rock.
But are you
Okay?
denying that we can see the effects of and test gravity? Are you denying that?
You can see the effects of gravity. No,
Yeah.
well, you need to
No?
prove the effect.
We have actually. I posted a video in the chat where
No, you haven't proven what
Absolutely,
the effect
I
of
have.
gravity is.
Well, because
You
in
need to very
the video I
manipulate.
sent, two items with very different densities fall at the same exact rate. How is that possible if it's just density?
The feather and the bowling ball.
Yep.
Not that. But you serious, dude? You putting up that?
Well, you said it was density that's
God.
causing items to drop. Wouldn't you agree that the bowling
Just
ball
wait,
is more
just
dense than the
wait.
feather?
Yeah, bowling ball falls faster than a feather, dude.
Did
Yeah.
you see the video?
And I saw the dodgy as hell video, dude. There's no way I'll believe that in a million years. It's dodgy.
Oh, dude! Wait, no. This
Fake
is
video.
perfect. This is perfect. We can literally do
Fucking
this. We can
dodgy
we
shit,
can
dude.
prove
No.
this.
So 9.8 is an average. So yeah, a bowling ball is going to fall fucking much faster than a
Yeah,
fucking
but you see it
feather.
before and after.
Are
You
you
see it before and after
stupid?
in that
Hold
video.
on. Hold on.
It's so the
Guys, you
video is
realize-
so dodgy.
Hold on. You realize
Don't you
in several
think it's
science
dodgy?
museums. Hold on. You realize in several science museums around the world, and I've seen one at the Air and Space Museum in Washington D.C. They actually have this live. You can do it. They show it. It's an exhibit there.
You can show me as many times as you want. A feather doesn't fall the same rate as a bowling ball. That is just retarded.
So you won't see a video or
Seriously
visit
retarded.
a place where you can see a demonstration, but you believe in a 2,000-year-old myth without any evidence.
No, I don't need. No, I don't need. Well, that video was dodgy for one thing. Okay, it was totally dodgy. There's no widescreen. There's no shot of the objects falling. It was just an extreme close-up in slow motion.
The second video,
Give me a break.
has literally exactly what you described.
It cuts
Wires
to a
that
wide
show
shot.
the drop. Bowling ball and feathers falling in vacuum. They drop from a wire on an automated system in a vacuum.
Well, it's the 9.8, as far as I understand, is a average. So things, obviously, things heavier fall faster than things
you wanna watch that
lighter
second
that
one
have
that I
air
linked?
resistance. A feather has air resistance, you know. A feather floats, doesn't just fall.
How about that one? How about that one? I just
Bizarre.
linked the.
I mean,
You know what's
it's
that
so, if it falls in a vacuum, it will. I don't know.
It
I haven't
falls
seen
at
it
the
fall
same exact
the
speed.
same rate in a vacuum.
Talking to yourself, or do you
Definitely.
want to like watch the video that I linked?
They don't fall at the same rate
That's the same one I
in nature,
linked.
which is what we're talking about. Show
Yeah,
me
but
them
we're
falling at
not.
the
We're
same rate in
measuring a
nature.
natural phenomena, which is gravity. What do you
Yeah,
mean
can
in
you show
nature?
them?
We do see it in nature. If you look into space, you see the effects of gravity as well.
If you
Perfectly
look
aligns
into
with what we see
space, you see
with
the
this
effects
experiment.
of gravity.
Yes, you do.
What's the cause of gravity?
Well, that's a different question.
Gravity.
Space time.
Gravity.
I mean, there's a bunch of different theories.
Gravity. Yeah, it's gravity. Gravity causes gravity.
Well, that's a different question. But there's no question that gravity exists. You're asking why does it exist? I don't know.
I don't know. So it doesn't exist then.
So do you know who your
You got
great
no cause.
Daz?
You got
let me
no
ask you,
cause for your
do you know
effect of shit falling.
Do you know who your great grandfather is?
Not a fish, dickhead.
No.
Or a
I'm not saying
monkey.
that. I'm just no. I'm saying it's a person. Do you know who it is though?
I didn't think that men evolved from apes, but now I'm starting to think there could be a possibility.
Oh, so you don't know who your great grandfather is. So you don't exist.
How the fuck do I know, dude?
So you don't
Where's the
exist.
end- where's the edge of-
Yeah.
You
Where's
don't
the edge
exist.
of the globe?
No.
Where's
You
the
don't
edge?
know who your great grandfather is. So you don't exist. Is that logical to you?
No, that's stupid.
It is stupid. I agree.
Mm-mm.
Be-
Yeah, you're really
because
dumb.
we don't know
Thing that
why
you
gravity originated doesn't mean
That's
gravity
not what
doesn't
he's
exist.
You have no,
saying, Grandpa.
no scientific
He's
evidence of gravity.
asking you. He's
There is,
asking you
actually.
what's the cause.
I told you I
Right?
don't know
He's
the
not asking
cause.
you. why or who his great grandpappy
Okay,
is.
what's the cause for God?
So you
What's
have
the
no
cause
cause.
for God?
So God doesn't exist?
God doesn't require a cause.
So God doesn't exist?
God exists, but
gravity
doesn't require a cause.
So gravity doesn't require a cause, then.
There's more evidence for God than gravity, okay?
No, dude, I can't, bro. I can't.
So funny.
Go
Grandpa
triggered. I know.
Fiddle, you're a
Go
better man
triggered.
than me. Like, I cannot
I
interact
know
with
your
people like this for
religion.
that long.
Your
I have
religion
so
of
much
gravity.
exhaustion.
You have a religion. You have a religious belief
There's
in
more
gravity,
evidence
right?
for
You have a
God
religious
than
belief.
gravity. That takes the cake for the dumbest thing I've heard a
Yeah, there
flat
is.
earther ever say.
It's so
Well, there is. Well, prove gravity. What causes gravity?
No, that
So
is
prove
the
God.
dumbest thing.
What proves?
Goodbye.
What causes gravity? It's bye, dude.
Wait, no, I want to hear the evidence for
Rachel,
God, then. Prove God. Show me a
No,
video
you
showing
go
God.
to this room. Go prove God another room. This room is for Earth flat. Prove Earth glob.
I must admit, I did bring up flat Earth in an atheist debate, in an atheist room, which is probably a bit, probably should stick to rooms. But yeah, it was funny. The reaction was priceless. They went ape. But yeah, that's probably not fair to do that. As fun as it may be. But yeah, you got no scientific evidence of gravity, no cause, no
So because we don't know the
verified
cause
of the
we
phenomena.
can't
You haven't
detect
even
that
got a
it exists?
phenomena.
Oh, we do, though. What
You don't even
was
have
in
a
that
phenomena.
video
No,
that
you
I
don't even
sent?
have a phenomena, really.
That is the phenomena, actually. The video I sent. That
You
the
don't have a
items are
phenomena, though.
falling in a near vacuum. Yes, that is the phenomena.
Things falling is not a phenomena, dude.
Oh, what is it then?
Yeah? If you pick up something and
What's
drop
the
it, it's not a
definition of
phenomena.
phenomena? What's the definition of phenomena?
Not picking up something and dropping it. That's not a phenomena, dude. Yeah?
So that's not a significant fact of life. That's
Not
not a
really. It's
phenomenon.
not a phenomena.
Oh, okay.
It's
So
not a
what is it
phenomenon
then?
picking up something and dropping it.
What
It's
is
picking
that?
up something and dropping it.
What?
Who caused it?
It's
You.
definitely not space-time.
It's not a phenomena. The fact that things fall when you drop them.
I wouldn't think so. No, just picking up something and
Okay.
dropping it. What's
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
phenomenal
so
about that?
you're not a very good scientist then. You see that and you go, ugh, we don't have to test this. This is just.
I'm not a good scientist, dude. What's
I
the
see that.
observed phenomena for gravity?
The fact that when you pick things up, the fact that when
What's
you
the
pick things
independent
up and drop
variable?
them, they fall. That's the phenomena.
Well,
What's
let go of a
independent variable
helium
in the
balloon,
experiment?
Grandpa.
Well, I showed you an experiment if you look at the video.
He said,
Yes, I don't know what an experiment is either. Okay,
So
that's
did you watch the video?
No,
Or are
he
you
said
ignoring the video?
gravity real because balloon fall in vacuum. Because balloons
Come on,
fall in
Gramps.
vacuum,
It wasn't a
gravity
balloon,
real.
so that proves that you didn't see the video. Thank you for proving.
No, but he's been saying with mouth. With mouth, he said balloons fall in vacuum.
So how do you explain it then without gravity? Things just
Space-time?
fall.
That's space-time, Grandpa? Come on,
Is
Gramps.
that what I asked about?
You're talking about gravity. Yeah, space-time.
Well, that's
Yeah.
the cause. A
Come on,
theory for
Gramps.
what causes gravity.
What, space-time creates space-time?
The whole discussion is not about what causes gravity; it's whether it exists or not.
No,
You're saying
yes,
it does not
gravitation
exist. I'm saying it
is how
exists.
what caused gravity. Gravity, what caused gravity? That is the cause. That is the question.
So once
Dude,
again,
you're trying to prove space-time, and you're talking about picking shit up and dropping it when you're supposed to be telling us about space-time, Grandpa.
once again, because you can't tell me who
Wake
your
up.
great grandfather is, you don't exist. That's the logic you're using right now.
No.
No, Grandpa, cause. Okay, what is cause of boat float? Buoyancy is cause of boat float. See how I do that? I ask, what is cause of gravity? You say, my great grandpa is unknown, therefore gravity unknown. No.
Yeah, you're asking
But
where it
I'm saying
originated from. That is what literally what
no.
you're asking. Yeah.
No, bro.
What is cause of gravity? What is cause of 9-volt batteries zap my tongue when I stick it? We're not asking where did the battery come from. Was it
I'm
Duracell
asking you, what is the
energized?
cause for something falling? We're asking different questions then. The cause of something
picked it
falling
up.
is gravity. What is the cause of gravity? I don't know. Those are
It's
two
because you
separate
picked it
questions.
up, Einstein.
There's the answer. I don't know. That's
So
a good
you,
answer.
so you don't have
So,
any
you
answer there.
know,
At least I'm giving some answer. You have zero answer.
Because you
space
picked
time
it
still
up.
causes things to fall. Things
Wake
still
up,
fall
Grandpa.
as they would in reality, with the
What?
space time being the reason for it. So
Oh,
nothing
Lord,
changes.
Okay,
dude.
so what is the cause of space-time?
Delusional.
What is the cause of space-time?
Some
Are you asking me?
yeah, a couple guys that went
Or
wild on
whoever's saying
chalkboards.
space-time.
Some chalkboard
The
warriors.
cause of space time. I don't know how to answer that. Mass.
But
I don't
I'm
know.
being asked to say the
Space-time
cause of
curves.
gravity, and gravity is apparently not a good
No, I'm
answer.
asking you if that's what you're saying that is, because you're talking about picking shit up and dropping it, and I'm asking you, is that space time?
Maybe. I mean, that's still a
In
theory. I don't know
Einstein's
how
theory,
confident we
It
are.
sounds like you
theory,
picked
yeah,
yourself
space-time
up and
causes
dropped
that.
yourself on the head, Grandpa.
He asked a question, let him answer. But yeah, in Einstein's theory, space-time is the cause of that
He's not
observation.
answering.
No,
Let him answer.
No,
You're going to answer for him?
that's a good answer. But what I'm saying is, I don't know what the consensus is, or how much evidence we have for space
So
time.
what are you
I think it's pretty high.
belly aching about then,
The
Grandpa?
fact that gravity is something that we observe, and I don't need to know
Space-time?
the explanation for what gravity is in order
You're
to say that
observing
gravity is what we're
space-time, huh?
observing. Yeah, I mean,
It's all relative,
we
yet
pretty
you're
much are.
observing
Yeah,
it. It's all relative, and here you are observing it.
it's all. Yeah,
You got a
that's what
better
an
theory?
observation is.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got
What
a better
do you
theory,
think an
Opa?
observation is?
Are you okay, Callie?
You got a better theory?
You're not
For
giving
what?
any theories.
For what?
Why do things fall?
Because you picked them up.
So that's a
not a
better
theory.
theory than our theory.
Is that not why a pencil falls back to the table?
Don't be
You
so
picked
wound
it
up,
up.
man.
That
Come on,
is
man.
not why. That is literally not why. Because you picked them
So
up.
it's space time.
So why, when you pick them up, do they fall? That's the question. Your answer is
They
because
don't.
they fall.
They don't until you let go
Yeah,
of
my
it.
answer is circular.
You picked it up. You let it go. It fell.
So
That's not
what about
descriptive of the phenomenon.
what about when a
There's
pencil
an actual
rolls
phenomena. You
off of
picking
the
it up,
desk?
it's not the only reason things are going to fall. Right? Things fall from
What
trees.
about when a pencil rolls off the table? Are you serious, dude?
Yeah, I didn't pick anything up in
Well,
that
saying
case.
Okay,
things fall because
when have
you
you
picked it
seen a
up is
pencil
not
roll off the
sufficient
table?
theory.
Okay, when have you seen a pencil roll off the table that something hadn't interacted with it to make it roll off the table?
All the time.
That's
Have
a
you ever
weird
seen a pencil roll
You're an
off?
idiot then. You're imagining. You're imagining
You've
things.
never
then.
seen something just
What are you
roll off?
imagining right now? What are you imagining causes gravity? I want to know.
I'm trying to figure out. I'm wondering if the thing that you've imagined that rolls pencils off of the tables is in the room with you right now. That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, every time I take a step and I feel like, the pressure on my feet against the ground, I know something's pulling me towards the earth.
Dude, it's because you picked up your foot.
No, dude,
man.
you
That's
people
the
have
reason.
lost your minds.
No, I'm standing still. I'm
You
not
people have
floating away.
lost
Why am I
your
not
minds.
flying away, old boss? Come on,
How do you
old
weigh
boss. Why am I not
yourself?
flying away right now?
Because you're more dense than the surrounding air, Einstein.
How does a scale work?
Wow, so I'm not flying away because the air is holding me down? Wow.
No, I didn't say
I
the
thought
air
air had
holding
no
you
weight.
down. I said you are more dense than the surrounding air.
That's an amazing claim.
Go
That's an
to
amazing
the
claim,
Dead
right?
Sea and you'll feel like a cork. Roll
I
your
like this
gamer
claim.
chair to the Dead Sea and float like a cork.
And pencils spontaneously flying off of tables. Good one, Gramps.
Have you lived on this earth? You've never seen things. I mean, obviously, it's due to vibrations that are happening in the room, but it's not something that you could easily identify all the time.
Well, let Gramps figure that out because he thinks it's a non-existent ghost.
Your claim was it's
Not
because
even-
I
not
picked
even
it
a
up.
ghost.
In that case, am I picking up a pencil and rolling it off? You said because I
Oh, my
picked it
Lord,
up.
dude.
That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, and then you started talking about pencils that were sitting on tables.
Absolutely, yeah. How can you explain that? I didn't
Yeah,
pick
well,
up the
they're gonna
pencil.
stay there. They're gonna sit there until the table rots.
Yeah, and then what? The table rots, and then what?
Yeah,
Falls
ashes
off,
to
right?
ashes, dust to dust.
How does it?
Yeah,
how
it
does
falls
fall
apart.
off?
Entropy.
If I didn't pick it up, entropy.
Yeah, that once the table dissolves to dust, the pencil probably beat it to it. But yeah,
What? What?
yeah. What do you mean? What?
Pencil dissolves to dust?
Haven't you ever seen that show like 250 Years After Humans, where they showed the jungle retaking cities? No, I haven't seen that one. I only watch Alien Invasion on Discovery.
I want to know what makes things go down in your mind.
Dude, it just goes down, man. Obviously.
Well, if the object
It
is
just
more
is
dense
what it is.
than the
It just
medium,
is.
yeah,
You know,
the
just
mystery
go with it,
solved.
bro. It is.
Not your wife.
It just is, man.
Oh, here comes the Coke parade.
No, there's an
Well,
actual
we're the ones
sufficient
coping.
explanation for why things go down on Earth. Like we have a good explanation.
Yes,
We have the math
Grandpa,
to
you're
prove it.
coping, homeboy.
So what's your reason, Haas? You haven't
And
given us one.
how does this help you guys hold on to this water ball ideology anyways?
Well, gravity's holding the water ball together. That's why.
Space time?
Gravity.
Space time.
Sure. Let's
Okay.
go with that.
Okay. Cool imagination, bro. What you seem to be talking about is mass attracting mass. So go ahead and show us a demonstration of that.
Oh, I did actually. If you watch that video that I posted.
No, bro. No. Show us mass attracting mass.
Oh yeah,
You
like I
think
said,
it's
I
the
did.
whole thing.
If you watch that video,
Your vacuum chamber.
Yo, old Hoss. So you said the air's holding me down, but what's holding the air down?
That's not what I said. You said,
Am I roboting or is he?
Nah, he's roboting, bro. We can't hear you at all, Haas.
Okay, just keep talking even though you're roboting. Yeah.
We can't hear a word you're saying.
So I'm just thinking about it, it's almost like, you think about the bottom of the ocean, like these like deep sea creatures that are very light. And if they were to go any higher in the ocean, they would disintegrate. So like, is that like kind of like the context of the air holding down people on Earth? Like I'm just under the pressure of the air. I don't know. I'm trying to see if that's what it is.
I like how we're the closed-minded ones for having a, or no, we're not closed-minded. We're believing in magic for having some sort of explanation for things falling.
What's a way we can disprove that the weight of the air is not what's causing gravity?
Hey, guys, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, anyways, what I said, Callie, I never said that the air is holding you down. You asked why you weren't floating away. Remember that?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's because your skeleton and your immense muscle structure in your gamer chair is more dense than the spot on, huh?
It's funny.
It's spot on. It's funny because it's true. So yeah, because you're able to reach over for your Doritos and they haven't floated away, it's because the Doritos are more dense than the air as well. Yeah, so you guys think you've accomplished something by denying relative density. I don't know what that is, but good luck.
Well, we're not the ones denying it though, because in the video I posted,
I wasn't talking to you, Grandpa.
Well, he posted the same video.
Learn some manners, old man.
The feather and the bowling ball.
Hold on, I know you guys like talking.
Densities.
Listen, I know you guys like talking for each other, but learn some manners, Gramps. Yeah, and your vacuum chamber, Grandpa, has nothing to do with nature. Show us mass attracting mass due to space-time or whatever spell you want to utter. Show us that out in the real world, bro. Don't just point to, I saw a picture on a textbook of a blue marble, and therefore gravity forms planets. I mean,
So
Grandpa,
is that video not taking place in the real world?
Senile.
I sense you think that's not the real world. What is it then? What world is it?
Yeah,
What
that's man-made,
world does that
right?
video take place in?
Hey, Grandpa, are you one of these people that wants to tell me that things that are man-made is nature?
Things that are man-made is nature.
Is that the road you're going down, old man?
I mean, I guess it depends on how you're using the word nature.
Okay, I guess it does, doesn't it? Do you understand what is something that's man-made? What does that mean to you, Grandpa?
Well, here's the thing. I mean, we could observe it in nature.
The senile old man you're feigning to be.
It's natural. It's not supernatural if we make something.
Why does it matter that he's an old man?
Yeah, it's man-made. Yeah, hold on, Callie.
Is it natural or supernatural?
Are you guys the two-headed monster on Sesame Street that talks for each other? Completes each
Is two
other's.
people
Are you
too much for you?
married?
You can't deal with it.
Yeah, this
No, are you guys married or something? No, are you married? I'll
Is
make
this
a
too
full
much for
both
you?
of you. No, I'll make a full both of you.
the other way around, I guess.
Three people
No.
talking in a conversation. Normal stuff.
It's a group chat,
Callie.
man.
Well,
It's not a
you should love
debate.
the chaos. Yeah, that's fine. You should love the chaos.
What causes density?
Well, whatever this depends on the structure of the object, bro. Like a cork in a bowling ball Have you ever
Right.
cut
So all these
anything open?
conventions we have to
Hey,
explain mass
Valley,
and
have you
weight
ever
and
cut
density
anything
and
open?
gravity. Like you got to depend on that for your understanding of it. Apparently, there's this new fancy convention that better explains what gravity and weight and density means. I'm just curious. I'm trying to inquire.
No, yeah,
Explanation is it just
get
is.
relative density just fine. It's you who wants to say relative density is some byproduct of space time.
Yeah,
That's your
density is a
that's your
result of
nonsense.
gravity. Density is a
That's your
result of gravity,
nonsense. Does it, Callie? Does it make you feel better for you and Grandpa to chant this bullshit?
man. You don't gotta be getting wound up about it, man.
No,
Just
I'm
talk.
not wound up, homeboy. I'm just. Does it make you feel better chanting this bullshit?
You do sound pretty wound up.
I'm just.
No.
I'm
So
just
do you,
walking. I'm
Gramps.
just walking around listening to
Yeah,
this.
you sound
Show me mass
constipated,
attracting mass
Gramps. Add
and
in
call
a
it by
prune
space
or
time.
two.
All right, interrupt to point out that he's old again. Like, what the fuck?
Hey, this is a group call.
That's funny, man. You gotta laugh sometimes. I had a funny argument for Matthew, but he left.
Sounds like your
All right,
lighter
so
needs
air
more
pressure. Oh, gee.
Yeah, something. I had success though, eventual success.
Just get a Zippo.
Yeah, I've got one, but every time I use it, I lose it. So I have it found right now, so I'm going to keep it that way.
Hey, old boss, you want to hear my argument for Matthew Lawrence?
Yeah, let's hear it, Voodoo Ball.
Okay, so I asked him if gases are produced in or on the Earth, right? And he said, yes. So if Earth doesn't have a container and mass is the center of the Earth, then water, like, what's the argument for like how it got there? Like, how did the Earth attract the type of mass that would produce gases to create an atmosphere?
Big icy
There's something along those lines.
water on Earth.
Yeah, they say that water is not natural to Earth or something, right? Like it's like some fine tuning, something going on. So the idea is the mass of the Earth is attracting matter to its center. Meanwhile, it requires there to be an atmosphere being produced by the gases on Earth. So it's just, I don't know, it's just a circular thing that I think is on. I got a better for that argument.
You would have thought that the moon could have shared in on some of that water. Oh wait, it boils away and then freezes and boils away and freezes.
Right.
Right.
Water on the moon. Right? Yeah. Yeah, water.
You're roboting Voodoo Ball. Voodoo Ball. Now it's you who's roboting.
Or maybe it all just got pulled.
Now it's you who's roboting. That's okay.
Oh, sorry.
So, if Earth open system released to outer space, where does matter in Earth come from if matter in Earth escaped to space?
What's funny is when these things all started, these Discord servers and the I don't know, various different whatever form they were in at the time, Google chats and whatnot. I truly think that, well, I thought that people would be kind of interested, or, that's interesting, hadn't thought of that, or, I should look into, but no, what it's turned into is Callie, Gramps, et al. Just belly aching and saying, no, I think my story is true. Oh, you guys, we're the crazy ones for believing this story? I mean, it's like, what is going on with you guys? I mean, Gramps, an elder like yourself, not a great showing, bro.
Here's the thing, bro.
What do you do? So what do? You show up here to just cry that we stopped going to your guys' church? That's because that's what it sounds like, That's what it sounds like, Grandpa. That is funny, isn't it?
The funny thing is, I actually am here to see what you guys think, but you guys never actually say any explanations for anything.
Dude, you resorted to talking about pencils being thrown off of tables by magical forces.
Yeah, no, the point was to say picking up something is not the cause for things falling. If you didn't understand what I meant by that, that's not my problem.
It's because you picked it up, Grandpa.
No. What about vibrations on the table? No. What about vibrations on the table that caused it to roll off? Did I pick it up in that case?
Then those are vibrations. You're the one.
Yeah. So it's not picking things up that causes things.
Oh, okay.
I'm simply showing you that picking things up is not the cause.
In your instance, it's you're shaking the table.
Okay, well there you go. So that's another cause.
Okay, there you go. So mystery solved.
Right. So I was just showing you that your explanation was dumb. That's all I was doing. If you didn't get that, then that's not my problem.
Well, no, your confusion is what it is. So it's like when you're brushing your teeth and your slippery little hands let go of the brush, it wasn't you dropping something, it was the brushing that caused it to fall.
No, but in that case, you're still picking something up. Yeah. I'm showing you that picking things up is not the cause for things falling.
How the hell did the pencil get on the table in the first place, Grandpa?
God put it there.
Okay, your cope is noted.
Right.
So
you still have no explanation. So it's not picking things up. We agreed on that. What's the other explanation?
Well,
you could open
a window. Yeah, you could open a window and a gust of wind send your pencil to the ground.
Okay, so wind could cause things to fall?
Yeah.
Does wind have weight?
Well, you're asking. That's above my pay grade. I would say it's a force.
It's a force. So it has some
Yeah.
sort of weight, right? Because it could cause things to fall down.
High pressure moving to low pressure.
Right. So what causes that?
Well, you open the window.
That's what causes that?
Well, yeah, dude.
What about when you're outside and there are no windows?
Well, then the high pressure system's coming through. You have wind. It's a windy day where I am today. It's
So
windy.
what causes the high pressure system?
Well, that could be like temperatures of the water.
Temperatures of the water, like in the air, the humidity.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a meteorologist.
Well, you're saying you have an explanation for why things fall. You're
Okay,
saying
hold on.
air
Are
could
you trying
cause
to
it?
tell me? Yeah, are you trying to tell me that wind is akin to space time?
No, I'm asking for your explanation. That's what I'm here for.
So there we are. So maybe you
Yeah.
need to connect the dots.
I understand this is an
Grandpa.
alternative explanation. I understand that.
Grandpa, Gramps.
Yeah.
Have a scoop of oatmeal real quick and listen.
I'm listening. I'm trying to find the explanation. This is what you wanted.
Yeah, if you're able to substantiate that space-time is the force that a gust of wind is, then you might have something.
No. I'm not trying to equate them, though. I'm simply trying to get your explanation.
Yeah, you were. Yeah, you keep
No,
talking
I'm
about
not.
gravity, bro. You keep talking about gravity.
I'm asking you what is causing these
Is
things.
this helping you?
I'm not
Is
asserting anything.
Is being a petulant moron, is that helping you, Gramps?
But you were just complaining that we're not interested in your explanations. I'm trying to get your explanation.
The two. You are equating the two.
How am I equating the two? I'm having a conversation you said you wanted to have.
So why are you confused about the pencil falling to the ground? We have all kinds of causes, and none of them are space-time. Shaking the table.
So I'll tell you.
Wind.
I'll tell you my confusion. That video that I sent, where there was a near vacuum and things were falling at the same rate of speed. That's what I'm confused about. Does that help you?
No, that's no problem.
There's no air pushing it.
It's funny, Grandpa, that you. It's
Nobody
funny,
picked it
Grandpa.
up.
It's funny, Grandpa, that you're using the qualified near rate of speed. But anyways,
Why
what
is
we're
that
talking
funny for you?
about. Well, because if that's the end all be all of your discussion, your qualifier kind of waters it down.
I asked a question, right? I'm not even asserting anything right now. Pretend
Okay,
gravity doesn't exist. I'm
then what's
asking you why that
what's
happens.
the point?
The point is I'm trying to get your understanding of why that happens. What do you mean? What's the point? You just said, "Oh, they don't want to hear our explanations." I'm asking. You.
Listen. If you're going to tell me they fall at a near rate,
Well,
I
they
have
do.
no problem with that.
In the video,
It's not
they do.
exact. They're not all. It's not exact.
Right. So why are they falling at a near rate?
Well, because the medium that they were suspended in is gone now, so there is no longer that relative density ratio.
No. But they are falling
what does this
because
have
of.
to do? What is it because of space time? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No, I'm not even telling you anything. I'm asking.
Okay, then I don't know.
So you don't know? Okay.
No.
Often
No.
they're like really like freezing cesium atoms and dropping them in cold chambers. Like they can totally detect gravity for like the lightest materials on Earth. Like they have the most sensitive instruments to detect gravity in Faraday cages, in cold chambers, in vacuums, smallest subatomic particle they could possibly be.
Okay, so we should start seeing mass being attracted to mass all around us then.
Well, you know.
Well, what?
Put a feather in a
Yay or
bowling
nay?
ball in a vacuum.
Yay or nay? No, I'm just talking about out in the real world. You guys are the ones that you're the ones that are claiming that this is what created this Earth. Why are you guys even doing this? I mean, do you know you're
saying that if you drop a ball, no, hold on. I'm dropping a bowling ball and a feather in a vacuum. They fall at the same rate, the average 9.81 meters per second, and they're of different density.
Change object in vacuum.
Yeah, hold
that's
on.
how you know the cause isn't the density itself.
You're roboting tactical droid. And you've got to take that up anyways with Gramps, Callie, because he said nearly the same rate. So you guys are not on the same page.
Well, I'm just conceding that. Like, to me, they look like it's the same exact
Because
rate.
you can
You're
only
saying
create
you say
a
it's
near
nearly.
vacuum.
Okay,
on
Callie,
Earth.
talk
You
to
can't create
Gramps
a
about
perfect
that.
vacuum.
Because you guys need to get on the
Well, I was
same
answering
page.
exactly what you said.
I
I agree with him. You can't create a perfect vacuum on Earth.
That's not what we're talking about. That's not the nearly part. He said they fall at a near. He's conceding
Yeah,
that they
because it's
don't
not a
drop at the
perfect
same
vacuum.
rate.
It is technically nearly
Yeah,
the
okay,
same
we'll
rate.
talk to Callie because Callie just told me they fall at the same rate.
Visually, they do. Technically, they don't.
No, okay, we'll
Is
talk
that the answer that you want?
Talk to Callie about that because he
Okay.
disagrees with you.
No, but we're here to get your explanations. That's what you said you wanted.
No, you
said,
guys
why don't these guys
disagree.
come in and ask us questions and learn?
I never said that.
That's what you said before. You said all we're trying to do is
it must have
argue.
been someone else. I know why you and Callie are here, Gramps.
Why's that?
You're just invincibly ignorant.
Okay,
you have a
I'm
lot of
ignorant. Can you explain to me how it's falling in a vacuum like that?
You have a lot of pride.
No, how could I have pride? I just said I'm ignorant.
Spit it out, Gramps.
I just said I'm ignorant. Can you please tell me why it's falling in a vacuum?
People do ignorant things.
Is that ignorant to ask questions?
Well,
Is that
no,
the opposite of ignorant.
It's ignorant when your teammate is telling a different story. So sort it out with him.
Fall at the same rate in the vacuum. Where's the air
No,
to push?
Gramps said it's nearly the same rate.
Bowling ball in the feather.
No, Callie. Gramps said
the
it's
air pressure
nearly.
to push the fucking bowling ball in the feather at the same rate towards the Earth in a vacuum? Where is it?
Gramps said it's nearly the same rate.
In that experiment, it is nearly the same rate. But I'm not asking Callie questions. I'm asking you questions.
The same rate.
Say that again.
I believe you would be able to measure a very, very minor difference.
Yeah,
no matter what,
technically
because nothing is
different.
absolute.
Okay. Well, isn't that funny? That's funny.
But you wouldn't say that's a phenomenon.
It sounds like your gravity isn't what you thought it to be.
Right. That's exactly.
Right.
No, the perfect vacuum is not a perfect vacuum. It's a near perfect vacuum. So there'll be forces and resistances and things happening.
Near perfect vacuum. Wow.
So how can you
cannot
explain
create a perfect vacuum?
You guys are great. Gramps and Callie, you are quite the pair. Carry on.
We're here to learn from you, Haas. I love it. He did say that. He said, they're here just to fight. They used to come here and try and learn what the view was instead of just fighting.
Well, here's the thing. What I said was, you would think that people finding out that this whole water ball idea is just a myth, people would like to learn about that.
Exactly.
But what they do is like what you do is do this auxiliary bullshit where I've got a bowling ball and a feather in a vacuum chamber. The vacuum chamber is made by a man. A man is not in nature, isn't it? You guys are deviating off the path. You're doing the very thing that I said you're doing, and you think you're not doing that.
I'm asking you questions to learn using your words. You just said to
would
learn.
you like to learn? Yes. Would you like to learn how I figured out that the Earth isn't a spinning ball flying through outer space?
Please. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Well, take a look at water, Grandpa.
Okay. I've been to the beach. I live right near the water.
Okay. Well, have you ever filled up a bucket?
I've filled up plenty of buckets.
Ever been
in
to
all
the
96 years of my life? I filled up buckets.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have any humped water in those buckets?
Humped water. It appears level. It appears level in the bucket.
Okay. Well, why don't you? Here's something you can do. Fill up that bucket with salt water. Let the salt water evaporate, and then you can measure it. How would you like to do that? Then you can figure out if it just appears level or if it is level. Would you Would you like to figure that out, Grandpa?
So what? Let's say it's level.
Grandpa,
then what?
Grandpa.
Yeah.
You conceded that it appears to be flat. Okay.
Right.
And you've been filling up buckets for 96 years.
Yep.
The old senile man.
Yeah.
next time one of your little buckets with your tears in it evaporates.
Well, that's what I was trying to fill it up with.
Yeah, probably. You better get the bucket, get it quick, buddy. Get two
And
of
I
them.
don't need to put salt in it either. It's
Oh, I know.
naturally salty.
You are salty, Gramps. You're an old man. So then,
So I measure level, then
what appears to be flat will be measurably flat.
Right.
And then if you have a problem with extrapolating that out to all the bodies of water on this grand earth we live upon, then that's on you. Because
Wait,
you're
but I
going
do have a problem
to
with
be,
that.
yeah, Grandpa, listen. You have wax in your ears, you old man. Because you're wondering how it is that I figured out I'm not on the water ball shown on TV, at the cinema, and on the textbooks. You've seen it. We've both seen it.
Yeah.
Yet
I've seen pictures of the earth.
Yet you and I both know in our old age what water does. And it's antithetical to this narrative. So if you want to play dumb and talk about vacuum chambers, that's on you. Okay.
Wait, but why is it dumb to not think that I can just
Have you thought of
extrapolate
any
it
of
out?
these? You're one of these people that just waits to talk instead of listening and thinks, aren't you, Gramps?
No. You said I'm dumb for not being able to extrapolate it out from the bucket
I
to
didn't
the
say
earth.
that.
What?
I didn't
Well, you
say
said-
you're dumb for being able to extrapolate it out. I said it's on you. What I said was it's on. Yeah.
You said it's on me, right?
I mean, you're stepping on the back of the rest of whatever he's saying. Whatever you guys are talking about, you sound like the aggressor for someone who's just coming in.
Well, I've been talking to Gramps for months.
All right, but like, man, it's like Labor Day. It's already a slave celebration day. Chill out, bro.
Well, you
clearly just joined in the last 30 seconds.
You tried to talk to him. Good luck.
No, that's the point. Like, why do you guys talk to people that?
That's what I
out of
call
character?
not being able to read the
Right?
room, man.
Why do
You have not been listening to old Hoss fucking screaming, bro.
No, I mean, but he's always screaming, and that's why I'm like, why do you hold on to part of your character when your only justification is talking to retards? Stop talking to retards.
I don't know what that sentence means, but I'm just here to learn from you guys.
Yeah, I wish it were my character.
I
I'll be
come
back up to
in
do
here
something.
nowadays. I come in here nowadays. I say my piece. I leave. If someone is not receptive, I'm like, all right, that's okay. I'm out. Like that. Yo, your life energy is too precious, dog. But look, do what you want to do. I'm just saying.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that solid advice.
Yeah, I'm just calling out Gramps' bullshit. That's all. I got plenty of life energy.
Is it bullshit to ask questions? Like, why is that bullshit to you?
Is that what you're doing, Gramps?
Why
Hold
don't
on. I
you
have
put
to
some of that energy? Why don't you put some of that energy into explaining how a bowling ball and a feather falls at the same rate with no air pressure
I
to
was
push
just
it down?
I was just thinking
Use some
about
of your
how,
energy to tell me how that works.
I was just thinking about how dumb gravity is. Because there's obviously competing ideas. Now people don't think they're competing, they think they run parallel side by side, they work together. But here's the thing. When you ask it, like, because everybody's idea of gravity, the guys who believe it, it's not just that you believe in a force. You have this picture in your mind of how the universe is formed, how the rock you're on was formed, how it's moving and orbiting and working with the rest of the solar system. All of that is tied.
You remember my question?
I don't care about your question because I'm making a point.
So what are you talking about?
Yeah, my point is my own point, and it's about gravity.
It's irrelevant.
Definitely relevant.
Why does a bowling ball and a feather fall at the same rate in a
I
vacuum?
might have to meet you, bro, because I know you didn't just stop me. I already know I talk way too much. I'm just trying to get to the end of my sentence.
You barged in. You acted like Grandpa
There you go.
was the one speaking out of line. Old Hoss has been
Like I was saying,
literally.
like I was saying. So you have competing ideas. When people think that they run parallel, what am I talking about? Well, I'm talking about the makeup of the universe. It's called gravitational accretion, because they will say, well, how is the the universe formed? Well, you have these masses that bend space time that allow other masses to like kind of just gravitate to it and form together like dust, like anything else, right? Well, there's two ideas there. Is it the curvature of space time or is it the force of gravity? Because if you have a mass affecting space time and thus other masses around it to create galaxies and shit, how the fuck did the first mass get formed then? Is it a force or is it a happenstance from a mass? Which one is it? And how do you justify it? Second thing I was thinking of was gravity is dumb because and people bring this up all the time, how, ooh, look, I can walk around no problem, and then a butterfly can just get up off the earth and you got a ton of water just sitting there not doing anything. And I'm like, yo, that's true, but people, it doesn't hit the way it's supposed to hit. Let me paint a picture, right? Okay, so if I lift 300 pounds and my girl lifts, no, if I if I'm you get where I'm going. Let me not. I can lift 300 pounds. My girl cannot lift 300 pounds, but the 300 pounds is the same universally for me, her, and everyone else. The difference between her and I is I'm bigger, stronger, right? Let's just keep it a buck. And she's gonna succumb to that 300 pounds, probably gonna break her neck, pop her kneecaps or something. Because there's a universal force applied. We're not seeing none of that shit in reality. Gravitational force is not too heavy for any. Something is smaller, so you got to do this little kind of like ratio thing with. No, 300 pounds is 300 pounds. A universal force is a universal force. Something much less substantial like a butterfly should definitely be crushed under that force. If you guys get what I'm saying. So it's just dumb as hell, man. Like, you think what you want. First and foremost, there's no scientific validation for the claim that there's a force of gravity to begin with. So I don't give a shit about a feather in a bowling ball falling. Has nothing to do with the religion that doesn't even touch me questioning the religion I was taught when I was a child. It doesn't even touch it. It's trivial.
Duress.
Just so you know, you're off mute now, so don't say anything crazy. Because you might be hot micing.
Oh, damn, you're long-winded, bro.
Yes, I am.
That's
But I
the
don't.
pot calling.
But
I
I
don't know
don't
if anybody
respond.
responds to so much
So when people
convoluted
don't,
stuff.
so when people don't understand what I said, then they just don't understand. But I don't repeat myself. I say what I say.
No, they're like, how do you respond? You're just telling us your delusions. There's no way to respond. You're just rambling your delusion.
I mean, okay, because I can also post citations in the chat. I mean, you can argue with those. You can call those
You didn't.
delusional, but
What you said was completely irrelevant to my question.
yeah, I
You
know.
forgot
It's
my
non
question
sequitur. I told
entirely.
you. I told you I didn't care about a feather in a bowling
Yeah,
ball.
so you
I just told you that.
barged in to mute and try to change the subject because you don't know how to respond to my question.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't even know you existed because Old Hoss and the other guy was talking, and I decided to just randomly say that gravity is stupid
All
as
right.
fuck.
Well, since
I
you're
wasn't
oblivious
listening
to
to
your
what you were talking about.
surroundings, let me ask you the question again.
No, you're not
Ready?
asking
Are you ready to
me.
listen?
You're not asking me anything. Like I just said, I didn't know you existed when I came
Because you're
into the
scared.
room. I'm sorry. So here we go again. When I came into the room, it was Old Hoss and the the grandpa, whatever. I don't even know who that guy is. Whoever that other guy is, he was talking to.
Yeah,
I didn't
and
come in.
I asked the same question, and you came in and just started rambling.
You asked the
Completely
same question
derailed the
about a.
discussion.
So you asked the same question about a bowling ball and a feather.
Yeah.
Okay, why are you asking me? It's your claim.
I'm not asking you. I was asking Haas until you joined. You just
Okay,
fucking joined and started rambling.
okay. I decided to engage you now.
Okay, so I'll turn the question on you then. How do you
Mm-hmm.
explain the bowling ball and the feather dropping at, let's say, even near the same speed, right? How do you explain that?
I don't.
Okay.
Why would I have
So
to?
you have, well, because I was told that you guys have all these explanations and we're not trying to learn from you guys.
Nah, I don't have any explanations.
Okay, well, that's not what you
about
said. That's what Haas said.
Right.
Well, dude, what I said was I had explanation.
Hold on 1 second, host. I'm gonna let y'all get back because I'm about to jump in the shower. I'm gonna listen to y'all go back and forth. But my whole thing is, I'm not making a claim about why what we experience happens. Right. So when you tell me to explain it, number one, no, I'm not, because I don't have to. Number two, I mean, it kind of makes me feel like you're insinuating that you do have an explanation. And if you do have an explanation, I'm going to ask you, well, do you have justification, like proof for the premise for your explanation behind what you're observing? If you tell me no, I'm going to go, okay, well, explanations are like assholes. Everyone has one. You have one. I don't. What does that mean, though?
Well, it means that I'm not an asshole for not getting the explanations from you guys. I was just called someone who joined here just to talk over
Grandpa.
people and do this
You
and do that.
You both have a problem with attempting to put words in people's mouths. Both of you guys.
So my explanation is gravity, right? And you say that's a dumb explanation, which implies that you have another explanation. What's your explanation?
Why do you say it's gravity? Are you asking me or Olhaus?
Because that's the effect that we observe.
Are you asking me or are you asking Olhaus?
Well, I'm asking you now. You're the one who took over the conversation. You told me that you're directing things to me.
My answer is this: because the religion, the idea, it's only two things. It's either Newton or Einstein. The idea that there's a fundamental force that created everything that we know as a solid. Okay, and then there's also that solid being big enough to affect the space-time around it, causing the physical things. So in my mind, which one is it? Is it a force of gravity, or is it the fact that there were masses that caused the force to create the universe?
Right. So your problem is where it comes from. And I'm saying that doesn't matter. What we experience now is what we call gravity, where things fall
but
due
all you're
to
saying
mass
is
attracting mass.
But all you're saying is things fall. I agree with that.
Due to gravity.
You can say it falls in a vacuum due to gravity. I agree with that. When you say it's mass attracting mass, though, that's the thing that I'm gonna say, okay, do tell. What's the evidence for that?
Sure. So my explanation for what gravity is, for
Not an
what it is.
explanation. You already talked enough, gave enough explanation.
I talked enough. Bro, you came in here for 30 minutes yapping.
I'm sorry. I'm not gonna. It's not gonna be muddy. It's not gonna be muddy. It's very simple. We're not at the point where we're giving explanations now. I said, well, is there evidence? And you said, well, let me explain something to you. No, fam. Do you have evidence? Not an explanation, because the explanation came first. That's the first thing you gave me.
Yeah. And actually the first thing I gave you was the evidence.
What was the evidence?
The bowling ball and the feather dropping at the same exact rate of speed. That is the evidence for there being a force that appears to push things down. That is the evidence for the force that
but
we
it's
call
not
gravity.
mass attracting mass.
it is mass attracting mass.
No, it's not. That's your interpretation of the data.
Okay. So let's say my interpretation is wrong. What is it then?
No, let's
You're
not
saying
say
it's
your
wrong, so you
interpretation.
must
Let's
have
not
another
say-
explanation.
I'm going to mute you, bro, because I'm not going to go back and forth. You ask me a question, I'm going to answer it without you talking, and vice versa. Now, it's not my job to answer your question. So either it is or it isn't. You said it is. I said, okay, what's the evidence? You said, well, since it's not evidence, you tell me. Nah, that's not how this works. Either you had evidence or you didn't. That's all.
Are you done? Am I
Stop
allowed to speak now?
acting like your tactic is legit here, Gramps.
You don't think it's legit, or you do think it's legit?
Your tactic is not legit.
Why not? I was waiting for him to finish speaking. What about what I just did is not legit?
No, it's about what you're about to say. Go on.
I'm about to answer his question. Is that not legit?
Just carry on.
So all of the observations that we have of space and things interacting in space point to the fact that mass is attracting mass. Orbits make sense with that explanation, right? The fact that
Explanations aren't
planets in
needed.
general exist
Okay.
makes sense because of that explanation, right? The model that mass attracts mass is seen all throughout the universe in every experiment that we do. Maybe not quantum experiments. I don't know how.
That's what I'm waiting for. What did you said you had evidence? So from experimentation comes evidence. That's what I'm looking for. Just get that. That'd
And
be
that's
cool.
what I literally just said. I said observations in space, such as
So
planets orbiting a sun.
looking at the sky with a powerful eyeglass piece, you think is an experiment. So an observation over time, you're telling me, I'm not even going to ask you. That is what you're telling me. And I'm just going to tell you that's religious. I mean,
We
you're just
literally
gonna
have a
look,
mathematical
you're gonna look at
equation to
something,
calculate it.
you're going to look at something, put math to it, and call it a beautiful heliocentric story. That's cute.
Actually, that's science.
Grandpa, when you're talking about you explain something that's figurative and said literally.
We literally have a mathematical equation.
you have literally figuratively.
Not figurative. We literally
Spit
have a
it out.
mathematical equation.
Okay, now do you have mass attracting mass anywhere? Can you show it to us? Without
Yes,
repeating
if
the
you
story.
look in space, you can see mass attracting mass, and we have mathematical
there's an
equations
equation
to
just around
calculate.
Saturn.
Yeah, you could calculate how these objects are going to move,
Jupiter's moon.
taking mass attracting mass into account, and you could calculate and predict and make predictions, which is what science is.
No. Assuming the size of the Earth and the distance of these bodies in the sky. Only then can you expand on your religion.
Okay, so how do these predictions work then? If our assumptions are wrong,
Or expand on a
when you observe,
calculation.
when you observe, and then you apply math to it, and then you make a religion about it. That's how you get it.
Sure, yeah. If you couldn't make predictions with the math, I would agree. That's true.
No, you didn't even say shit sequitur to what I just said.
You said if you observe something and put a mathematical equation to it, then it's a religion, right? If that's all, is that not exactly what you said?
That's not what I said.
Okay, so tell me what you said then.
What I said is, if all you're going to do is look at something, put math to it,
yeah,
and say that is an experiment, that's religious. Yes.
Yeah, that's literally exactly what I said. You said
That's not
where
what you said.
and what I said.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're
so
finding
tell me
a cause and
specifically
effect
what I
relation.
said was wrong. Where did I misquote you?
Because I can observe something and then do experimentation, and then it'd be legitimate. Like you're acting like I'm saying everything you observe is religion. No, that's not what I'm saying.
That's not what I said. You said.
Okay, if you say so.
I mean, that's literally what I said.
Okay, so what'd you say again?
I was just confirming your statement.
Repeat what you said. What I said.
You
Repeat
said
it.
if you observe something and put a mathematical statement to it, and you don't do any experimentation, then you're part of a religion. That's what you said, and I agree. I'm not fighting you on that. I'm just setting the context.
That's
what
true.
I disagree with is that's not at all what we do. There are experiments.
That's why I'm asking you for the experimentation. As soon as I asked for the experimentation, you said, well, observations of the sky.
No, I told you probably 10 times now. Predictions. We made predictions all the time, and they're accurate.
The sky
No, that's
time. Excuse me. Sorry.
That's pseudoscience. What you're doing,
Looking at the sky over time. Yes or no? You're saying no.
No.
Okay, so
yeah,
I did. That's not all I said. That's not all I said. I said also with the assumption of the size of the Earth and the distance to these so-called bodies, then you can create your religion. Did I or did I not also add that?
Yeah, and I already expanded on that. If the mathematical equations assume the size of the Earth and all the other quote-unquote assumptions that you said are being made, then the math wouldn't work out. The predictions would not be
why
accurate.
are you saying that? That's dumb. Why are you saying
How is that dumb? How is that dumb?
Because that's exactly how you did it.
How would we be able to experiment if our assumptions are wrong? Tell me that.
No, you can't. There's no point in your rhetoric where you're trying to determine whether an assumption is right or wrong. It's only to determine how accurate an assumption is. You're not trying to figure out whether the premise of what you're saying is right or wrong. I didn't hear that in your rhetoric at all.
Okay, sure. So let's say that. So let's say our assumptions are. So even if our assumptions are wrong, the math could still work out. That's what you're saying. So the math could still work out if there was no gravity. If
listen. You asked the question already. Yes, you can put together some math logic that makes sense. That has nothing to do with reality. Yes, you can. What the fuck? Like, duh.
Not like duh. That doesn't make any sense. What you just said.
Calculating what's happening in reality.
Could I just point out to you quickly, you're confusing prediction with post-diction. That's where you're getting confused. Do you think they're like working out something that's never been seen before, and then they see it due to this mathematics that you're imagining?
Yeah.
But no, the cycles were already known. You can make a model to fit the known cycles. That's fine. So it's not like you're confusing post-diction with predictions. Like, you think they didn't know the sun was going to come up tomorrow until Isaac Newton had an apple drop on his head? No. The motions of the heavenly bodies were already well known and documented. It's just a matter of changing the model on which they happen, not predicting that they're going to do the same thing they've done for thousands of years.
Right. So okay,
even worse
that
than
is not at all what I'm getting at.
They substantiated it, dude. What the heck?
And also, like, there were so many
It just made it
cases
better.
where the mathematical equations said, "Hey, at this certain time, there will be a supernova," right? So the Hubble Space Telescope pointed at that location that the models predicted where there would be a supernova, and at the exact time that
Who told you that?
the models,
Who told you that?
it's a
told you that?
fact, bro. Just look it up.
Oh, go and post the evidence for what you just
Okay,
said.
sure. All right.
Well, I mean,
It'll take 3 seconds to Google. This was only like 10 years ago.
It sucks
Yeah, I
because
wanna
the
see the
assumption that you have to use is a flat plane.
Okay, found it in 2 seconds from
but that's
NASA.gov.
you're gonna be back to show us how they utilize the flat plane to figure out where, like, coordinate wise, a supernova would be.
Okay,
when they're
read the
observed
article
from the
then.
sky.
You told me to post an article. I posted the article.
Did I just say everything you're saying is wrong? So why the fuck are you stopping me to say, see, I posted it there? If you don't, I'm literally telling you something.
You said, explain to me how. And I said, read the article.
No, I didn't say explain shit. Like,
Okay.
maybe it's because too many of us are talking. You're right. Bottom line is, the rest of you guys, not this guy, y'all already know that he requires a plane for all of this coordinate shit he's talking about. So
Yeah, it's just funny to watch them try and actually evidence the shit they're saying. So in this article, I can see they've given you a few cool-looking cartoon images. Is that what the evidence is supposed to be?
Yes, they are cartoon images. That's correct.
Okay. Yeah. So how's that
That's
going to tell you
exactly what you're
anything
looking
about
at.
reality?
No, that's true. Yeah, yeah. These are from what? SpongeBob, Family Guy. Who had
Yeah,
these
it might
again? I
as well be
forgot.
from SpongeBob for all the good they do for you. How did you
That's,
verify these are real images exactly?
no, that's true. Yeah, yeah. No, good point.
Right.
Thank you for
So
chiming
just
in.
more cards. So just right. So your whole argument boils down to cartoons from the government again. Very
Right,
good, Grandpa.
okay.
I see you really progressed in the month or two that you've been here.
Thank you, Cyclone. I appreciate that. You added a lot to the conversation. Thank you.
Yeah. So have you got any arguments for the globe that don't rely on unverifiable cartoons from the government?
So, can you verify that they're cartoons?
I don't need to. It's your claim.
So that's an unverifiable claim. I can't believe it then. Just like you won't believe mine.
No, it's your argument is resting on their legitimacy, which you're just saying you don't have.
No, but your argument is resting on their illegitimate.
No, it's not my argument.
Yeah.
It's not my argument.
It is your argument.
Your argument is because an apple fell on a guy's head hundreds of years ago, he came up with this idea that mass attracting mass, and then we made some maths about that, and because of that maths, we managed to look into the distant galaxies and see a supernova, and I know this is true because the government gave me some cartoons. That is your argument.
So your argument is these are cartoons, right? Where's
Well,
your
my
evidence
argument
from?
is there's no curvature to the Earth, therefore it cannot be a spinning globe cartoon like you've been baptized into believing.
Okay, that's
my
exactly what I said. Your argument is that these are cartoons and there's no evidence for
No,
the
that's
global.
not what I just said. Well, I
You
mean,
said they're cartoons.
for all
In,
you know,
in what
yeah,
you
they
just
are.
said, you said they're cartoons. Okay, so that's your argument.
But the argument, my argument, the cartoons aren't to do with my argument. That's your argument that you produced the cartoons for.
Gotcha.
My
So
argument is there's no curvature to the surface of Earth. You know, the thing that we live on, there's no curvature to it. You understand?
Right. So this
So I don't
experiment,
need cartoons. I don't need cartoons for that. Only you do, apparently.
I do. Yeah, I do need the cartoons to prove that. So how are you going to show me that these cartoons are actually cartoons?
Well,
how are you
did
going to prove to
verify
me
they
that
were
they're not?
real?
Because I
How did
trust
you verify
everything the
they were
government
real?
tells me. I trust
'cause
everything
you
the
trust-
government tells me.
So there you go. So they're cartoons because it's a
What,
blind
so what do you mean? There you go. What's the point? I missed it. There you go. What?
that you've been given cartoons, you've never been able to verify, and you just accept them because
Oh,
you're
sorry.
gullible.
Maybe my mic's not working. I said, how are you going to tell me that they're cartoons? Sorry, that's what I asked. I don't know if my mic's working or what.
I'll tell you how. Well, first of all, this is, I don't know if it triggers people to tell them that this is what's religious about it, but I mean, the man literally told you there's no curvature anywhere. And you're like, yeah, sure, bro. Like in your mind, though, you think that these satellites or telescopes in the vacuum of space, all of these things negates the fact that a man just sat in front of you and said, yo, there's no curvature. Like there has to be curvature. There doesn't have to be satellites. There doesn't have to be any of the other shit in the religious worldview of everyone. But the one thing there has to be is curvature for all of
Not
those
has
things
or ought.
to be true.
Ought.
No,
but
there
see,
has to be.
what's happening is Brown already knows that there's no
No, it's a
You're using the
necessity.
word incorrectly. It's ought, not as.
No, there has to be because it's a
Ought
necessity.
to be.
Yeah, but Gramps already knows that there's no curvature, which is why he's posting
Time
space
out.
cartoons.
Am I getting it English? Am I getting it? I need to know this because just like I'm pointing out to you the most important thing that Wolfgang said, you just pointed something out that's important to me because I love English. Are you telling me that saying it has to be is not correct?
The way you're using it is not correct.
What do you mean?
You wouldn't say it has in the term of the conversation in terms of your sentence. It would be it ought to be, not as.
Why not it
ought
has?
to be.
Why? Explain it.
Because your sentence, the appropriate context would be ought.
What's wrong with the word has?
It's not the correct.
You've been derailed. You're speaking to a different guy now.
I know. Let the derailing happen.
And you're derailing the conversation. I'm not trying to get really. You're getting hung up on this.
Right back. You know I'm gonna bring it right back. But
you're really not. You're getting hung up on this word. You were wrong. Just say you're wrong. Moving on.
No, you're wrong, Brendan. Hold on.
I'm never wrong.
Hold on. When Robert Simmons says,
okay, back to flat Earth. Here we go.
You're muted. When Robert Simmons says it's photoshopped, it has to be. He should have said it ought to be.
Correct.
You're unmuted. You're still not explaining why, but I'm gonna look into it. Go ahead.
Yeah,
y'all
he's just talking shit. Now, I need to jump as well, but yeah, he's just talking shit. But Grandpa, you need to bring something other than your space cartoons. You don't have any curvature. Start there.
Yeah. So you actually missed the whole point of the conversation. I don't know if you joined late, but I was showing that we could make predictions with these quote unquote assumptions around mass attracting.
Yeah, and I pointed out that you couldn't. You're just making predictions, and then in order to refute that, you posted a cartoon of something that you've never actually seen.
Gotcha. So you're saying my cartoon is wrong, but you can't tell me why it's wrong.
No, I'm saying your cartoon is a cartoon, not an argument.
Yeah, but you can't tell me why it's a cartoon.
Yeah, because your buckets of tears are flat, Gramps.
Yeah, so because the Earth has
just going to assert that
is untrue. So obviously it's a cartoon.
So you can't answer the question. Is that what I'm hearing?
That was the answer.
Are you officially stumped on this one? Is this
no,
Grandpa?
You show an experiment. You're going to ask them to say why
Gramps. Gramps, it's you who is stumped. And hold on. Well, be patient.
I said we're able to make predictions. I'm not stumped at all.
Be patient, old man. Okay. Hey, Brandon, it ought to be because it has to be.
It's a picture.
But anyways,
it's a picture because.
Why are we still fixated on the word? Let's just get to the topic.
Yeah, because you talked out of school, bro.
You're derailing.
What you said doesn't make any sense. Why ought it be?
It's a picture because it's not a photo because it's not a photo. He gave you the answer. It's not a photo that was taken from what kind of phone do you have? Turn it around. Look at the lens. That's a camera lens.
Okay.
The picture, the thing that you posted, it's not of the kind of any lens technology. That's why it's not a picture. That's why.
He already knows. That's why he's triggered. Anyway, funny stuff. I look forward to hearing the replay. Peace.
Yeah, all this fluffy talking, I still don't know why things go down on the flat Earth. There's no set air pressure. It doesn't make sense.
No, that's not what I said. You asked what, dude. Enough, Callie.
That's what I'm saying.
You guys, this is what you guys are left with. This is what you guys are left with, trying to muddy the waters. It's pathetic that you guys don't realize how clear it is.
I mean, dude, I waited for a moment to speak.
Yeah, well, enough, dude. Enough.
Get a better mic, dude. Yeah, put him on mute.
I have a better mic. 1 sec.
You ought to have a better mic.
Yeah, Gramps, the thing is, Gramps, you know that the images that are fed to you aren't legit because in reality, the ground isn't curving away from you. You had to go to outer space predictions, which is silly that you think those are experiments, but that's another
Well, it's not
thing for
silly
you
if you
to
read the
know.
article.
Go on, cry. But when you fill up those buckets with your tears, then you'll see what you see.
Right. So tell me how it's not
Okay.
an experiment. Tell me how a prediction is not an experiment.
Dude, what is not the experiment is your whole gravity claim in the begin. You're just wanting to begin on, okay, gravity formed all of this, and I'm going to predict that you don't understand. Apparently, you're either a professional muddy the water expert, or you're just dense.
Or you just don't answer his questions.
Yeah,
I did
I've been
answer
waiting
his
for an
question.
answer for a while.
You didn't. You just did a bunch of meta and like.
Because it's not an experiment to
The
legitimize.
answer to the question is, in an experimental setup, yeah, the prediction, aka also known as the hypothesis, that's a prediction as to whether or not your supposition is causing the thing that you're looking at in
Thank
nature.
you. Thank you.
Now, then you do a hypothesis test and then you confirm. You don't just look at shit and then confirm.
Right.
Yeah, you're looking for a cause and effect relationship, right?
Right.
And the this is what causes the attraction force. Okay,
Yeah,
we
but
observe
this
differences
thing has to be
in
something.
perfect
This
bodies.
has to
I was
be
in the middle of
something
something.
naturally in nature. The this
Did
in
you
your
learn?
statement, this causes that. The this thing has to be something actual, something that you can say, okay,
Hey,
here's
you want to know what's
this
actual?
causes.
What's actually you have jack shit. All right, we have good explanations for why things orbit planets, and you don't. That's
A
what actual.
story doesn't substantiate a story, guys.
Answer the question. No, that's just an explanation without a hypothesis test, is what that is.
And
So
all
you
the
don't actually
nonsense.
have.
I'm
So you don't actually. I don't want to have to mute you, bro. I know you've already. I know you've learned already at this point.
deep into metal fluff again.
I know you learned at this point, right? You try to get him muted because when you're talking, saying what you're saying, I'm not trying to stop you from talking,
No,
right?
you waste time. Like, why do you talk? You're not saying anything.
I guess you're going to be muted then because you're just a dick. Because if you're not going to talk and you're going to complain how much I talk, then you're not going to talk because I'm talking to you.
Dude, it's because you're slow. All right, I think faster than you. I'm not at your snail pace.
All right. Guess what that means? It's Labor Day. You can go have a beef patty or something. Goodbye. Go do something else. Right? The bottom line is a prediction in science is a supposition as to what causes a natural phenomena. Now, you actually have to manipulate the this in that statement to cause that. You don't just look at the sky and then say, yeah, I'm going to presuppose my cause with an explanation of what continues to happen. That's
Well, I
not
don't know
a
if you.
prediction. A prediction is the supposition as to this causes that. Looking at a repetition of something in the sky is not a prediction.
So the whole point of this experiment is it wasn't a repetition in the sky. We never had a timeline of when supernovas happen. The whole point of this is we had mathematical models which take into account all of our understanding of mass attracting mass, gravity in general, all of the things that you guys are denying. It takes all of that into account to make this was the very first prediction we've ever had. And the reason for that is because it wasn't from past observations, it was from math. So you're just going to talk over me?
Yeah, because I can't deny something that doesn't have any experimental validity in the first place. I mean, you kind of just whistle past everything I talked about when it comes to a supposition and what an actual prediction is. You just whistle past all of that to tell me what you're telling me.
So please tell me what a prediction is.
I wasn't going to stop you from talking.
Well, you did.
Until you put words in my mouth.
So you said you're still saying it. You're still literally saying it's not a prediction. What is a prediction?
Because it's not.
Okay, please tell me what a prediction is.
I did already. So you're not listening then.
Tell me again. Yeah, I guess your mic.
No, I'm sorry. It's because it's going to get real belligerent right now.
He's a smart
I
ass.
literally, you're supposed to be responding to
Okay,
what I
I'll respond
just
then.
said.
I'll respond.
No,
It is a
I'm not
prediction.
going to mute you because you're not listening. No. That's not what I mean. What I mean is you're supposed to be responding to what I said. Now, what I said actually included what you're asking me. That's the problem.
Okay, so my response to you says that what you said is nonsense because
Yeah, no. An ad hom is not going to fly.
That's not necessarily an ad hom. He's just claiming it's nonsensical.
No, it's not nonsensical. It's not nonsensical. He asked me what a prediction is, but I just told him what a prediction was, and he was supposed to be responding to that. That's nonsense. Kidding me? You're going to ask me what I just told you?
so
That's
what I told you
Shouldn't
was
No. I'm not asking for what you told me. I already told you. You asked me what a prediction was. I just gave you the entire answer. And you said, well, what's a prediction then? That's dumb.
so my understanding of what you said a prediction was not basing things off of past observations, right? So not taking that into account and performing an experiment to see that the thing you expect actually happens. That's
Well,
what I
that's
think
not
you
an
think a prediction is. Is that correct or incorrect?
Well, like I said, a scientific prediction is everything that I laid out. Now, earlier, I also told you that looking at something over time is not an experiment. Now, you just tried to say that, well, when we observe these things and we experiment, no, observation alone is not experiment. I don't understand where you. I'm not chatting BS. What I'm saying is very coherent. It makes sense. I'm following the conversation. I don't understand what's going on. No, a prediction is not looking at the sky as time passes. It's not a prediction.
Yeah, and I agree that's not a prediction. I don't know why you keep muting me. We're in agreement there. I don't know.
Well, I'm going to mute
What
you
you think
before
I
I
think.
finish talking, but go ahead. That's why. But when
I've
I'm
been
talking,
letting
I'm
you.
going to mute you. Now you go.
I've been letting you talk every time. You're the one
Okay,
interrupting
but
me.
you're going to get muted when I'm talking, period. Now, when you talk, I'll go on mute, period. Don't say anything about it again. You can continue what you were saying. Just stop crying about being muted because I'm only muting you when I'm trying to finish the sentence.
So the article that I linked in the chat was not a prediction just from observing the sky. That I think you're confused on that point because that's not at all what happened. Is that what you think happened?
Stop asking me questions and continue. Because first of all, I didn't
I made
bring
my
this.
point.
You didn't. You asked me a question.
Yeah, I made my point and then asked you a question. What's your problem with that now?
Yeah, because I didn't say anything yet.
Yeah, I asked the question
you said the
prompting you to say
article.
something.
You said the article that what?
The article I linked was not an experiment which simply observed the sky and waited for something to happen. That's not what that was.
Okay, so I'm waiting for you to tell me what it was because the first thing I asked you was to justify why you were saying what you were saying. I'm still waiting for that. So you can finish. I'm listening.
Yeah, and I said this maybe 30 minutes ago, but what this
But you're still not
experiment
saying
was,
anything.
because you keep interrupting me. The experiment was taking all of the mathematical equations that we have, all of the mathematical equations that could explain things like supernovas, and looking into the sky and saying, hey, in this part of the sky, there will be a supernova at this time on this date. It used all of the equations that we have in physics to make that prediction. It wasn't based on previous, or, what the observation was 2 years ago. There's not a timeline for these sorts of things.
Okay,
The only way you can make that prediction is with the mathematical equations.
The article, what did they do? What did they do? Like, what in practicality, what did they do to tell you what they told us?
He wants you to explain the most complex aspects of physics to him.
Oh man, I want you to
That's
get
what he's
muted,
asking.
bro, because listen, every time the conversation gets to a point where it's actually moving along, you got these cart bandits that come and attack.
I'm glad your Discord got shut down. I'm glad your shitty Discord got shut
Who's that? He doesn't even deserve to be in here.
Was that Grandpa Spyron?
No, it wasn't Grandpa. No.
Oh.
Continue.
Who was that? Oh, it was a different Spyroar. Say that 5 times fast.
So, I mean, I agree. I don't think I could explain the whole concept to you.
No, I'm not asking you to
Discord
explain it. No.
Yeah,
I don't think you heard me correctly. If you're responding with, I don't think that I can explain. I'm not asking for a concept. I'm asking you what they did. I'm not asking you for the math. I'm asking you for what they did to make everything else that's abstract make sense. What did they do?
So they tested against the theory known as gravitational lensing, right? And the theory was that if it reaches,
they do, fam.
Oh my god! So you're not going to let me
telling
talk.
me what they did was they thought about, because when you say they tested against what you're saying, that's not telling me what they did. Like if I'm asking,
I'm literally in the middle of explaining it, and you're
if I have
interrupting me.
guys working on floor, and I say, what did they do?
Right, and I'm telling
asking
you,
what
and you're
they did
interrupting me.
specifically.
Am I allowed to talk now, or are you just going to keep interrupting me?
All right, so when I say what they did physically, I'm talking about measurements, observation. What did they do? That's all I want to hear.
And that's what I'm saying, and you're interrupting me.
Go ahead.
They have a model of this galaxy cluster. They have a model based on mathematical equations, which takes into account things like mass attracting mass.
What did they do? Get to that part. Just skip all. Listen. Everything that you just said, you could have skipped that. Get to the part by telling me what they did.
Okay, they ran a forecasting model on their existing model and made a prediction that a supernova would happen at a very specific location. They did math. Is that what you want me to get down to? They did math.
No,
that's what they did.
What model? What they use?
They have a model of that galaxy cluster.
No, but it's in relation to the Earth, obviously. So in order to tell an observer on the Earth, look here, what they do, what they use, what model are you talking about?
Say that again. I was busy. I was doing something with my dog.
In all honesty, I'm trying to get you to understand that at the foundation of all of this is really just I don't know what to tell you, dog, because you don't even understand how what you said was a reification fallacy. I don't know if you know what reification is. And I'm trying to tell you that there are assumptions in what you're saying. And it's like, you don't care. So
yeah, he's okay with that.
So if you don't care, then actually we've reached an understanding. But the understanding is, well, you're okay with reification. This isn't an experiment. They've created some sort of model based on, we've yet to get there. I know at some point it's going to have to do with the Earth.
You told me to skip all that part.
I know it's going to have to do with coordinates.
And I'll be damned if we didn't hear about it after the fact.
It's funny you're complaining about reification, but you said, "Oh, skip past all that. Tell me what it is. Skip past all that." That's what you literally told me.
Skip past that to get to reification. That's not my problem.
And then I tried to dumb it down for you as much as I can by saying it's math. And that's reification now, because you asked me to keep dumbing it down for you.
Yeah, but math is not a negative. That's you saying.
Yeah, I understand that. I know that. You're the one telling me to dumb it down.
Math
let me ask Grandpa something real quick.
No.
Hold on, dude. Just I have one question.
Math is not an experiment. Why are we going to go further to somewhere? Math is not an experiment. Him saying
I just want to expose his bullshit.
Like,
he says we. Because he says we. That's when he fades into we. We've made these predictions. And I'll be damned if we didn't hear about these predictions after the fact. So when is the next supernova, Gramps?
Let me see.
Oh, let me see. The we.
Did I say
and he's going to eat it all up.
See.
Oh, 3228. There will be one on the... Oh, too bad we won't be here.
September 24th.
Nice. You sound surprised.
I am, yeah. They're very rare events. What do you mean?
Oh, good Lord.
Good Lord. Do you think they're common occurrences?
Well, let's see it. Let's see this supernova. Let's have a watch party.
Here's the story. Actually, that would be pretty good. That would prove this point even stronger.
Let me tell the flat earthers why it doesn't matter. Because this whole conversation rests on the fact that at some point they're going to use the flat earth. Because if we were to move the conversation from supernovas onto eclipses, they have the same belief that eclipses are prediction based off the mathematical models that are used because the earth is a sphere. When we already know that's not true, but it's the same argument. But he's not smart enough to get us there. So it's like we can't even, unless we're sitting here telling him, which doesn't work. You can't tell someone that people usually fight against what they don't know and what you're telling them. And he's not willing to, he's not open. So I don't even know why we go back and forth.
No, he's turned himself into a resident troll. Grandpa's having a hard time, so he just wants to keep. They do think that the circular reasoning is enough, and they're just shocked to find out that that's all it is. Then he turns into we.
I didn't say we once. I said let me find out, and then I found out, and now you're complaining that I found earlier. Out. When did I say we?
Well, when I asked you for when would we see mass attracting? Yeah, when will we see mass attracting mass?
Yeah,
here in reality. Yeah. And you said, "Oh, that's what we see in the scars. We've figured it out with mass."
I do see it. I do see it personally. I see it.
You see what?
Mass attracting mass.
You didn't start with supernova predictions.
No, I didn't. I gave that because he said we have no experiments.
Well, that's not dude.
That's not. Now we're back to this saying that's not an experiment.
That's not the trail to how it got there. You know that.
It absolutely is.
No, the experiment
and you have revisionist history if you think otherwise.
No, okay, you're the revisionist. The experiment was you did a shell game because the experiment that was asked for was mass attracting mass, and you said, "Well, here we have a prediction of a supernova," which Yes, that's how you downshifted into that.
You skipped a couple of steps, actually.
Okay, so fine, we'll rectify that. So show us mass attracting mass here in reality. Don't point to the sky and tell a story, Grandpa.
Right.
You sound senile when you do that. So can you show us your magical mass attracting mass gravity, sir?
So the steps that you skipped were very important because I said we literally have a mathematical equation to show mass attracting mass.
That's fine. We have mathematical.
Okay, stop interrupting me.
Hold on, I tagged you with this. We have mathematical
I'm telling you the steps you
for
missed.
Superman's leaps and boundings.
That's great. That's great. So here's
do
the
we
thing.
not? Do we not?
Actually, that's actually a really good point. Let's go with that then.
Okay,
right?
we'll cut to the chase then. Is Superman real?
Right. So here's the thing: to prove that that's
Right.
real, you would have to have an experiment proving that's real, right?
No, we have the math.
What do you mean we have the mass?
We have the math because
Oh, the math.
Krypton's gravity is 7 times that of Earth. That explains Superman's ultra strength and leaps and boundings abilities that they're mistaken for flight.
Right. Now show me an
We have the
experiment
math.
proving that
Time out.
Superman exists.
We have the math, and that's what you have for
Yes.
your lights in the sky moving.
Yes.
Math.
Yes. And you're going exactly to where the argument was before. So now you're remembering where this argument led from.
Well, I mean, you don't even. It's so dumb because you just said, yeah, but prove Superman. That's the point. Prove that there's a force doing what you think is happening in the sky. No, you know it's happening in the sky, but prove that there's a force or all this other shit that's doing it. Just like you're like, all right, well,
I'm getting
we see the
deja
math,
vu.
We see the math. We see all this. Prove Superman. We're like, yeah, you're claiming that there's a force between two objects pulling them together, i.e., mass attracting mass. So that's Superman.
Yeah, and if
You were smart enough
doing
to- you
deja
were smart
vu, I
enough-
don't know what to tell
you were
you because
smart
this
enough-
is where
you
the
were smart enough-
conversation
you were
was
smart enough
30
to
minutes
catch-
ago.
I'm sorry, you were smart enough to catch the fallacious reasoning when it was Superman, just not with your religion. That's why I hate religion, man. It's so dumb.
Right. So are you remembering how this
You're
conversation
blind.
started now or what? Do you kind of remember that we just talked about this maybe 30 minutes ago? So
This is
the
a
whole
massive
point was saying that
nation.
mass subtracting mass is
Right.
part of existing models. And you said, oh, it doesn't matter if they have models. Anyone could make mathematical models. And I said, sure, I agree with that until you start making accurate predictions with them. And that's what led to this article. If you don't remember that, then you have short-term memory loss. But we just had this conversation 30 minutes ago. Now this is the circular stuff that you complain I'm doing. You're doing that right now. Because we just talked about this.
So you don't have the mass attracting mass outside of the story.
And that's what you got from what I just said?
Well, where do we have it?
Is
Where
that
do we
your
have mass
listening
attracting mass?
comprehension skills, Haas? Come on,
Well,
you're better than that.
Yeah, it was a little loud where I was for a second. Excuse
So
me.
you're a better
That was-
listener than that,
That
Haas.
was the first. That was one of the first questions Olhas asked you. I heard him. Where's the mass attracting mass? I don't know
Yeah,
what
that's what he was
supernovas.
dancing around.
I don't know what supernovas.
Well,
have
I
to do
explained
with-
that 100 times, actually.
Well, but
Because the
there has-
models rely on that, and the models are accurate.
So you're using a
story,
model
bro.
to justify
Yes.
a premise. Yeah,
Which is what
that's-
science is, yes.
No, that's what reification is.
Oh, okay. So tell me what science is then.
I already told you. Well, you have a natural phenomena that you're going to question. How'd that happen?
Like a
And then you're
supernova.
gonna have-
Yeah.
No, not like a supernova. Okay, so how does a
Oh, the
supernova happen?
supernovas are not natural phenomena? What are they?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So
Supernatural?
what's the cause? Yeah. So what's the cause?
The word
Based on-
super is in
based on the
supernatural and supernova.
Listen. So yeah, so what's the cause?
So what's the cause? That's a well. Are you asking why do supernovas happen?
Well, you brought it up as an example of gravity, bro.
Olhas, listen. You already interrupted me when you asked me what science is, and then you input your religious views into it. Now I'm trying to, as quickly as I can, get through this, if you'll allow me. So, a supernova is a natural observation, but then the next step is actually manipulating what you presume to be the cause to get the effect. So that's how you determine the cause of an effect. The supernova is an effect. What's the cause?
Yeah, and we talked about this 40 minutes ago. We're kind of just going in circles now.
Oh, what's the
'cause
cause?
You don't want to listen.
So what's the cause?
Well, the mathematical models have mass attracting mass in them.
Weak.
Yeah, I mean that's what science is. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You don't like science. Create a new scientific method.
People can decide whether or not what I said sound reasonable, which obviously, if I'm making a supposition as to what's what, and someone comes behind me and says, well, how do you know that's the cause? And then I run an experiment with the thing that I'm saying is the cause of the effect, and the cause actually does cause the effect. That's solid. That's solid. That's a solid method. Or it won't cause the effect, and I was wrong. Still a solid method. You're not doing anything. You're just saying, well, this is how science works. We make a model that
It
explains
is,
stuff.
yeah.
And I already told you from the beginning, an explanation isn't evidence. But you think it is. And
That's pseudoscience,
that's why we
Gramps.
keep going around in circles.
So give
So
me
so
a
so
scientific test to test the communicative property of math.
I don't, you know, when you say
yeah,
something,
are
How would
you
you
short
test that?
circuiting?
when you
Are
say
you
something,
short circuiting, Gramps?
How would you test the
I'm
communicative
stuttering
How
because
much does that have to do with the price of rice?
I'm stuttering because I'm stupefied
I
by you,
see that. I see that. You are
by you,
stupid.
by you,
Okay. So okay,
by
if it's
you.
such a stupid question, give me an answer.
No, I'm stupefied by you
Okay, cool. That's
because the bottom line is, you asked me what science is, and I said, well, specifically, scientific method is what I said. I already said it. And then you said, not even and then, but what you think science is having a model. What I think is science is seeing something in reality. We agree there. You would say supernova, I would say hot spring, and then determining the cause. That's why when I asked you, okay, what's the cause of a supernova? You started stuttering like a bitch. But I didn't call you out. So why on earth would you start stuttering to mock me when I'm just stuttering because I can't understand how after I said what the scientific method was, you're just gonna go into your religious
You
view
didn't even bring one
about what
argument.
the scientific method.
You're just addressing his
Well,
personal
I
stuff.
know you're getting muted immediately. You're not even a part of the conversation, and you're interrupted. So, what's your name? Don't worry, you'll talk again
Let's
eventually.
have all.
Like you guys, I don't get it.
so
What's
you're
strange
claiming that
is
science is not having a model, right? It's not scientific to have a model.
Well, a scientific model comes after experimentation and validation of hypotheses.
That's
That's
actually literally
actually,
not true, which is hilarious that you got that wrong.
that's actually see, but this is what is annoying. When I say something that's true, you say it's not true, but then you go on to agree with what I say,
Can,
and then
can you give me the scientific method? Tell me what
sorry,
that is.
and then you try to just ask more questions and then reassert your religiosity. There's nothing wrong with what I said, dog. You got a scientific model after you have validated hypotheses. You're telling me I'm wrong? How? How would you have a model without the hypotheses being validated? I'll tell you how. Because you'll just make shit up and say that your assumption is the answer, which is not actually science. You guys get on my nerves with the dumb shit.
Okay, I'm going to ask you again. What is the scientific?
No, you're not going to ask me shit. You're not going to ask me shit I already answered. So you understand? You're not going to ask me shit.
So you're just going to say you answered it when you didn't?
Yeah, I'm
well,
going to
that's
say
kind
you're
of
not
like
going to
you,
ask me shit.
Gramps. That's kind of like you, Gramps. When asked about mass attracting mass, you say, "Here's the maths." It's weird that you don't pick up on the Superman analogies.
It's weird that you can't tell me
It's
what the
really
scientific
strange,
method
bro.
is. Why are you shying away from what the scientific method is? You don't like science?
Well, you've been talking
You
about
learned that in like third grade.
pseudoscience. Yeah, you've been talking pseudoscience for the last hour, bro.
Oh, really? So what's
really?
the scientific model?
Nah, I just told him what the scientific method is. Like no.
He's a senile old man. An hour ago, he was telling us that pencils were jumping off his desk. So I don't know what to tell him.
I guess we can give that other guy another chance. The Cali dude.
Well, it's going to be the same. What was Hevel's beef? Callie knows there's nowhere to go with this.
So again,
So what'd you think about that, Callie? Him dead ending himself with the story as
my
evidence
bad.
of the story. We talked at the same time. Go on.
I actually remuted him because I went back for Gramps. So again, he's
Yeah,
like
I'd rather anyone
to,
but him and Gramps.
to tell me that what I said was dumb. Look, I asked Google, does scientific model come after a hypothesis? Look at this. Yes, a scientific model comes after a hypothesis. A hypothesis is an idea that's tested through experiments and becomes a model if it appears to be a valid observation. Now, of course, I'm going to say observation and the hypothesis test, but they already said that. So why would you tell me I'm dumb? What I didn't get that. Excuse me.
Well, it took you 20 minutes to cry about that and unmute me.
Yeah. So you said that it was dumb for me to say that a scientific model comes after validating a hypothesis. What's your response?
It is extremely dumb. That's correct.
Oh, that's beautiful. Look at the science denier over here.
Right. The science denier who knows the difference between theory, model, law, right?
Well, I
What do
know
you think
the
a model
difference.
is? Tell me.
What do you think is the difference between a theory and a law? Why don't you tell me? Because I know
What a model is. Why won't you tell me?
This is the same guy.
You tell me the difference between a law and a scientific theory.
So you're just going to keep muting me?
Yes, I am. You can either leave or you can engage. It's up to you. But yes, I am.
Let me see if I can help this guy out. You want people to believe that you've got knowledge and they don't. Do you A, ask questions, or B, answer questions?
He's switching between doing both. So he asks a question and the question is answered, and then he's like, no, then he wants to tell us something. And it's like when I refute that justifiably, he goes, okay, well then let me ask you then. What do you think?
Yes,
Why?
quite
Because what you're
bizarre.
saying is-
His proof that he has answers is to not offer any answer whatsoever and only offer questions and then not understand any answer given to him. This is what I call bricked. This guy, you better off talking to a brick wall than this guy. Like he's literally just like unresponsive.
I was just about to come check up on you. You was in that bathroom for 2 hours. No, I wasn't. Yes, you were. I went in there at 2:30. It's 3:30. You were there for fuck.
Oh, you're hot mic in there, Elijah.
I'm literally fucking dying laughing over here, bro. Oh my god.
His mom screaming at him. So funny.
You know, all that time talking, I still don't know why things go down on a flat Earth. Never got an answer.
Well, the things that are heavier than air just fall down on Earth. Full stop. Period.
Yeah, don't worry, Callie. You have supernovas. Rest assured.
No, there was guys hundreds of years that also could have. So the work model
Yeah,
worked out
it
for them.
sounds like you're
You know?
sitting on your Callie. I'm dying here. It's Callie. You're sitting on your mic. I'm dying here, bro.
He's getting yelled at by his mom off camera or off the mic. You just don't hear the whole thing.
Yeah,
He's
your
a voodoo ball. He is a voodoo ball, so those types of things do happen, I'm sure. Now someone's taped over his voodoo ball mouth now.
It's hilariously hard he tries, all because he feels like some unnamed flat earther tricked him.
Yeah, I forget that's his backstory, his origin story.
There's some flat earther out there that we gotta thank. Whoever that guy is, man, God bless. He did God's work. The pure entertainment value that spawned because of a globalist just pretended to be a flat earth for half a day.
Brent, you're mad to laugh at retards like you.
Well, listen, you're the voodoo ball who's cheerleading for old Gramps here. Senile
literally
Gramps.
hates when
Senile Gramps. No, Callie, you're fine. Remember, do we have to do like a breathing exercise for you to snap back out of your
You're coping and
Voodoo ball
interrupting.
theory.
Howard.
I was just talking about Gramps. Because Gramps was asked for mass attracting mass, and he goes, "Oh, the mass are in the supernova prediction that we found out about afterwards." And yeah, it's funny he doesn't see the parallels because the mass attracting maths are in there for Superman too. Man, you got a roboting problem. Laughs on you. Tune in Tokyo, Callie.
Can you stop interrupting like a goofball? Who the fuck is talking about Superman? We're talking about gravity on flat Earth. Can you
I was
follow?
talking about Krypton. I was talking about Krypton's gravity.
Yeah,
that was
why?
follow along. That's what Gramps was confused
So you
about.
can't follow a normal conversation like you just have.
The math checks out. It turns out it's Krypton's gravity.
I think you're
that
very
explains
confused.
why Superman. Yeah.
You're the one denying math.
Like, why are you talking about gravity? Period.
Well, they brought it up.
You're denying gravity.
Yeah, here we go.
Why is it relevant to this discussion? I mean,
It's very relevant.
want it to be, right?
So, do you believe in gravity? Why is it just that
Why does it matter?
off-siders don't believe in
Why
gravity?
does it matter? How does it relate
Because
to the surface?
gravity is how the water stays on Earth, which is like your biggest complaint. That's how.
Okay,
And you don't see the correlation there.
because you think gravity is caused by matter forming into spheres.
And gravity is what holds the water down onto Earth.
Well, if it makes it flat and level, then I don't care.
Okay, great. Tell that to your other flat Earth friends who don't believe in gravity.
What? So we don't need to talk about it then. That's just a non-point, really. Like,
So everyone agrees that gravity exists?
Yeah, look what your gravity caused. You flat smacked yourself, Gramps.
Okay, so finally you admit gravity exists?
You finally learned.
So we can see that gravity exists.
It exists in the chants that you chant.
So does it exist? Does it not exist?
Yeah, whatever you want to sit and chant and crash your cymbals together, the water at its surface is flat. So you just flat smacked yourself, Gramps.
Did I though?
Here you were.
Gravity exists. Wouldn't that mean the Earth is a globe?
Here you were predicting supernovas.
Absolutely, yeah.
Flat
I'm
water?
validating the science.
Flat water. I'm starting to question your supernova predictions. If you think flat water proves a globe,
it actually does.
Okay, I'm glad you got that on the record.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen water over spherical objects. There's certain moons that have plenty of water, and they're verifiably spherical.
We'll connect that to the Earth now.
You can't connect that. I need to help you make that.
Well, is the water curving on Earth like it is in your moon picture? Your water moon pictures?
Yeah, it is.
But your bucket of tears, you acknowledged that those were flat and level, Gramps. So
I did, yeah.
Yeah, so there you go. You're having a cog this moment.
I am.
Tell everyone at the old folks home what happened. You flat smacked yourself after screaming about supernovas and Earth ball. Then you flat smacked yourself.
I know, by saying that.
Tell everyone at bingo.
I will. I'm glad you finally agreed gravity exists. That took a while.
You didn't even say what it was yet.
Yeah, I agree.
I thought we just conceded that it exists.
if it does or doesn't is
Are you
irrelevant.
going back on it now? Oh, it's irrelevant.
Does or doesn't is irrelevant to me. I mean, I'm not using any kind of idea of why solid and liquids have a propensity to move downwards when they're inside a medium that they're more dense than, to say that why the Earth is flat, but you are trying to use that as justification as why you think the Earth is a ball, right? So
Well, I'm using it as a
just
justification because it is a
right,
justification.
so
That's why.
what you want to use to justify Earth being a ball, right, is on you to prove that, and it shouldn't rely on anything your opponent says about it or thinks about it. Just go ahead and present your evidence for that, right?
Yeah.
That's it.
Which we
Don't
just
need me
conceded
to.
exists.
No,
Gravity
no, I don't
proves that the
care
Earth is a
if it does or
ball.
doesn't. I'm not saying it's relevant to the nature of the surface
Of course
or
it
its
is.
geometry. Right?
Because
You
if
are
gravity
right. You are.
exists, then we are on a globe.
How?
See, there you go. Now you need to prove that. You need to present the evidence for that.
Why would
But
gravity
here's the
be
thing. I'm
only
going
possible?
to. But are you going to accept that gravity exists?
Yeah, what is it, and how
It's
is it only
irrelevant
possible?
to me, dude.
Well, he keeps saying it's irrelevant, but he's
The
not
thing that
saying yes
creates
or no.
flat water, the thing that you just got done telling us creates flat water, creates a globe?
Yes.
Okay. You're talking out of both sides of your mouth, Gramps.
Okay, but are you going to admit that gravity exists?
No, this is your point. This is your point to make, right? Not mine. Not
Yeah, but I'm trying to agree on some
Impulse's.
premises here.
It's anybody else's. Yours. Let it stand out alone on its own merit in the spotlight, on the stage. All the audience watching, not saying anything. Go. Do it.
Okay, so since you agree that gravity exists, gravity by definition pulls equally in all directions. Thus, if we have a big planet such as Earth, the planet will form a spherical shape. Thus, the Earth is a globe. Go, respond to
It's
that.
the
Go.
declaration. That's your claim. Now
Oh,
provide
okay.
the evidence.
But, no,
for
but
it.
we already agreed that gravity exists. So the
Provide
claim
the
is true.
evidence
You
for
just
that.
said he just said it was
All the
bad, right?
premises. So which premise do you disagree
Hold on,
with?
where's he at?
That's
I
what.
know
That's
he
your
is when he's
point now.
talking. I hate when that people do that.
It's not
But
to do. It's not.
like,
That's got nothing to do with what I do or don't
Hold
agree
on.
with.
Did you hear what he
It's not to
said?
do with you presenting evidence for your claim.
That was my
Bro,
evidence. Now tell me which premise you disagree
No,
with.
that's an argument, Grandpa. You need to
it's
provide evidence
impossible
for
to
the
get in,
argument.
Okay.
even when you start talking before everybody else. It's crazy.
Just
Even
to
when
be
you want to be
clear,
calm and quiet like this, it's like it's impossible. It's like nobody respects it.
just to
Yeah.
be
So
clear, you
you're not
provided
going to
an
disagree with
argument,
any of the
but
claims?
not evidence. Only argument.
What is
Well,
it?
I
What's
just thought it was
gravity?
funny that he said, "Well, if we have gravity, it would create the Earth. That would create gravity. That like it didn't
so that is
exist
that the premise you
until
disagree
it
with?
existed
I
everywhere else."
mean,
What is
Yeah,
it?
he's respawning.
Did you say what gravity is yet?
yes, mass attracting mass.
It's not the warping and bending of space and time.
Well, I mean the two are equal.
They're the same.
Well, mass attracting mass causes the curvature of space time. They're dependent on one another.
So gravity causes gravity.
Let's say that. So okay. So now we're back to disagreeing that
He's
gravity
okay with
exists.
that. That's the problem. He's just fine
So
with this.
we're back to disagreeing that gravity
He doesn't
exists.
get
This is why we had the gravity discussion, because you disagree with premise one. Are you guys following how conversations work now? Or
You said gravity causes gravity.
okay, so you disagree that gravity exists. Is that what you're
No.
disagreeing with?
What you're saying is gravity causes gravity. You don't know what you're really talking about. That's the
Okay.
main problem.
Gotcha. So you don't think
He
gravity?
didn't say what is gravity yet to say if we agree that it exists or not. He didn't say anything about gravity, and he didn't prove the gravity at all. You're just asking us if we agree or disagree with
Yeah.
what?
But
Things falling down? Yeah, we know that things fall down, and some other things rise up. Yeah.
okay, so gravity by
That's the why. That's the why, right?
That's not what
What's the
gravity
why?
means.
What's gravity?
It's the why. So yeah, right.
It's
So you got
a
to get
force
into the
that
nuances
attracts
of it.
a mass towards another mass. That's what
Prove
gravity
it.
is. Okay,
Prove
so
it.
you disagree with it. That's the
Prove it.
question.
Put a cup next to another cup and let
Man,
them
this is
attract each
deja
other.
vu right now.
Put
You're
it.
wondering
Show
why we're
me
talking about
gravity.
gravity. This is why.
misunderstanding here, Grandpa.
I
There's a
never seen
misunderstanding.
mass attracting mass or something
Can I explain?
attracting something else. I never put it a cup and seen it attracting the other cup next to it.
Okay. So
Can I?
once
So
again,
you're
Can I
so you're
explain?
you
bullshitting now.
disagree that gravity exists
No.
because you've never seen it. So you
No,
do
no.
disagree that gravity.
I disagree with what you said.
But that's
What
the definition of gravity. So you disagree with the English language.
I
So did
didn't
Einstein.
disagree
Einstein
about
disagreed too.
things falling down.
fine.
I disagreed about the cause that you just said, that mass attract mass. That's not true.
So you're disagreeing
I
with
disagree
the
with
definition
what
of
you said.
gravity. That's
Yeah, I
literally
disagree.
the definition of gravity. So
There
you
is
disagree
many
with
To be fair,
gravity.
it's an out of
definitions.
date definition. It's out
There
of
is
date, but yeah.
different definitions, and I disagree with yours.
Okay, so tell me which one you agree with then.
I never agreed with any one of them. I agree with the specific gravity, for example. You can read about it.
Oh, please
It's real,
show me
and
an
I can
article
prove
then.
it.
Please,
Density and
show me.
buoyancy, specific gravity. Never heard about it?
Buoyancy?
Density and buoyancy.
Oh no, I've heard
Specific
of it. Yeah.
gravity.
Deny
Yeah.
it or do you believe in it?
Tell me what it is. Tell me more about it. Let's hear.
Well,
it.
which one? You using your epistemology?
If you're an
you have
ignorant,
to
I'm
believe
not.
or deny it.
Yeah, using
before
my
you're
epistemology,
told what it is.
density is not the reason that things fall to the earth.
So you don't believe in it? Okay.
It's called
Sure, yeah.
specific gravity.
If that's the definition of what
I
it is.
agree with that,
He
yeah.
doesn't believe
But
it.
I disagree with what you just bullshitted around us.
Okay,
earlier.
then I don't
Mass
understand what it is. Tell
attracting
me.
mass.
I asked you already.
Go ahead, read. If you never read in your entire life, it's the moment. You never used your brain and you never tried to research something. I
So what?
give
So
you
what's
two
the
words.
position? Density.
It's called specific gravity.
More
Read
items
and
that are
tell
more
me if you
dense
still.
fall faster than items that are less.
I
dense.
know
Is that what it
you.
is?
I know you are ignorant about it. You never heard about it,
talking over
and
me.
you don't know what is density and buoyancy equilibrium. So go read
talking over
what
me.
is specific gravity and come back to me,
That's
and let's talk
fantastic.
about it.
Remember,
That's
this guy's
fantastic.
proof that he has answers is to not answer any question and just
Yeah, I'm
ask
the one.
more questions.
I'm the one not answering questions. That's exactly how this is going.
You haven't.
Explain to me how a feather and a bowling ball and a near
There it is,
vacuum
more
fall at the
questions.
same speed.
He needs
No,
to be
no, no,
explained
no,
something.
not
you think he
explain. No, you don't
understands.
get to demand that of anybody. You,
'Cause you
you go
have
ahead
no
and you
answer.
demonstrate your claim. You
have.
prove
There's
your
plenty of
claim.
videos of
Hey,
it.
hey Grandpa,
Yeah,
can you see the
declared it.
voice text? I mean, the
Declared it.
text channel. Can you see that?
No, I'm not at my computer right now.
Grandpa, all you've done so far is you've simply declared yours to be true. You haven't provided any demonstration
Gotcha.
of
Looking
a
for
cause and effect
believers.
relationship going on. So you got to do that.
No,
right?
you're right. That's exactly how this conversation went. You're good at following things.
Oh, well, then just show us where you
was the
have
one
the
just
evidence
denying
posted.
everything
Please,
ceaselessly.
excuse me.
That's
Can you
exactly
go ahead and post the evidence that you have for the gravity that you claimed?
Look back in the chat because we went over this maybe like.
No, I'm not at my computer right now, right? I can't do
Okay.
that.
Well, me neither, so I can't post anything. So.
Right. Okay. So you just made a baseless claim and didn't support it. Is that about right?
No, I did
Right.
like maybe an hour ago. So.
I'm not at my computer, so I can't validate that.
Okay, well then
Yeah, those would be
sounds like a you
empty
problem
words
then.
right now.
Not my
Those would
problem.
be
Well,
empty words.
Why don't you describe to me how you validated it?
Actually no, because you're. I don't know
No,
who
you
you
can't
are.
do that. So you don't even want to attempt to support your claim that
No,
gravity.
well, you just sound like someone who just joined last second, and you just want.
No, I've been here
everything I
for a
did.
good bit. I've listened to a lot of the nonsense
you
you've been
haven't.
spouting, and I haven't seen any of the evidence that
I'm not
you
reiterating
presented.
what I talked about for the last hour.
Okay, well, I guess you could just be on mute then for the duration,
Yes,
right?
I can. Mute me, pussy.
Oh, see, now he's upset. Look how mad he is.
I'm still
Oh,
kind of a Discord mod.
Grandpa, it's okay.
Discord mod.
Relax. You okay, bro? You good?
I think
He's
I'm.
terrified
I
of
think
the
I'll be
truth.
okay.
You good?
Grandpa, wouldn't
Yeah.
you say you're terrified of the truth, though?
I'm terrified right now. I am.
Of the truth.
Okay.
Please don't
He's
tell me the
scared to
truth.
hear
I'm
the
scared
word
of it.
no. If he hears the word no, it'll bring PTSD.
Wait, mute me, you pussy. You said you would mute me.
Oh, now he's swearing. Look at. Are you okay, dude? You good? You upset? What's the
You're not
matter?
okay with swearing? You're not okay with the First Amendment?
Oh,
Why
in
are you
his
being so
mind, if you mute
antagonistic?
him, he wins. In his mind, if
Right,
you
I
mute
know.
him, he wins. That's,
Right.
that's his rationale.
Well, let's test his
You
epistemology.
to mute me.
Do
mute
you
me.
agree with the First Amendment?
Watch the server conversation die. Mute me, pussy.
Do
You
you
won't.
agree with the First Amendment? Yes or no?
Mute me, you pussy.
so you can't
Look
say
at
it.
him.
He doesn't
Now
even
he's
know
trying
what
to
it
speed
is.
run.
Yeah.
Grandpa. You
This is
silly old
funny.
man.
He got wrecked on politics and religion this morning, so now he's looking for a booby prize.
When did I get
This
wrecked?
is funny.
This is the first server I joined today. What are you talking
So you're
about?
on PNR this morning.
Where?
Politics and religion.
On PNR. You're not listening. You don't listen well, do you, Grandpa?
You don't know what I meant by where?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
the
called
flat
PNR. You know what PNR is?
Okay, wow, that's very descriptive. Thank you. Not the channel, not what I was talking about. PNR.
Yeah,
The server
Yeah.
with 10,000 people in it. Yeah,
Flat Earth-
and what channel was it?
Flat
No, I
Earth
wasn't on the
Discord.
Flat Earth channel.
This might be one of the reasons we gotta start splitting the bot to record both channels.
Yeah.
No, I'm loyal to owning you guys, not the PNR guys.
Either way, so you didn't own anybody today because you haven't presented any evidence for your claim.
Wait, why didn't that pussy mute me? He said he would mute me.
Why are you being so antagonistic? Is this how you hope it would go? So I can get people upset,
No,
or
it's
you
just
antagonize them to
Discord
mute you.
bots,
If you get muted, do you win? Is that how it works? So if you don't win unless you get muted, is that how it works?
It's funny laughing at Discord mods.
So you lost this entire time, and now you just want to get muted so that you can have what, some kind of moral high ground? How does this work?
His
So you're
mother
not gonna
didn't
mute me.
spank him when he was young. That's why he's behaving.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
94
No
years
daddy.
old.
You're scared to mute me. You don't
You're
want this
showing your age, old
conversation.
man.
That's not about being scared. I'd kind of rather hear and see the evidence that you have for the gravity that you're claiming. Can you do that?
Terrified to mute me. You don't want the
Yeah, see, now it's you. Maybe you can bait me. Maybe you can kind of like shame me into muting me, right? Because that's what you want. You want to get muted, don't you?
You said
You don't want to get muted? Okay, well then I won't mute you, I guess. I won't mute you if you don't want to get muted.
Conversation here, boys.
Right?
You're scared to mute.
See, oh yeah, see now, bait me back into it. Good tactic, right? Oh, you're scared. Do it again.
Hey, Grandpa, what reason do I have to doubt the Earth is flat?
See, there he goes. Did it again. You're doing what I want you to do now, aren't you?
Says who? If he's asking for a mute, why not? If there is a mod, let's mute him.
Yeah, why not? Says who? Mute me, pussy.
Give him the split. That's
See, there he goes. No, it's okay. Necros, back off. See, look at him. See, he wants me to. So I've done what exactly, he's going to do what I want him to do now. Exactly what I want him to do.
Good.
So what? Do you lose
Right, so
power because you do what
if I mute you, do you win?
just mute his ass?
Mute me, pussy. You won't.
See, there he goes. If I mute you, do you win? Huh? Is that how it works?
I just want to point out, I think
just
another
wanna see
Glover
you
came in here and left
okay.
while you guys were talking about this bullshit. Like another Glover came in here and left while you guys were talking about this bullshit.
That's awesome, Orion. Thank you. So why don't you go ahead and win legitimately and give us the evidence for your claim? How about you do that?
I want to see you mute me.
No, you want the booby prize. So Crit was right about you. You just want the booby prize, don't you?
Here we go again.
Do you want the booby prize? There it is. There's the booby prize. You got it.
There we go.
That
You
was very
asked for
productive,
it.
boys.
You
He
play
asked
stupid
for
games.
it. Yeah,
get
we know
stupid
that
prizes.
it wasn't. We know that it wasn't productive at all. It was totally the opposite. It was boring.
Yeah, and on that same thought, I wanted to add to that thought. I think it would be better if we saved our breath for people that care about the truth and stop wasting our breath so much on people that are just low lives like that guy.
We wouldn't be talking to anybody if that was the case. We have to expose lowlifes too.
Oh, we would still be talking to people, just
Well,
a
no,
lot
because
less.
Orion, what it shows is that some of the globalists might not agree with flat earthers, but they'll see a guy act like that and be like, holy shit, I'm not a flat earther, but I'll pretend to be one just to bring out some dude, just to see a guy like that freak out. Because it's entertaining. And sometimes you got to do it. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes it's a more important conversation, but every so often,
Well,
you just
I
gotta
agree
show
with you,
them for who
Crit.
they are.
I agree with you when you say that, Crit, but what I'm saying is, like, I think there's a fine point. There's a point where that's true, and then there's a point where you get past it, and then you're just kind of repeating yourself, like, you know.
Yeah, I hear you. There's a fine line. When it becomes like too repetitive and then gets kind of boring. Like at some point, you got to stop feeding the troll.
Yeah, it was necessary to hear Gramps completely disintegrate, though. See you next time, Gramps.
He sprung in here and had a good fall.
He'll be right back when he doesn't have anything again.
Imagine asking somebody if you go like, "Hey, do you believe in X?" And you're like, "Well, I don't know what you're talking about." Well, I have to, if you have to believe it before I tell you about it. I'm like, get that shit out of here.
Kind of sounds like fairy dust. Unreal.
The whole thing's a nightmare. Mass attracting mass. Okay, define mass. Can't be defined. Too ambiguous. So then they go, well, what about Cavendish? So Cavendish isn't affirming the consequent. I could replace gravity with unicorn farts. If unicorn farts, then the masses will attract. Oh, masses attracted had to be unicorn farts. So there's just nowhere to go.
I have a feeling that guy was raised by the television and fed Tostitos pizza rolls throughout his upbringing. I think if this country is going to collapse, it's going to be because of all the people having children that don't raise their children.
Well, that's already happened.
Yeah, that ship's already left the port, that one.
Like, seriously, like, I wish I had a chance to talk to that guy's mother or father and be like, are you proud of this? Is this what you wanted your child to grow up to be? Like, this?
Well, Gramps says he's 94, so. Yeah, I was asking him what if he and Callie, if this made them happy, what they do in here. Like, what's their end game? I think Gramps is just a professional coper and likes to sow seeds of confusion. But his mask fell off today. That was nice.
I think it's worth pointing out, though, I do genuinely believe that even though there are some people that are smart on Discord, for the most part, I think most people that are smart never go anywhere near Discord or anything like Discord. I'm just saying that because, like, the number of people that I've met that can accept the truth that the earth is flat without previously being told it. Like, the number of people on Discord that fall into that category and the number of people I've met in real life, face to face, that fall in that category, those two ratios are not anywhere near the same. Like, Discord is full of zealots in contrast to most of the rest of the world in regular real life. Like, most really smart people never end up on Discord. Here's a funny thought to throw out there. Can any of you think of any way to do away with, to abolish, or at least, or as a country of the United States, speaking as American, withdraw from the Antarctic Treaty without engaging in politics, without having anything to do with politics? How can we withdraw from the Antarctic Treaty? The answer is you can't.
Mic check.
1, 2.
Oh, good. I couldn't hear anybody, and I thought maybe my speaker or something wasn't working right. Didn't want to overtalk anyone.
Hello? 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 Are we playing like a Discord silent game? Why is everyone so quiet?
Oh, it's awful quiet in here. What's going on, guys?
Yeah, not too much. Just was watching this report about Trump's new NFT that you can get these upgrade packages to get sneakers and a piece of the knockout suit. The suit that he wore that knocked Joe Biden out. They're cutting it up into like 1 centimeter strips, and he's going to randomly sign 5 of those strips and embed it into a trading card that costs $7,500.
Right. What you were talking about, Trump?
Yeah, like an NFT thing he's doing. And it's legit. I looked it up, and it's like, yeah, they've got the whole website and social media marketing going on. So it wasn't like some sort of deep fake, which was my original take. I thought it was like some kind of deep fake.
Hmm.
It's like where they say the truth, the truth is stranger than fiction. Or it's just like, you can't write this shit. You really can't write this shit. Like, people are like that gullible. Like, I came across it through Flat Earth, mind you, so it's not exactly off topic. There was an article about Trump wanting to have Space Force have a reserve component, or a reserve and National Guard component to it. Because right now it's only an active duty billet. So looking through that, they had a Space Force General NFT Trump. I'm like, what the hell is that? So I went down the whole rabbit hole of Trump digital collectibles, and it turned out there's a current thing going on right now. So there's that.
Hmm.
Wait, Crit. Do you
Yeah.
think a space program would be like bogus and he's just trying to get taxpayer money?
Yeah, these are weapons. These are weapons. It's always been. From the very beginning, Eisenhower just straight up warned you. What they're doing here is criminal. These are the military-industrial complex. They've got their hook in America. They are not going to let go. They built a war machine over World War II, and they pushed it into Korea, and they're going to keep pushing this war machine. And what happens at exactly the same time? You get NASA and now Space Force. It's always been about weapons. It's always been the military-industrial complex. And what's odd enough is that people be like, well, how do you connect that to NASA? Eisenhower signed the law to make NASA. He's the guy who did it. And Nixon was his vice president. And Nixon was the shot caller during the Apollo program. It doesn't take very many dots to connect exactly through the White House. This isn't like, oh, I think you're reaching there. Really? So Nixon didn't do exactly what Eisenhower warned that he was going to do? Oh, and then on top of that, Eisenhower refused to endorse Nixon. The first time ever in history where a president said, I am not going to endorse my vice president.
So, if taxpayer money is spent on space programs like Space Force and like NASA and stuff, where does it go?
Weapons.
It's all bogus.
Yeah,
Oh,
weapons.
weapons.
Yeah.
Why don't they just flat out say we want more weapons? Like, cause I like weapons.
Yeah, some people really like weapons, but they also want to, if they spend too much, then it's like, holy shit, you're currently outspending the next 11 countries in weapons, and 9 of them are allies.
Okay, I got you. Damn. But I wouldn't think Trump would be in on it, man. Trump's the best.
Yeah, he doesn't really know. That's what I'm saying. He thinks
they
that
don't even
people
know.
like science and they like the military and they like space travel. And when they say "Make America Great Again," that's what they're talking about. They're talking about the high watermark of American exceptionalism, which was Richard Nixon's presidency. The Republicans, like, not to get too political here, but those people see that after that, it was kind of like the communist downfall of America. Liberals and hippies took over. The civil rights movement really exploded. They kind of see that was the end. When they picture like the perfect America, it's like your 1950s to your early 1960s. So when he's talking about that, he's like, I don't know, it's just my take. It's like political opinions or all that, but I mean, it's really difficult for me to hear a flat earther be like, I'm a Trumpster. Dude, he's gonna make a reserve component of Space Force. Like, fuck.
But you said that he doesn't know that it's a scam. You said he just doesn't. Does he know or does he not know?
Oh, with the weapons programs? Yeah, he probably doesn't know.
Okay. So does he think we went to the moon or doesn't think that?
I think so. I think he's a full believer in the whole everything NASA.
Oh man, he's really bought into it, huh?
Yeah, the only guy I've heard at that level who really kind of spoke against the Apollo program was Clinton in a memoir. He said that if you look at the evidence, I'm paraphrasing, when I became president, I busted out all the top secret documents and started pouring through them. And I looked over the Apollo program shit, and I was like, there's not enough here to demonstrate that they went to the moon. It's like a big bag of nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Clinton
paraphrasing.
said
Look up
that?
we'll look up the exact quote. It's not, I paraphrased it, but yeah, he said something along the lines like, this isn't enough evidence, like, for someone who's skeptical to believe it. This is like barely enough to this doesn't even look like they faked it. It looked like they started planning it but never went through with it. But yeah, I'm paraphrasing. Look at the exact quote, because the exact quote is even more telling.
Okay. Hold on, let me try to find it. Maybe you have a thing of Clinton, because I can't find it online. Do you have it?
Yeah, if you in print, former president 2004 wrote in his biography, My Life, just months before the Apollo astronaut Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong had left their colleague Michael Collins aboard a spaceship Columbia and walked on the moon. The old carpenter asked me if I really believed this had happened. I said, sure, I saw it on TV. He disagreed. He said he didn't believe it for a minute. And them fellers on TV, they could make things look like real that weren't. Back then, I thought of this guy as an old crank. During my 8 years in Washington, I saw some things on TV that made me wonder, wasn't he ahead of his time?
He saw through the smoke and mirrors, like most of us do.
That's on page 152 of the first edition of Bill Clinton's book, My Life.
Okay, base.
Yeah, he even said that. He even said that same speech on TV. He said, "Yeah, there was old Carpenter." I think he said it on Conan O'Brien, or one of them, because one of them asked him about looking into the book or whatever.
Yeah, then he also said on TV I did not have relations with that lady.
But yeah,
I did
because it
not get
depends on what the
googity
definition.
or gishmorgity.
It all depends what the definition of is.
Guys, any globe proof since this morning?
Yeah, you got to believe. I got globe proof. It's X, but and I can't tell you about it until you believe it first.
That sucks.
Yeah, that was Gramps earlier today.
Yeah, that wouldn't work for me because I'm a free thinker.
Believe in some random thing that you don't define or take questions on, and then after you say, "Okay, sure, I believe it," then you just welcome to the globe.
Yeah. Low quality globers, man. That's what they do.
Who in their right mind would believe that TV doesn't show you fake stuff? Like who? Who is that guy who thinks that Sandra Bullock was really in space because TV showed it? You know,
Well, that's Richard Nixon.
Point.
Richard Nixon said the American people are so stupid they'll believe anything they see on TV. And they were like, "Damn, that's a good quote. Let's put that at the CIA headquarters."
that's right. They're so
That was
stupid.
the early days of mass media, so you know.
It's still the same day.
Yeah, still the same time. Even more so, because now if it fits their cognitive bias, they can be
They don't
shown
even want
something
proof.
contradictory. Yeah.
They don't want
Now
proof.
we
Even
could
if you show
rephrase
them
it and
different,
say, people
no,
will believe anything they see on YouTube.
No, they won't believe anything in fucking reality. They'll only believe YouTube or TV or cartoon dog shit. Globers only believe cartoon shit. They don't believe reality. Because when we demonstrate reality, it's the opposite of everything they fucking say. The opposite of everything they say. Opposite. Reality is the opposite of everything the globe stands for. The fucking anti-fucking reality is the globe. It's anti-reality. That's all it is. It's just, oh, hope and think, and fucking these dudes get to control everything because you retard motherfuckers believe these dudes that hope and think something. Who gives a fuck what some dumb fucking retard dude at the office hopes and thinks because he sat there for 20 years looking through a fucking tube? It doesn't matter. It doesn't make him right about anything. I don't give a fuck if a dude spent his whole life being wrong. He's still fucking wrong. He should have did something different. Get better. You know? Do something you can be right about, maybe. Maybe they should change their occupation from false scientists and fucking reality deniers, right, to cartoon lovers and cartoon pushers. That's all we got. Cartoon protons, cartoon blood vessels, cartoon blood cells, cartoon fucking gases, cartoon everything. It's all cartoon. Cartoon gold.
You've never seen a blood cell?
What's it look like?
Like a cell with walls around it.
What's that? What's that look like?
You have to look at it through a microscope, then you can see it.
You can see what? How come you don't know
Cells.
what it looks like if I say, what are you fucking talking about, dude?
It's
What
like a
is it?
little
What does it look
bag.
like?
It looks like a little
It looks like a
gooey
bag.
bag of goo.
A gooey bag of goo. Now, what's the shape and how can you draw that?
It doesn't have like a strict shape. It
So
kind
there is
of
no
wobbles
shape.
a little bit.
Do you
Yeah,
know they show you a
it's kind
shape?
of a blob.
Why do they show you donuts? Little
Well,
flat donut
it has
fucking thing.
roughly that shape, but it's squishy, so it's kind of like
What? It has the
it's not a
shape of
rigid
sperm.
shape.
It has the shape of fucking water being splashed or poured out. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but it's squishy if you look at it through a microscope.
What the
It's
fuck
like
are you
it's
talking
changing
about?
shape.
What, dude? You're only looking at your imagination, you idiot.
No, I've seen it through a
What's changing
microscope.
shape? So how do you know what it is if it changes?
It changes shape. It's a gooey thing. It's a blob.
What is?
A cell.
Do you have one? Just one that I can look at.
Yeah, you need to go to a place that has a microscope, and then you can look at it. Otherwise, all I can show you is cartoons.
So you can only show cartoons. Do you have anybody that's ever seen the real thing?
Yeah, I saw it at school.
You saw white and red blood cells,
Yeah.
and they were white and red.
No, they're just called that. They don't
No,
have
they're
a
not.
specific.
They're just. Why the fuck would you call something something that it's not? You
It's
retarded
just so you
motherfucker.
can reference. Just so you can reference it easily. We give names
Reference
to
something that
things.
it's not. Reference what's not real easily. Boy, you guys are such good help. Hey, you know that fucking thing that's nothing and something? Go get it out of your backyard so we can reference it. The nothing something change oh presto thing that's a cartoon, but then you can go get one, but nobody's got one and nobody has one and nobody knows what it is.
Why is Discord called Discord and not a distributed communications network via cloud software system?
I could
Well,
care less.
Discord
I
for
didn't name
short.
Discord. I don't care who names Discord. I care who names a fucking blood cell. Why do they call it a blood cell when it's a fucking it's they don't even know what the fuck they're talking.
There are cells that form blood.
Yeah, that's a cool story.
What is blood?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Think I do know.
It's what comes out of my ears after hearing you talk for too long.
Me or Demok?
I don't know, maybe both of you.
Good answer.
Fucking right. That they should. That means you might be learning something. Because the old shit's leaking out. New shit's got to come in.
Today I learned that blood cells are a conspiracy.
Yeah. You'll also learn that air in your blood is a conspiracy. Air bubbles and oxygen.
I hope there's
Here,
some oxygen in my blood.
well, what are you even breathing in? Laughing gas? Nitrous oxide? What are you guys breathing in and out? If it's 73% of nitrogen is what you breathe in and you breathe it out, are you breathing out laughing gas? What the fuck are we breathing in, gentlemen? Nitrogen,
Is
oxygen, helium, hydrogen. What are we breathing in? Laughing gas?
oh my goodness, is that how you really think about chemistry?
Well, show me what it is. Grab some nitrogen out of the air, 73% real quick, so we can mark that down and see what it is. 100% nitrogen, 73% of it. And then 100% hydrogen, it's supposed to be the most abundant thing, but appears to be nitrogen. So I don't have to believe shit when all your dog shit's wrong anyway. It's all wrong anyway. I don't have to
So you
believe anything that can't
disagree?
be demonstrated. Correct?
Interesting. So you think the
Right.
composition of the
I don't
Atmos
have
has not been demonstrated?
You haven't showed me any composition of any fucking Atmos. You haven't showed me an Atmos. I've never seen an Atmos. What's that? Talking about an air bubble underwater with nothing else there? No dirt, no grass, no humans, no sun, no gravity? What are you talking about? Atmos. What is that?
This guy is a
What's in that
flat Earth
Atmos?
liability, guys.
What's
Major
trapped in that
liability.
water? No, you're a fucking liability to common sense. What's trapped in that water? Is it nitrogen or hydrogen? What's that air bubble? What is that? What is it? And what's it weigh? What's that little air bubble weigh, that little atmosphere in the water? And what's it made out of? Why don't you put some dirt in there and some more water? Make you a little earth underwater. Be doing good. Get you a big air bubble, pack some dirt in that bitch. Make you that'd be your atmosphere, then put you some more water in there. Only way you guys can make a globe's underwater. Isn't that crazy? Fucking crazy, isn't it? You have to use water for your container to make an air ball to show us what an atmosphere looks like. Other than that, you can't do it without water, can you? Surely can't
This
do it
guy
with a
is a
vacuum.
flat Earth liability, guys. He's not doing you guys any favors.
Favors on what? Not believe in cartoons? Listen, if I know the Earth's flat and all the other shit you put, the measurements, the maps, and everything, orientation, north, south, east, that's all wrong. Sizes, scale. So if you know that shit's wrong, what would be right? What are they going to tell you that's right? They're going to tell you the air's right? No. They're going to tell you the truth about magnetism and electricity? No. They're going to tell you any fucking thing right? No. They'll give you 10% or 1% or 3% truth, anything 10 and under, and the 90% will be false. And that's how they do it. So that's why you think, oh, yeah, that makes sense. No, it fucking doesn't. Not at all. Not when it's all made up and it's all a cartoon to explain a cartoon to explain another cartoon. And it hurts everybody's fucking head to keep imagining these cartoons when you can't meet the guy who made the first cartoon portion to be what it is. Where's the first guy who said, I saw this cell and I drew it out? Why the fuck did he say it was a red cell or white cell when it's not? Why wouldn't he say off color pink? Why wouldn't he say blue or orange? Or why wouldn't he say we can't tell the color, but we can see the shape? Or we can see the reaction of this thing. We think it's a blood cell. That's what I would say. We see some action and reaction in here. We think this is what it's doing. Right? And you go from there. And then if you can mimic that on any type of scale, no matter what you're trying to explain, if you can mimic that and get the same effect, then you would be correct. If you could have like a thing of blood absorb some fucking oxygen for us, that would be cool. You know, you should just be able to put a thing of blood somewhere and it should suck the air out of the room and make it a vacuum. Since the blood likes to dissolve oxygen into itself, like Mercury likes to eat gold, right? What a fucking cool story. Bullshit. I call bullshit. You can see the mercury move towards the fucking gold. Can you see blood move towards air? You see air move towards blood? I don't think so. You got to force it in there with a bag called a lung. And you're not forcing air, just forcing electrical continuity. That's it. Pulling in your nitrogen and pushing it out. Neo. It makes my brain bleed when scientists try to say they're right about stuff and physicists and doctors and they tell you all this garbage when they could tell you you're really not that much different than a robot. If you had a little power box, you'd be good to go. Just like your car or anything else. Car doesn't need a bag of lungs. What do those electric cars run on? Let me guess, they got blood and white blood cells and their blood soaking up the air and nope, none of that. And that thing's doing work. And what they don't want to tell you is your body works the same way as those fucking little fuel cells they've been trying to mimic. They're trying to mimic you. Crazy fuckers. They're just mimicking how the body works. That's it.
Well, they're quiet noobs. What's going on?
Hey Charles, what's new?
Not much. Just earlier today, I was walking on the grass in the rain, barefoot, on the flat and stationary earth. Feels pretty good. It's kind of like getting exercise and a foot massage at the same time.
Nice. Did you banish Demok from the server?
No.
Well, he just left on his own.
On his own accord.
Have you been thinking about my conundrum with the gas behavior?
What conundrum?
You know, the second law of thermodynamics and the density gradient, how they kind of seem to contradict one another.
Are you suggesting that something is somehow, some way supposed to contradict the second law of thermodynamics?
Yeah, it doesn't add up for me, the law and the density gradient. Been bothering
I
me
think the
for the
gradient is
last week.
technically a different subject. Like, gradients are not what the second law of thermodynamics describes.
That's true.
Like the second law of, or the second part of the second law of thermodynamics is high pressure moves to low pressure. It's not delta X moves to delta Y.
That's true. Although everything is a gradient. The value
Everything is
might be
what?
0. Even if you have a uniform distribution, it can be shown as a gradient.
Well, yeah, every container that contains gas or liquid, as far as I know, has a pressure gradient. Although, I'm a little confused on one particular detail, because I've heard some people say one thing and other people say another thing. I've heard some people say at one point in time that inside a container, as long as it's one single element, like oxygen in a gaseous form, that a pressure gradient doesn't form until a second gas is added.
I was just being precise. You can have a gradient of 0. It's still a gradient, just has a value of 0.
Well, yeah, with what I just described, if that's true, that would be a container with no gradient, no pressure gradient. But
yeah, so that's my...
I'd have to go take a very advanced... Well, I'm not even sure if physics class would cut it. I think I'd have to go into a laboratory to prove that one way or another.
Yeah, what bothers me is this, the fact that we observe the two things to be true at the same time. We definitely observe the second law as functioning in nature, and we observe the density gradient in the atmos. And the fact that we observe them and that they work on their own, but they don't add up to me logically speaking. So that's my dilemma. How can they both be true? Well, per the second law, like you correctly stated, the gas should expand into the upper layers of the atmos.
But that's not what the second law says. That's what you just said. That's not what the second law says.
What does it say?
It says high pressure moves to low pressure.
Okay, why doesn't it?
Again, you're referring to the gradient. So it does move from high pressure to low pressure. That's what wind is. But wind doesn't normally blow upwards. At least most of the time.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes it does under certain circumstances, but usually it doesn't. So why not? Shouldn't it?
No. Why should it?
Shouldn't gas be moving from the high pressure area closer to the ground to the low pressure area higher up in the sky?
But it is, Peter. It is moving from high pressure to low pressure. It's just not moving upwards, not the direction that you feel like it should for some reason.
Well, the only reason why I think so is that there's so much empty space available above. Why is it not expanding into
Well,
that space.
the same reason that there's empty space in the top of a glass of water, in the space that doesn't have water in it. Like you could just as logically say, well, why doesn't the water just go up out of the glass? Because that's not what happens.
If we have a container of gas, wouldn't the gas over time evenly distribute itself over the volume of the container?
Well, no, because there are pressure gradients inside containers. So, no.
So why do they exist inside of containers?
Why do pressure gradients exist?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think anybody does.
Doesn't that contradict the second law that says if you have gas in a container...
Saying I don't know doesn't contradict the second law of thermodynamics, no. Saying I don't know doesn't contradict the laws of physics.
That's true. Saying I don't know means I cannot explain why these two things coexist. The second law and the fact that there's a pressure gradient. Yes, you're right. That's actually
it's
the
worth pointing
subject
out. You
of
don't know either. I don't think anybody does.
No, I don't. That's why I'm bringing it up. So maybe we can figure it out.
Well, Peter, there are some questions that can't be answered. You know that, right?
Is this one of them?
At least at the moment, yeah. Yeah, it is.
Maybe the
some
downward...
point in time in the future, someone will make some kind of, breakthrough of some kind, and will actually demonstrate the cause of great pressure gradients in containers. That would be lovely, but no, I don't think anyone's done that. It just is the way it is. I mean, I could just as logically ask you, well, Peter, why does high pressure move to low pressure? Like, you don't have an answer for that either. Like, nobody does. It's just that's what happens. That's what a law of physics is. Nobody really knows why the laws of physics are what they are. We just know that they are what they are.
That's true. But logically, it's not a contradiction to me that something that moves randomly would move into the place where there's empty space available.
I don't think you're quite grasping the concept of a pressure gradient. I think you're having trouble understanding what that means.
It's possible, but then I'm thinking, since you and I are both free thinkers and critical thinkers, maybe we could take a crack at this problem.
Yeah, but we're kind of beating a dead horse. Like, we're both repeating ourselves. Like, we've had the same conversation like
I have
5 times,
more.
6 times.
I have more. You just seem resistant to even engage, so I don't want to force your hand.
But neither of us in this conversation so far have said really anything of any relevance that we haven't already said to each other in the last month.
Let me be the first one. Perhaps the reason why the gas is not expanding into the low pressure area above as much as it would otherwise expand, perhaps the reason for that could be the downward acceleration vector that we observe on Earth.
Do we observe that with helium balloons?
We do.
So when I let go of a helium balloon in the medium of air, it goes down?
Not in the medium of air, no.
So in other words, there is no downward vector. It's just relative density.
If there is a medium of air surrounding the helium balloon, then there's a buoyant force acting on the balloon, yes.
Is there anywhere you can go where there's not a medium of air? Apart from water?
You could significantly reduce the amount of air to the point that the buoyant force would not be strong enough to move the balloon upwards, and then it would fall to the ground.
There's no downward consistent vector that makes everything go down. I think the balloon demonstrates that.
No, like I said, the buoyant force is a function of the density of the surrounding medium. We can reduce the density to the point where it won't be strong enough to propel the balloon upwards, and it's going to fall to the ground.
And
that's that.
Is that it? What is that supposed to demonstrate?
That the downward acceleration vector affects gas particles.
But that's an object. A balloon
What
is an object.
Yes.
So an object is not gas.
Yeah, but we can do the same with freely moving gas particles without the rubber container around them.
Well, it'd be a real breakthrough, Peter. if you could manipulate gravity and somehow, some way, contain gas in the consistent X value form, air pressure to be more specific, if you could contain air pressure without a container due to gravity in a consistent X value form, like say 20 psi and 1 cubic foot, if you could do that with gravity, then I would be thoroughly impressed. And also, I would have a logical reason from that point forward to believe that the gas pressure I'm breathing right here, right now, may exist due to gravity.
Maybe one day. For now, the gravity remains a law of nature that we don't know how to manipulate.
Well, it remains a story. That's what it remains. It's not a law of nature.
Well, okay, let me rephrase. The presence of the downward acceleration vector remains a mystery and hence a law of nature. Things fall. That's all we know.
Except the helium balloon and the hydrogen balloon don't fall. They go up. They fall up.
They do. No. If you remove the surrounding medium, which exerts the buoyant force on the balloon, they will go down.
Is that supposed to be relevant somehow?
To our conversation, to the conversation I proposed, yeah.
What if you removed the air and did it in water instead? Would they go up or down?
Say again?
What if you removed the air and surrounded the hydrogen or helium balloon with water? Would they go up or down then?
They will go up.
All right. So it's not about removing air then.
No, because you're correct. Water is even denser, so it will produce a stronger buoyant force than air.
Yeah, so it's about the density relationship and not about the medium.
Yeah, the buoyant force is a relationship between the denser medium and the less dense medium.
Sure, but that means that there's no going down happening. It's a relationship.
Well, it's clearly the gas is going to fall to the floor if you remove the medium that surrounds it.
Right, but I think you're separating, say, gas in a balloon is an object in your mind, but it shouldn't be. They're both just medium. So you have a medium equilibrating.
Okay, so gas particles exist, right?
Yo, dude.
They are physical. They are physical entities, correct?
That's not true, dude. That's not true.
Yeah, if you're
Particles of gas are not physical.
Yeah, Horse, if you're going to interrupt this conversation with bullshit, I'm just going to ban you. So come in and contribute or go away. That simple. Sorry, carry on, Peter.
Yeah, so gas particles, are they physical objects?
Yo, dude. Not true, dude. It's not true, dude.
Shut up. Yeah, carry on. Sorry. What were you saying?
Are gas particles physical objects?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that absent of a surrounding medium, gas particles of helium will follow the downward acceleration vector.
So, yeah, if you put them in a medium that is less dense than they are, then they will have that relationship with the medium. So a vacuum is that medium.
Doesn't have to be vacuum. We just need to reduce the density of air.
Sure, but it could also be let's just say you have a hydrogen balloon in a helium environment. That would have the same effect as no, hold on, hydrogen is lighter than helium, isn't it? So the other way around. But that would have the same effect as a vacuum, no?
Would that have the same effect? Yeah, it should. It should, I guess. It should, yeah.
Then it's not the removal of a medium, it's the density relationship.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. If you look at the equation for the buoyant force, it has the two media in it with different densities, and it has, or objects, and it has an acceleration vector, right? It doesn't exist without the acceleration vector. So it's only, buoyant force occurs only in response to the acceleration vector that has to be there.
But the acceleration vector, as you're saying, isn't necessarily down?
No, it doesn't have to be. Like a centrifuge produces an acceleration vector that's horizontal, right? And that's why different substances will separate. But if you don't spin the centrifuge, nothing separates.
Yeah, so when someone says, why do things go down, I reject the question.
Yeah, me too. I don't care why they go down. I just care that all things do go down.
No, but that's not true, though, is it?
What is not true?
The fact that things go down isn't true.
Why would you say that?
Because there's a density relationship, so whenever something's going down, something else is going up relative to it.
No, you're right. So when people say it's a sloppy communicators, when they say that things go down, they should always be saying absent of other forces.
Well, no. People ask that question because they're already baking in the idea that there's a ball beneath them that's pulling that
No.
stuff.
The ball has nothing. The ball has nothing to do with it.
No, but you might not be doing that. But that is the essence of that question for 99% of people.
Yeah, but I'm not those people. I'm a high quality Glover.
Sure, I get that. But it's a misunderstanding of what's actually going on. So how are we even going to be able to answer a question if we don't have the right question?
Well, we should compartmentalize and do one thing at a time without making logical mistakes and contradictions. So most of us would agree. I'm going to let you tell me if you agree before I, strawman you. That there's an observable downward acceleration vector on Earth.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with that.
You don't?
No.
So why do you think buoyant force is observable? Let's say between a helium balloon and the surrounding air, both of which are physical objects.
I mean, I've explained this about 4 times, but I don't know how to explain it differently a 5th time. Every time something goes down, something else goes up relative to it. It's a relationship.
Yes, but we know that buoyant force does not manifest itself unless there's an acceleration introduced independently of it.
Sure, but that doesn't mean that therefore there's a downward vector always.
Okay, so if things do obey the buoyancy law, let's say, there must be an acceleration vector. Otherwise, they would just be chilling together and they wouldn't separate.
Sure, but it's not always down, as is heavily implied.
It's not always down when we manufacture an acceleration vector. But if we're doing nothing, just observing the nature, there is clearly a downward acceleration vector that pulls things down and creates a relationship between things of different density known as buoyant force.
Lovely. So I've got a, let's just say that I've got a football and I drop it in the air. Okay. What happens to the football?
Falls down.
Okay. What happens to the air where the football has landed?
It is displaced by the football.
And where is it relative to the ball?
To the sideways and up.
Exactly.
Why did the ball
downward
fall?
vector? There's an everywhere vector. In that relationship, there's an everywhere vector.
If there was an everywhere vector, then the ball could go sideways when you drop it, but it doesn't.
No, the
it always
ball's
goes
going
down.
down. The air's going sideways and up.
Yeah, because it's displacing the air on both on the sides and at the bottom of it.
Everywhere vector. Something is going in every direction.
No, the ball is going down and it displaces other things that are also going down, but they're less dense.
Right, so the thing that's going up is actually going down.
It has a bias towards the ground.
Yeah, so do you see how you're just begging the question? Because what we observe is something going up. And you just say, oh, it's just going down less than the other thing.
Yeah, let me explain.
Now, I know what your argument is. It's just not what we observe.
Okay. Let's say particles of oxygen. Do they go up, down? Where do they go, in your opinion?
It depends on the medium. I mean, they go freely and randomly in all directions, right? But if we're talking about,
I don't know. You pick the situation. I'm going to make it work either way. You pick the scenario.
We've got like Put 10 lovely pieces of oxygen in a balloon?
Sure.
Or what? Okay, so we've got 10
So
lovely
you have
pieces of oxygen in a balloon. What
okay.
next?
Look, I'll give. I should present a scenario, so I apologize. In the Atmos right now, in the room where I am, there are particles of oxygen. Yes.
Sure.
Where are they going, in your opinion? In which direction?
Well, I've already answered this. It depends.
Well, I'm not going to nitpick on the details, but like roughly speaking, where do they go?
It depends.
That's the best answer you have?
Yeah, it's based on the density relationship with their medium. So what medium are they in?
Well, they're in the air. Standard air, whatever. Usual composition.
Standard air, right,
Nitrogen. So where are they going, right? Obviously, they're not going up because then we would suffocate, right? If they all just fucked off and went up, there'd be no oxygen and we'd be dead. So where are they going?
I've answered this question about 6 times.
Do they go in random directions?
I've already like. Why do you keep asking me the same question?
Because I'm going to drive a point, but I want to agree with you at every step.
I'd love
that
to know your
you're
answer.
following with me.
I've already
I'll give you
answered
an
it.
answer.
Are you not listening?
I wasn't here. Could you say it again, please?
You were there.
Where?
I actually saw you. You definitely
Crypto,
were there.
it's not a tricky question. Where are the particles
No,
of
it's an
oxygen?
answer that you're ignoring.
I apologize. Please repeat it for me.
What, for the 7th time?
Yes.
It depends on the medium.
Okay, so I'll make it specific then. If it depends, then you're asking for a specific case. In the room where you are right now, there's air. In this air, a portion of it is oxygen, particles of oxygen. Where are they going?
So is the
Are they
oxygen more dense than the rest of the air, or less dense, or about the same density?
It's kind of a uniform mixture.
That doesn't answer the question.
Let's work through a process of elimination. Are all the oxygen particles in your room going up?
Is the gas in my room more or less dense than oxygen?
Oxygen is part of the gas mixture, so it has a certain average density altogether.
Right, so is the gas in my room more or less dense than oxygen?
The mixture of gases is considered a fluid of a certain uniform density.
Which is more or less dense than the oxygen?
It's the same because it's a mixture.
It's not going to go anywhere.
Well, are they moving? Are the oxygen particles moving right now?
Well, yeah, they move randomly and freely in all directions until you have like a massive gas, right? Well, you know this stuff, right?
No, I don't know. I'm going to tell you exactly where we disagree when we get to it.
No, don't play dumb.
Okay. So now, so oxygen particles go in random directions.
All gas does that.
I would claim that these particles have a measurable downward bias. So yes, they move randomly, but they move more towards down than they move towards up.
So a repetition of the claim, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I will explain why. We can make the same particles of oxygen. We can turn them into a liquid.
Right.
Oxygen particles can exist in liquid form and also in a solid form. And when we do that, they will plummet to the ground immediately.
Sure.
And so the only reason why you don't observe them in their gaseous form as plummeting to the ground is because they have significant kinetic energy pointed in random directions. So they appear to be moving all over the place, but they have a significant downward bias. The moment we deny them that kinetic energy by turning them into a solid or a liquid, they're going to immediately not have that random movement, not as much, and they're going to plummet to the ground.
You just repeated the claim again. Like, can you actually prove your argument without just repeating the claim?
Of course, we can measurably study in isolation gas particles and observe them have a downward bias. They
But
never
that's
plummet to the ground
of the
because they
claim
have
again.
significant kinetic energy.
It's just a repetition of the claim again.
It is a repetition of the claim.
So how is that evidence for the claim?
This is not the evidence for the claim. That's just the
When
claim.
can I have that?
You never asked me for evidence.
That's what you're meant to be showing me.
Only if you
You
ask.
said you can prove it, and then you just repeated the claim over and over again.
Let me ask you a question. Why would a particle of oxygen stop responding to the downward acceleration vector just because it changed its phase from liquid to gas?
But you've just baked into the question the claim, which is that there is a downward bias. You've just baked that into the question.
I thought we agreed there was a downward bias.
No, I've not said that once.
He said the opposite of that like 5 minutes ago. He said specifically the
Multiple
opposite
times.
of that.
Yeah, multiple times.
Okay. So if we take a slab of oxygen, solidified oxygen, and we put it in a chamber from which we removed most of the surrounding medium, what will happen to that brick of oxygen?
Sorry, I was closing the door. I didn't hear any of that. Say again.
Okay. If we take solid oxygen, a block of solid oxygen,
Frozen oxygen, right?
yeah, and we put it in a chamber from which we removed most of the medium. So for what we care, it's an empty chamber, as much as we can make it empty. What will happen to the slab of oxygen?
So you're asking me again, what happens when you put an object in a medium where it's more dense than the medium?
Yes.
And this is the same thing we've already discussed.
No. But I'm heading somewhere with this. Indulge me. What will happen to the slab? What will happen to the slab of oxygen in such an environment?
Well, it will go in a certain direction based on the density relationship with its medium.
Okay, so it'll go down, right?
Correct.
Because the surrounding medium is the same in all directions. It's almost empty. So, but for some reason, it's going to go down. Yes.
But that would also be the case with the inverse, wouldn't it?
Well, I don't know. I thought if the only question was the presence of surrounding medium and we've removed almost all of it, then, in my opinion, it could go in any direction, up or down or sideways.
No, you haven't removed the medium. You've just replaced the medium with another medium.
What is that other medium?
It was vacuum. So
Okay.
Vacuum medium.
Okay. So it's going to go down, yes?
Sure.
Okay. And then it's laying on the floor and it's thawing and it's going to become a liquid. Where is it going to go?
Well, I mean, it's not going to become a liquid. It will probably turn straight into a gas, I'd imagine.
Depends. But let's say it became a liquid first. Where is it going to go?
It's not going to, though, is it? That's not what happens. If you put like
No?
well, if you put most ice in a vacuum, it just boils and then becomes gas straight away, right? You know that.
It could, but then it can liquefy as well after that.
It can liquefy.
Doesn't matter. Okay, this was just an intermediate step. Eventually, it's going to turn into a gas. Yes.
Correct.
And then what's going to happen to those gas particles?
It will fill the available space because that's what gas does.
So they're not going to stay on the ground. They're going to start moving.
Correct.
And why are they moving? Because nothing changed in terms of the surrounding medium, right? Still the same as it was. What?
So okay, so let me get this right. So in order to prove a downwards vector, you're trying to tell me that gas moves upwards the opposite direction in order to prove that things go down.
No, that's not what I'm trying to do.
That's literally what you just said. Did anyone else hear him say that?
Yeah. He's talking
Yeah.
about that things are moving all different directions. So if something goes down, then something else went up.
No, but what he just said is that if you've got, say, a block of oxygen, so frozen oxygen, when that melts and becomes a gas, right, it'll liquefy first, allegedly. I don't believe that, but it becomes a gas and then it fills the available space, so it moves upwards. And the act of the gas filling the space and moving upwards proves that things move downwards, which is actually the opposite of what you're observing.
Step one, we had a block of oxygen. The surrounding medium was.
I can't.
No,
I can't.
I want
You're
to
impervious
explain.
to logic. Like, you're not going to address what I just said.
I am addressing it.
No, you're not. You're
So I
going
want
to
to.
make a different point instead of addressing what I just said.
No,
again.
I will address what you said.
So, and I'll tell you what.
Situation.
You can shut up for a second. I less than 3 Jesus. You decided to pipe up earlier. What do you think about this? Or are you going to be suspiciously quiet?
I'm
your
just
voice
listening.
Right. So, what do you think about the example that we were just given and the fact that he's not responding as an answer?
I feel like he was going to get to a good answer. These things require a bit more than 15 seconds of attention span sometimes.
I mean, we've been talking for 10 minutes.
Yeah, and each point could last half an hour. Like, this stuff isn't just one and done stuff. Like, we're here because we all disagree, so let's try and figure something out that we all can understand.
But are you going to address what I said, or like Peter, are you going to ignore what I said?
What did you say?
So, we're talking about a block of oxygen. It thaws out. Bless me. So a block of oxygen, when it's frozen, it's put into a vacuum chamber, it thaws out, and then it fills the chamber when it becomes gas, right? And Peter is claiming that that's because things go down. So the act of something going up proves that there's a downwards bias. That make any sense to you?
I can't figure it out in my head at the minute. It's
Yeah, it doesn't make
fact-
sense, does it?
I mean, not at the moment. It might do. I'm just an idiot.
It might do. Don't worry, I think Peter might be as well. But we can carry on.
It makes absolutely no sense. Don't be afraid. I less than whatever the Crossman. I'm going to call you Crossman. Don't worry. It made absolutely no sense, and I didn't say that.
You did say that. Don't.
Well, okay. I did
on.
say it. I did say it. I had a moment to reflect on what I said. It was a brain fart. I would like to say something else now. Is that okay?
Okay, that's absolutely fine.
Okay. Okay. So we take a block of oxygen, molecules of oxygen, bound together because of their low energy state, forming some kind of solid structure. We put them in an empty chamber. I don't want to use the word vacuum, but you used it, so okay, you know what I mean. Somewhat empty chamber. And that block of oxygen falls down to the ground.
Right.
Then, after some time, it becomes gas. So it's still the same. Here's the important part. It's the same molecules, because the only thing that has changed was a phase change, so they just disconnected. And the surrounding medium, whatever it was in that vacuum, is still the same. Hasn't changed. And now these particles start moving randomly in many directions.
Right.
Why are they now moving in many directions and they weren't when it was a solid?
Because they're now in a higher energy state.
Because they had that energy, but now they have momenta because they disconnected, and they are now free to express that energy.
No, they didn't have that energy. It was imparted by the temperature.
I didn't say the temperature changed.
Well, it must have done if they've... Oh, hold on. Yeah, because you're in a vacuum. Not in a... Okay, fine. So, sorry, what was your question again?
So these molecules, without changing their chemical composition, they changed from a solid state to liquid to gaseous state.
In a
the
vacuum,
medium
right?
didn't change. Yes, the medium didn't change, and now they are actively moving in random directions.
Well, the medium has changed now because they've become the medium. So the medium's gone from
Well,
being
how were they not the medium when they were solid?
because they were still part of the block.
So there's some kind of, in your definition of medium, like it's a function of the phase state of the molecules.
No, the medium is. Do you not know what medium is? It's the thing that's
Well,
the other thing
apparently.
is in.
Okay, so the other thing that the block was in is exactly the same thing that the gaseous oxygen is in. I mean, how can the particles of oxygen be their own medium?
No, that Jesus Christ, you're
They're
not
physical
listening.
objects. You said
You're
you
not
agreed
listening.
that gas particles are physical objects. They're equally as physical when they're forming a solid state as they are when they're forming the gaseous state.
You honestly don't understand that when something thaws and then expands to fill a volume, that the medium is comprised of the thing that just expanded. You don't understand that.
Why are they expanding?
But that's not the question. You need to understand.
That is my question.
Well, you're ignoring what I said yet again. So I'm going to hold you to actually responding to what I say.
Yes. Well, I agree to what you said.
Okay, so the medium's
response.
changed from being a vacuum to being one of oxygen, right?
Okay.
So when your question contained the medium hasn't changed, do you understand that that was a wrong question?
Yes, I do.
Fantastic, we can move on.
Why are these particles moving now in seemingly random directions?
They're in a higher energy state.
Okay, and they are not bound to each other, so they're free to explore, yeah?
Right.
Have they stopped responding to the downward acceleration vector by changing their phase state?
I never agreed to a downward acceleration vector.
What brought the block of oxygen down to the floor?
The relationship with the medium.
But the amount of oxygen particles remained the same in the chamber.
I don't think you're able to get this, to be honest.
Is there a buoyant force acting on these gas particles?
It's like I'll answer a question and then another red herring will come in, and then I'll answer that, and then another red herring
Okay,
comes
I
in.
apologize.
And I'll answer that third one, and then we're back to the first red herring again, and it's just boring at this point.
Okay.
So talk to someone else.
Is there a buoyant force acting on these gas particles? Anybody?
I'll post the definition of medium in case you're having trouble with it.
Thank you. No, I think I got it now. Is there a buoyant, Charles? Is there a buoyant force acting on these oxygen particles? I'll give you a hint. There isn't, because if there was, they would all go up. But they're not all going up. They're not congregating at the top of the chamber. They're moving in random directions.
Yeah, I don't really know how to answer that question because normally when I hear the term buoyant force, it's referring to objects, not gas. So I don't know.
Crypto agreed earlier that particles of gas are physical objects. That's why.
Well, I think it'd be more appropriate to just say they're physical. I mean, you don't have to say they're objects. They're physical.
Okay, they're physical. So is there a buoyant force, do you reckon, acting on these gas particles?
I just answered that. Were you listening?
Well, I used the wrong term, so now I'm rephrasing using your term. Is the answer no?
I think the answer is I don't know.
Okay. But buoyant forces do act on gases. That's why helium goes up in the atmosphere, right?
By the way, it's Atmo, not Atmos. I don't know why so many people keep calling it that.
Sorry. So the reason why helium gas particles go up in the atmo is because of the buoyant force, relative density, right?
I don't know.
A good answer, actually. Well played.
And the Earth remains flat and stationary.
I didn't even bring up the Earth, so I don't know why you had to chant your mantra right now.
I was just
Probably
bringing
to
it
feel
up. 'Cause it's
safe.
like I'm just putting emphasizing the point that you're
It's good to
talking about
reset
this or
sometimes.
that, and while you're talking about this or that, the Earth remains flat and stationary.
Yeah, sometimes when I talk about other things, I like to say Jesus loves me every now and then, just to feel better.
Except that would be an entirely separate subject.
Yeah,
as
but
opposed to
it's
what I
just
said.
yeah, it just feels good to remind myself that that's true,
So in
and
other
I
words,
don't mean that
would
in
be
a
going off
cynical.
on that would be going off onto a logical tangent. What I just
Yeah,
said
so
would not be
let's stay
going
on
off onto a
topic.
logical tangent.
That's fair enough. So, is there anyone in the room right now who dares to discuss with me why the particles of oxygen start moving in random directions after they shift from the solid state?
Let me ask you a question, Peter. What reason do I have to doubt that gas pressure requires a container?
No reason at all.
All right. I appreciate your honesty. Do you believe that gas pressure requires a container?
I am not familiar with any case of gas existing outside of a container. Therefore, all the properties that it has exist within a container.
But you believe the
Including
Earth is a
pressure.
spinning ball in the vacuum of space, right?
I believe that the Earth is a spinning ball.
Do you believe
that
the Earth is a
moves
spinning ball
to
with a
space.
container? Like
I
that movie
believe that
Spaceballs? Yeah, have you ever
I
seen
do
the movie
believe
Spaceballs?
I have.
So you know what I'm talking about, right? They have a planet that looks like Earth, and it's got this giant glass sphere around it with a door.
I don't remember that. I watched that movie a long time ago when I was a child.
Oh, you should watch it again, man. You should watch it again. Like, it's
I will.
really it's an interesting thing because it's like, they have exactly what I just described. It's a planet as part
I
of the
believe you.
story, and they got this glass container all around it. And the part of the story is that these bad guys or whatever that are being led by Rick Moranis of all people, dressed like Darth Vader. He transforms this spaceship into Mega Maid, which is a giant robot maid with a vacuum cleaner. And they get the access codes to open up the door, and then they point the vacuum cleaner at the door and suck all the trees in the air off the planet.
I remember that. Yeah. So where were we, Charles?
The Earth is flat? I think that's where we were. On the flat Earth?
I thought we were discussing gas behaviors.
Oh, what more is there to say for either of us?
Well, we were exploring a certain aspect of observable phenomena. One is that gases have random momenta, and then there seems to be a downward acceleration vector. And what we were exploring was whether this downward acceleration vector affects gases or not.
Wrong, but I think you may be using the word momentum incorrectly. I'm not sure if it actually makes technically makes sense to refer to gases as having momentum. At least every time I've ever heard that word used in like physics class or anywhere else, it's been referring to solid objects, maybe even liquid. But gas,
No.
I don't know about gas. Does gas have momentum? I mean, I'm not sure if it does or not.
Everything that moves, yes, momentum is a vector. It's
I guess there's
mass,
wind. I suppose so.
it's mass
I don't know. It's just a
multiplied
weird way to
by
use the word.
it's mass multiplied by velocity, and velocity is a vector.
I guess instead of saying that, people usually say like airspeed or wind speed or that, not momentum.
Speed is something else. Momentum is a function of mass and velocity. That's why a garbage truck moving at 50 miles per hour is going to hurt you more than a butterfly flying at 50 miles per hour.
I have a
That's
question.
momentum.
Have we gone to space?
Do you mean the vacuum of space?
Why are you changing the topic?
I mean, might as well at this point. We're talking in circles, Peter.
Well, I was trying to keep us on track, but then you told us about the really old movie. So,
On
you
track,
get
we're going in circles on track. We're on a circular track going in circles. I might as well just
No,
ask
we
answer
weren't.
someone else's question.
You're just. I am. I want to ask the same question
we
I
are,
asked
dude.
you
We're
to
going in
somebody
circles
else.
with crypto. You're going in circles with me. Let someone
You're
else
just
ask a
refusing
question.
to engage. You just disconnected. You
No, dude,
disengaged,
you're
which
talking
was a
in
smart
circles.
move.
Yeah, okay, we'll talk in circles later. Does the other guy have a question of some kind?
Yeah. I see these pictures of like these Google Maps satellites on balloons, and like it makes me wonder: have we broke the firmament yet, or no?
I see no reason to believe that. So I'd say probably no.
All right.
By the way, firmament is a biblical term. You know, I'm not a Christian myself, and I would just say, as far as we know, we're inside a container.
Yeah.
But you can use whatever term you want, whatever.
All right. That's all my questions.
Do you believe the Earth is a ball?
I don't. I've seen a lot of. I watched this documentary, and I do think it's a little. I think it's flat. Like after I've seen it, it was by this guy named the Flat Earther. It talked a lot of stuff about gravity. I don't know everything yet, but I'm leaning towards that.
Oh yeah, keep researching, and if you can, my suggestion would be to get a really good camera with a really good lens. Go out to a body of water if you can, and see what you can see over a body of water.
Oh yeah, my cousin's a photographer. I used his thing. I zoomed in, and like, it's horizon is flat, and like that just for me, really like, I don't know. I don't know what to think of it.
Oh, it's a little more than that. Technically, it's by definition horizontal.
Yeah.
I mean, it stems, as far as I know, it stems from the word horizontal, which does not mean curved.
Yeah. I've looked into Operation Fishbowl, and I really think the world is flat. Like after that, but like, I don't know. I've seen so many pictures of it round, and like I don't know what to make of all those pictures I've seen like on the internet of it round.
I got a good suggestion with that. Something I've been doing for fun. It's fun to type into any kind of search engine photos of the Earth from space, and then afterwards type in photos of astronauts in space. And try to get some with the Earth in the background, or at least something with the Earth in the background. And it's fun to take both these things and go into any kind of Photoshop prompt or whatever you got, and to simply overlap them so that the curvature rates are aligned, or at least aligned visually, and then to see if the curvature rates match up, at all. Like here, if you can see what's in the text channel, I'll post exactly what I'm talking about.
All right.
Come to think of it, I've never really heard a Glober really even try to argue against these things. I've been posting them for years. I don't really remember anyone trying to argue against them ever. Except for like saying something along the lines of, "No, you're wrong." It's like, okay, what am I supposed to do with that?
Nobody's ever told you you're wrong of being a flat earther?
No, I just mean in regards to in regards to what I showed you, taking these alleged photos from space and then overlaying them to see if the curvature rates that they show, that they depict, if these curvature rates match up. I mean, either one of these photos is fake, or if they're all real, then somehow, some way, an astronaut is the size of half the United States, which doesn't make sense.
Oh, isn't that the astronauts are way closer to the camera than the Earth is? Like when you have,
but what's in
I've
question
sure
is
seen
the
that.
curvature rate. The curvature rate in the background. They should align. Like the curvature rate. What I'm saying is, the radius of the Earth would be a lot smaller. With, take for instance, the photo on the left-hand side. If that was the real Earth and it was curving at that rate, you'd probably have a radius of, say, 1,500 miles or something like that, as opposed to 3,959 miles. And then the photo that's in the background that I'm placing this all on top of, that's the blue marble, or I actually can't remember if that's the blue marble or something else. It was a Glober that posted this the other day. But anyway, it's very similar to the blue marble. So the point is that the curvature rate doesn't match up with the curvature rate. These curvature rates of the Earth just don't match up in any of these photos.
Yeah, the blue marble behind it forms a circle, right? So if it's not matching, then the one in front of it is not forming a circle. At least not the same circle as the Earth is, which probably means you can simply scale up a little bit more. It's not the right scale there. So if you scale up if you enlarge a little bit the one with the astronauts, probably gonna match it. I think it was just wrongly scaled.
I don't quite follow you. Again, it's just as simple as comparing curvature rates. These curvature rates should match if the Earth is a sphere and it's a fixed size with a fixed radius, that radius being 3,959 miles. There shouldn't be any photo from space showing the curvature rate being something other than the curvature rate you would expect with a radius of 3,959 miles. When you look on the one on the left-hand side, that's clearly not the same curvature rate as the background photo, or if you want to call
that's
it
probably because that's probably because the one is with the astronaut is not scaled up as much as it should scaled up for it to match those two.
What is that supposed to mean? Scaled up.
Okay, you have two images. You have two images. You have the image of the Earth and you have the image of the astronauts, right?
Yes.
Okay, they're not originally those two sizes. In order for you to try to fit them,
yeah, I know.
you have to adjust their
that.
sizes.
I shrunk them.
That's. Hang on. So you do know what I'm saying.
Yeah, no,
right,
you gotta understand. I had to do that. Let me explain this a little further. I had to shrink the photo so that the curvature rate would match up. Here, I'll post the original so you can understand that if I didn't shrink the photo, I wouldn't have been able to compare.
I understand that. I wasn't done. That's not the point. I think you shrunk them, the one the astronauts, too much. If you unshrink it a little bit, it's probably gonna match a lot better. That's what I'm telling you.
No, man. I think I did a pretty damn good job with that.
Yeah, give me the two images. Let me try it out. Yes, I do want. Thanks.
Also, I looked up Antarctica. So it's just a huge ice wall around the Earth, right?
We don't really know. Maybe.
Don't?
Well, to be fair, I think it would be logical to guess that, even though I'm not saying I know that, just for the simple fact that the further you go south, past the equator, a good distance, you're just getting further away from the sun. And as you get further away from the sun, even eventually, salt water turns into ice. So make of that what you will.
Okay. And I've seen this map of stuff beyond Antarctica. Is that real or is that just fiction?
That's probably just something some crackpot made up. Nobody knows what's out there.
All right. That's all my questions. I'm gonna go. Thanks.
Wait, is that supposed to be a photo?
It's the closest thing I could come up with that looks like a photo when I
Yeah,
type
but is
into
that claimed to be a photo?
DuckDuckGo. I don't know. I'm trying to find one that they claim is well, actually, technically, no. I think as far as NASA goes, the only actual photo of the Earth from space that they claim is a photo would be the blue marble. Apart from that one, I don't think they actually technically claim that any of the photos from space are actual photos, technically speaking. So I guess the answer to your question may be no. Funny enough, but that arises another question. Why is it that NASA would claim such a crazy thing that the only photo they have from space of the Earth is the blue marble? Why would they claim something like that? That seems bizarre.
Yeah,
I mean, certainly if we're
I
a
don't know anything
ball
about
spinning back in
claiming.
space, like they
Nobody
have more
claims
photos, right?
that. Jesus,
Never
nobody
heard that
claims
claim
that.
before.
Officially, NASA does. That's the official stance of NASA. Yes.
What about the
That's true.
Discover satellite that takes photos every 10 minutes?
They actually say that's a composite generated by a
Oh,
computer.
you mean like a analog photograph on a film?
No. Like a bunch of digital images stitched together with a computer program.
Isn't it like a bunch
Okay,
of photos stitched stitched together?
So,
Isn't
so
that what
you're saying
Well,
you're saying, Charles, that
photos.
NASA claims. Let me make sure I understood. I wasn't aware of that. NASA's official statement is that they have a single photograph of showing the Earth from outer space, let's say.
To the best of my knowledge, yes. Unless they've changed that in recent years, but at least that's what it was like 3 years ago. Have they changed it?
And
They
that's
changed their stance?
that's the 1972 blue marble.
Yes.
So they have not published any other photographs showing the Earth.
They have never published anything they claim is a photograph showing the Earth.
Oh, I see. Okay, should be easy to verify that claim.
And yeah, you should do that.
Yeah, I'll look into it. Thanks. Are you familiar with the Earthrise photograph?
Yeah, I think so. With the moon or whatever, and then the Earth in the background.
Yeah. Is that also a composite?
I don't know, but I don't think NASA claims it's a photo. I'm pretty sure it's just that one photo that they claim is a photo.
What do they say? What do they say about Earthrise?
I don't know.
Why didn't you think they're only claiming the blue marble as a photo? Where did that came from?
Probably because, well, actually, the answer is I don't know. But if you want me to guess, I could guess because it's hard to keep a scam going. It's hard to keep a scam going if you.
No, where does your claim come from? He's asking where does your conviction that that's the case? Where did that come from?
Yeah, why you think they're claiming
somewhere?
Oh, all right, dude. Okay.
Well, hey, I mean, if you guys have evidence to the contrary, I'm all eyes and ears. I'm right here.
Yeah.
Hey, Bacon, I'm driving right now. Could you do me a favor and look up the Earthrise, what the NASA claim is about that?
Sure. Give me a sec.
We could resolve a misunderstanding real quick.
Okay, thinking.
An image is not a photograph.
Okay, it says sorry. It says the first thing I found here from NASA's website says taken aboard Apollo 8 by Bill Anders. This iconic picture shows Earth peeking out from beyond the lunar surface as the first crewed spacecraft circumnavigated the moon with astronauts Andreas Frank Borman and Jim Lovell aboard. So it calls it a picture. Is that the same thing as a photograph?
Look, it's going to explain. Charles, it's going to say how it was taken. Can you look up the details, like what camera was used? Was it digital? Was it analog? I'm going to assume analog since it's an old photo, but let's have a look-see.
But they're not even calling it a photo. They're calling it a picture.
Yeah, sometimes people use language in sloppy ways, so let's look into it.
Sloppy people. use language in sloppy ways.
Yes, that's true, and they should be chastised for it every time. So let's have a look.
Photo is taken with photography. A picture you can draw, an image you can make.
I agree.
Without
I
a
agree.
camera.
Oh, so it says Earthrise
okay, it
is
says-
a photograph of Earth.
Oh, you found it?
Well, I'm just looking at Wikipedia, but let's
Yeah,
get to the
in
source.
NASA website, I found where it says this view of the Earth rising, greeted by Apollo 8 astronauts as they came from behind the Moon after lunar orbit in search for board. Earth is about 5 degrees above the horizon in the photo, so it refers to it as a photo. The unnamed surface features in the foreground are near the eastern limb of the Moon, as used from Earth.
Bacon, that's not relevant.
Yeah. The width of photographed area at the horizon is about 175 kilometers, so it refers to this as a photographed area, and it calls it a photo.
So the relevant part is 70 millimeter color film was used to take the photograph. A black and white photograph using
You're supposed to link for fun.
70 millimeter color film. Yeah. Hasselblad 500 EL camera, 70 millimeter film. I think that's a photograph. Would you agree?
Are they calling it a photograph?
Yes.
They are definitely calling it a photograph.
So there's at least two. Should we keep looking for more?
Sure. Or better yet, why don't you just find what they claim is a photograph of the Earth from space, and also if you can find what they claim and you also believe is a photograph of the Earth from space with an astronaut in frame. It'd be great if you could find both of those and post them both. That'd be great.
So for now, Earthrise is my contribution to this conversation. Earthrise, a photograph claimed by NASA to show the Earth.
Keep looking. I want to compare curvature rates. I mean, do you think it's logical to compare curvature rates, or do you think that's illogical?
I'm sorry, Charles, I couldn't hear you. I was switching devices. What's up? What did you ask?
I want you to post both those things I described so I can compare curvature rates. It's hard to compare curvature rates with the first one you guys posted because that shows the Earth as being just basically a tiny little dot in the middle of the photograph or whatever, or image or whatever.
You don't need to compare one photo with another because you can go to the blue marble and draw a circle around it and it forms a circle. So whatever other picture you find of Earth, if it forms a circle, then it fits. If it doesn't form a circle, then it doesn't fit.
I don't think you understand what I mean by comparing curvature rates. You don't need to see the whole circle to compare curvature rates. You just need to observe curvature in the photo, and you can compare one photo to another by having the curvature
your request.
Visual.
I just fulfilled your request. There's a photo of Earthrise there in the chat for you to look at.
Yeah, but did you hear the part where I was asking for something a little different?
No, I didn't.
Compare curvature rate. Like, it's hard to compare curvature rates when the image is that small of the Earth.
Every circle has the same curvature rate. So if the curvature you see is an arc, which is a section of a circle, then it's going to match every other circle. So all you have to do to figure out, well, that's what you tested with the astronauts. You try to overlay that with the Earth, and it didn't really quite match. If the arc formed on the picture of the astronauts, which is not actually a picture. I mean, it's if you open the original image, it looks like a rendering. It doesn't claim anywhere that that's an actual picture. Then yes, the line is not really a section of a circle, so it won't match Earth, obviously. And if it was an arc, which is a section of a circle, then it would match the blue marble because that's just a circle.
Yeah, I don't know what that word "salad" was supposed to mean, but as far as I know, if if a spherical object has a set radius, that radius